Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Regular Board meeting that'll begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how the meeting works. The County Board meets monthly with a break in August. Each meeting is divided into at least 2 sessions. At the end of each regular meeting, the board recesses and continues usually the following Tuesday. Each regular meeting starts with public comment. If you want to speak to the board, just submit a yellow speaker slip to the county clerk. Public comment is your chance to bring topics to the board that it may not be aware of, items that are not topics on that day's agenda, not already decided, and not scheduled for future hearings. One speaker will be heard on each topic and will have up to 2 minutes to speak. After public comment, the board takes up the consent agenda. These are groups of items, sometimes there are dozens of them, with no known issues that the chair brings to the board for a single vote. However, if you think an item on the consent agenda warrants discussion, submit a blue speaker slip to the clerk, asking that your item be removed. It's then up to the board to decide whether to move the item to the recess meeting for a public hearing. Okay, once that business is taken care of, we move on to the regular hearing items. Typically, these items include more complex, sometimes controversial issues. The board considers and votes on each of these items separately. The board may hear from staff, applicants, commissions, and the public before discussing the item and taking action. Okay, now you're ready for the meeting. Let's have a look at today's agenda.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our December 14, 2019 regular county board meeting. Closed captioning is provided on our overhead screen, and we also have hearing assisted devices for the hearing impaired. If you need any other accommodations to effectively participate in today's meeting, please check with our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, who is seated to my right. We will also have a Spanish language translation that will be available during our public comment period. If our Spanish language interpreter is on site, would you please introduce yourself to anyone who may need your assistance today?
My name is Laura Castro, Spanish interpreter. Mi nombre es Laura Castro, servicios de español, de interpretación al español.
Gracias, Ms. Castro. The podium up here can be raised or lowered to a height that's suitable to you. You don't really need to adjust the microphone. There are some up and down arrows that are located to the right, and you can use that to bring it to a comfortable height. We will begin our meeting today, as the video just outlined, with our public comment period. And as you heard, this is an opportunity for our community to comment on topics that are not on our current agenda or topics that have already been decided or that will be subject to future board hearings. As such, only one speaker will be allowed per topic area. You will have up to 2 minutes to speak during the public comment period. This clerk will call 2 public commenters at a time, and we ask that the person who is called second please move to the front row while you are waiting to speak. If you have any documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony, please hand those to our clerk as well. We do ask that you provide 8 copies and include your name and contact information on all of the documents. So it looks like we are ready to begin. Mr. Gutschall, Ms. Garvey, Chair Dorsey, Ms. Crystal, and Mr. DeFerranti are all present. Ms. Jacobs, we are ready to begin with public comment.
Our first speaker is Timothy Dempsey, followed by Kim Klingler.
Good morning, Arlington Board. I didn't expect to be first, but I'm here to, on behalf of our Revolution Arlington, and I wanted to obviously point out that we have a heavy union presence in the room, which I think is appropriate for what I'm going to ask. We have a 70-year opportunity this coming legislative session to finally end right to work in Virginia. And we'd like to urge the county board to pass a resolution signaling your approval and of repealing right to work in Virginia. Right to work has decimated unions throughout the country. It's a racist, anti-union law that really needs to be beat back, and it will be a very important step in restoring union power in the United States and in Virginia especially, and ensuring that we have good wages, people have good benefits, and that people can take care of their families. So I urge you please to consider passing a resolution in support of repealing right to work for this upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Our next speaker, Kim Klingler, followed by Suzanne Land.
Sorry, I'm short. A little short. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. On behalf of Columbia Pike and the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization, otherwise known as CPRO, I want to thank the board. I want to thank Mark Schwartz. I want to thank the Arlington Economic Development, AED, for commissioning and conducting the commercial market retail study of Columbia Pike. I also want to thank you for having the work session earlier this week. Although I couldn't be there, I heard it was incredibly productive, and CPRO is excited to partner with you and Mark and the county to prioritize and to move many of the recommendations forward, including, but not limited to, making sensible adjustments to the form-based code, including retail equivalent and signage, which you'll hear about more later today during public comment. Also, developing approaches and resources to help bring new and innovative businesses to Columbia Pike, but to also help keep our legacy businesses so they can continue to call Columbia Pike home. And third, but not finally, of course, is finding ways to improve our branding and our marketing so not just Arlington, but also the region and private investors can truly understand what is Columbia Pike and the value that Columbia Pike brings with its diversity to Arlington and to the region. Thank you again for your support of Columbia Pike and for CPRO, and thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Land, followed by Thomas Castile.
Hi, I'm Susan Land. I'm speaking today on behalf of ATAG, the Arlington Tree Action Group. Next slide. We are concerned about the current staffing level of the Arlington County Urban Forestry Department. Currently, the department is staffed by 3 urban foresters and a manager. Given their current workload, we think this department should have at least 2 more foresters on staff. Next slide. In the past 3 years, the workload for this department has been increasing, but the size of the department has remained the same. With the workload reaching almost 300 single-family plan reviews a year, that equals more than 1 plan review every working day. This in addition to the other responsibilities that the department has. Next slide, please. We've heard many complaints from Arlington residents in the past 6 months about developers clear-cutting all the trees on a lot before construction. Currently, the only line of defense we have against clear-cutting lots is our urban foresters. Most developers will propose removing all trees from a property before constructing a new house. To prevent this from happening, we need our urban foresters to have the time to study each plan, correctly evaluate each tree, make site visits if needed, and work with the developer to identify trees that can be saved. Next slide, please. In addition, our urban foresters need to be ISA certified arborists. Arlington requires developers to use a certified arborist to evaluate trees on a site prior to construction. Arlington County should have the same standards for their own staff so we can be on equal footing. Next slide. The Urban Forestry Department is our only line of defense in preserving mature trees during redevelopment. With close to 300 single-family plan reviews each year, we need more foresters to do this job properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Christille, followed by David Orr.
Good morning. I'm Tom Christelle. I'm fortunate to have crossed only one street this morning to be with you today. I had a career in securities regulation, finally retiring from E-Trade in Ballston in August, and have since been volunteering in our community here. I wanted to chat a little about the project on American Legion Post 139, the housing project where the American Legion currently is. I'm not a veteran, but my father dropped out of high school to fight the Second World War and eventually had a long career at Arlington Hall on Arlington Boulevard. And I love the fact that the site is that they're going to be able to remain on the site and have a 50% veteran allocation. I've only started with my post-retirement career here, but I wanted to tell you that I've started to teach financial literacy to some of the APA housing residents at Arlington Mill, and that the attendees were very serious people motivated to improve their financial health and opportunities for their families, and certainly know more about saving a buck than I do. I've been impressed with APA and how well they've taken advantage of sites like American Legion, which is only 1.3 acres. So therefore, I'd like to encourage projects like this one and encourage the board to allocate additional funds to the Arlington Housing Investment Fund before Amazon arrives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Orr, followed by Barbara Burns.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see everybody again. I'm here to talk to you about, this is an appeal for help, and it has to do with the signs on Columbia Pike. I have a brief slideshow to show you. If we could put that up on the screen, please. And we just want to walk you through, as you can see, this is our project, Centro. It's been really well received in the community. Our lease-up is going well, but our store sales at Harris Teeter are not. $347,000 a week against projections of $600,000 a week, almost half, a little more than half of what they had projected. We really want to save the store, and we really think it has to do with identity and awareness. And so walking you through these various slides, you can see how hard it is to tell that the Harris Teeter is even there. If we keep going, you can see this is a shot from Columbia Pike, and you see there's one small blade sign, so it makes it very hard to understand that Harris Teeter is even present on Columbia Pike. And the next slide you'll see is, sorry, sideways, but it's all lots. This is South George Mason Drive, and there's lots of brush and stuff there. And I have gone to the East Barcroft Citizens Association, and they have said they'll work with us on pruning the trees. That being said, we need to get our sign program, and we want to do this within the bounds of the code. And so I'm going to show you some ideas for some signs that we would like to do. It's still in that presentation, ma'am. Just keep going forward. I'd just like to just walk you through some of the signs we'd like to do. So first of all, there, if you go back down a little bit, right there, we'd like to get a monument sign placed right there. The next thing is you can see the Harris Teeter sign that's above the front entrance. We'd like to increase the size of that. Next slide. Now I'm going to walk you through where these signs are. So we want to put a blade sign on Columbia Pike, some additional larger identity signs at the corner of the main entrance, and then another blade sign all on South George Mason Drive. And we believe that all these fall within the purview of the current code. So if we could just walk through this real quickly, I'll show you. These are the slides here. They're in your package that I provided to you. Okay, and we can have further dialogue. So
Thank you, Mr.
I wanted
Orr.
to present this to you as a cry for help to put these new signs up. Thank you and good luck today.
Our next speaker is Barbara Burns, followed by Jim Hurst.
It will flood again. Those were the first words by civil engineer Thurber to the stunned crowd at the Waverly Hills Civic Association meeting in May 2018. Surely not. We have lived in this house for 11 years and had never flooded. Yet her prophecy came true on July 8th of this year. More water than imaginable, more damage than imaginable, more loss. Our mitigation work was scheduled to begin later this summer. Our drawings and documents were in for permit with the county. Our only recourse was to take out a second mortgage to pay for everything. Now I can report the downsloping driveway is filled in. Retaining walls have been built to direct floodwater to the rear of our yard, all at great expense, all because the county storm system failed and will fail, and it will flood again. In November, Bureau Chief McBride reported her team has submitted a design proposal for funding, a viable fix that, if not fully eliminating flooding, it will diminish it considerably. We have taken responsibility to protect our property. It will no longer be an involuntary catch basin in the next catastrophic storm. But unless you act, others will continue to be flooded. Elizabeth Thurber's comment was not a prophecy. It is the reality. It will flood again. Please approve fully sufficient funding to increase the infrastructure capacity along the Spout Run watershed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Jim Hurst, followed by Eric Amend.
Off-topic comment, stop recruiting corporate pirates like Amazon and Nestle to do business in this county. I and other residents, taxpayers, and voters again ask you, the county board, stop abusing your monthly meeting consent agenda. Most of the consent agenda items off limits for public comment this month concern expensive transportation infrastructure upgrades necessitated by your car-free diet, which is actually a more vehicle trips diet. This month, you will approve another 1,933 parking spaces in Metropolitan Park, in addition to the 935 parking spaces you approved on Glebe Road last month. Also, tens of millions of AHIP funds for affordable housing that's off limits to the workforce. You will approve extravagant spending for seasonal bike share, more millions to put lipstick on a pig, Metro Rail. Have you noticed the I-66 Metro Rail right-of-way is being bulldozed for express vehicle lanes, not express rail tracks, Mr. Dorsey? You want to fine motorists more for speeding, but there's zero enforcement of reckless speeding bicycles and scooter riders on congested sidewalks. How many pedestrian injuries will that cause this year, next year? There's nothing anywhere about the hundreds of millions county government will need to start spending soon to replace the county's antiquated water mains and stormwater system. Nothing for maintaining Arlington's mature tree canopy. Time for needs, not wants, to dictate county government spending. Time to end smart growth and start planning intelligent growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Amend, followed by Susie Paul Deledy.
You have my slides, Kendra? Good morning, Chair Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, members of the board, and Mr. Manager. My name is Eric Amend. I'm here this morning with several of my neighbors to share our concerns with the board for the proposed new development in our neighborhood that will replace a small 1930s home at 924 28th Street South with 2 new houses. Next slide. We'll say right here on this slide, this lot in question and existing house were purchased earlier this year by Jake Troutman, a well-known area developer. Mr. Troutman has proposed splitting the lot into 2, tearing down the existing house, and then building 2 houses, 1 on each lot. We have concerns with this plan. Next slide. The existing house itself is an amazing property and is not what you would consider a tear down. In fact, it recently received many upgrades, including a new kitchen and bathrooms, and the most recent owners spent a significant sum updating the basement. For many, this is not the house you tear down, this is the house you live in. Next slide. The lot in question is on top of a hill. In fact, it is the hill. The top has been leveled out into a plateau of sorts. Next slide, please. And hosts a number of large, beautiful chestnut oak trees. According to the proposed lot subdivision plan, the dividing line between the new lots will pass directly between these two. Next slide. These trees provide a tremendous amount of shade for the existing area, and despite their size and strength, they can be damaged during new house construction, resulting in the death of the tree several years later. Next slide. According to the Arlington Tree Action Group, trees of this size can consume up to 10,000 gallons of stormwater per year. That's the equivalent to a backyard swimming pool's worth of water. So both trees are removed. That's 2 swimming pools worth of water. The water has to go somewhere. That somewhere is down. 3 of the 4 sides of the hill are surrounded by existing houses. Next slide. Next slide. They will feel the direct result of the changes to the lot due to reduction in the permeable surfaces and or the reduction of trees that consume water. Next slide. Stormwater from our neighborhood
sir.
directly
Your time is concluded.
drains into 4 Mile Run. We invite you to please come walk the property with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Susie Paul Delidi, followed by Audrey Clement.
Our Hope Garden across the street at Courthouse, maintained by volunteers of the Arlington chapter of Moms Demand Action, is a place of reflection to honor those whose lives have been impacted by gun violence. With all beautiful gardens, we need resources, and we already have most of them. We have an extremely talented master gardener, dedicated community volunteers, and a great design. What we're missing is water. And we propose that we put a cistern near the garden that the DPR would fill with water to maintain the garden. My Dutch father-in-law, Johan, kept a most magnificent garden. The hundreds of beautiful, perfect tulips that bloomed every spring was a source of deep, deep pride for him. In his retirement, he spent his days nurturing his many flowers and plants, creating a sanctuary for his family, a place to create happy memories. So for our family, the Hope Garden is a fitting place to come and reflect on the deep loss we experienced in 2016 when Johan was a victim of a homicide by gun. Our world was shattered, yet even after the horror of that night, the flowers in his garden continued to bloom. Johan planted all the good things in that garden and gave us a glimmer of hope and the courage to keep going. Because with a garden, there is always next year. There is always hope. There's something about growing living plants that help us to settle the soul and help us feel peace. Every time I visit and tend to the Hope Garden, I get this internal smile and know that Johan would love it. I hope the county board will help us nurture this beautiful and meaningful space by helping us establish a dedicated water supply on the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Audrey Clement, followed by Patricia Norland.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. The Arlington Connection recently ran a story on upzoning the Arlington Way. It went like this. A large lot on North River Street in Chainbridge Forest was recently sold by the estate of its former owner to a developer. He leveled the home and all 200 trees on it to make way for 4 new McMansions. At a recent county board meeting, Christian Dorsey informed one of the impacted neighbors that the county board couldn't do anything about it. Appeals to the county manager's office, CPHD, and the zoning administrator likewise fell on deaf ears. The reason is by right development, according to Libby Garvey, who commented on the need to examine regs that can discourage such projects. But that's not likely to happen when the county board votes to upzone residential neighborhoods. Then the plight of Chainbridge Forest will play out across the county. Housing advocates like Affordable Housing Solutions are cheering the developers on. because they naively believe that upzoning will produce affordable housing. That's delusional. Upzoning will simply replace each $1 million teardown with 4 equally unaffordable prefabs. A recent Sun Gazette editorial opined that upzoning will pit single-family homeowners against recently woke voters who own no property and have no interest in preserving single-family neighborhoods. Their votes will be bought by outside money from the likes of George Soros, who recently purchased the election of the county's new Commonwealth attorney. Woke voters are no doubt easily led, but their votes won't be needed once existing homeowners realize they can make a killing by selling to a developer who will then cannibalize their property and immiserate their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Norland.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you for your interest in what is happening to our urban canopy, including through a public service announcement now seen by over 35,000 people, to be followed by more PSAs, and in the planning for severe weather like recent drought. As we know from the iTree calculator, each tree saved serves each resident. Better air quality, reduced runoff, carbon sequestered, energy saved, etc. Canopy is a natural bulwark against climate change. Climate change and urbanization are critical global trends, and the connections between the two was the topic of a recent nearby conference we'd like to flag for you and your staff. On December 4, KC Trees in Montgomery Park sponsored the Green Cities Summit. Hundreds of participants from across the DMV and indeed across the country, from business, academia, governments, nonprofits, gathered to exchange ideas and best practices, forge partnerships. Sessions included planning green spaces, climate adaptation and resiliency, engaging diverse stakeholders. A panel on the Chesapeake Bay, quantifying the benefits of trees, introduced exciting research underway by the Forest Service, as well as the Smithsonian, on the value of trees in protecting the national treasure that is the Bay. Throughout the day, participants heard about trailblazing projects and practices. Philadelphia planting trees that not only fit its current heat and hardiness zone, but take into account the warmer climate expected in out years. Frederick considers trees first in the development and permitting process. Nashville sets a goal of planting 500,000 trees, so on. This was a remarkable, cost-effective marketplace of innovation. Regrettably, though alerted to it months ago, nobody from Arlington County government participated. What a lost opportunity. So we simply urge that to demonstrate your progressive values for our community, Arlington find a way to participate in this marketplace of ideas in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norland. Ms. Jacobs, are there any other public commenters this morning?
No.
Okay. With that, thank you all for coming and taking the time this morning to speak and advise us on the issues that are affecting you. We'll have a brief opportunity just to see if there are any top-line comments and actions that we can pursue based on what we've heard this morning. Mr. Dempsey was our first speaker, speaking about so-called right-to-work laws in Virginia. I use that delimiter because it certainly is intended to connote some sort of a positive outcome. I would associate myself with Mr. Dempsey that it by no means has been positive. For those of you who are not familiar generally with the topic, to reduce it to its basic elements, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, even though there are a number of people who are covered by union contracts, covered by collective bargaining agreements, it's not mandatory that if you benefit from a collective bargaining agreement that you actually pay into the dues of the organization that negotiated that CBA, essentially creating a free rider issue to which estimates say somewhere around 50,000 Virginians are benefiting from union contracts while not actually having to pay union dues. That and other pieces of legislation make it very difficult for there to be a level playing field when it comes to union workers competing with non-union workers, and ultimately who loses are people who have diminished living standards, and who benefits are companies who are able to take advantage of that free rider problem. Dealing with that legislatively is something that I've been very vocal for a long time, that I would encourage our General Assembly to change forthwith. I know that there is fair amount of common cause with that among our local delegation. Prospects for that with this upcoming General Assembly session are uncertain, given that that's not necessarily a view that is uniformly shared among a majority in either the House of Delegates or the Senate or in the governor's office. But we will take Mr. Dempsey's resolution idea to heart, discuss it among ourselves, and see where we are with that. Why don't we see if there are any comments on these as we go on instead of waiting until the end. Ms. Crystal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. I think you did a bang-up job representing the challenge with this remaining piece of legislation that stays on the books of Virginia and the deleterious impact it's had for working people throughout our community. Associate myself strongly with your remarks and its opposition, as I know many other members of the board have as individuals, and look forward to further conversation. The only nuance I wanted to add as well is that we are also supportive as individuals and as a board of a variety of pieces of proposed legislation that would allow us, we hope, to reshape what has been a pretty exploitative labor market, particularly in our region of Northern Virginia. So whether the entire firmament of right to work comes down this session, or whether we are able to achieve more incremental progress on issues like project labor agreements, I, for my part, as a board member, support any and all, and we have been actively working with members of our General Assembly delegation to achieve that.
Okay, thank Ms. Garvey.
I just want to thank our chair for summing it up so well. It's an area you've been working in for a long time. The one thing I will just push a little bit is the right to work, it benefits the big companies and harms the workers, but if you go forward in the future, I think it harms the entire country. I mean, I think we would be in a much better place if workers were better treated and pay was more even and we didn't have these huge disparities in income, and I think even the big companies are starting to realize that. So it's a long-term issue, but it's a really existential issue, and we really need to work on it. If you look at the change over the last 50 years, it's been not good, and I don't think the country's benefited from it at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just succinctly, I appreciate the summary and each of your comments. I support repealing right to work. I don't think it benefits Virginia or the country, and I appreciate your suggestion we could continue conversation about all ways that we might be able to support that in the Virginia legislature this year. Thanks.
Okay, next we heard from Ms. Klingler, who expressed a desire for us to continue to pay attention to areas where we might innovate on Columbia Pike to further our revitalization objectives, noting principally modest tweaks to the form-based code that could allow greater flexibility to encourage new and different business opportunities in retail leasing spaces, and a number of other areas in which we could partner with CPRO on branding and marketing. That was the subject of a recent county board work session, as she noted, and will be subject to continued engagement between this board and with you, and of course the Columbia Pike community and the greater Arlington community. So stay tuned. We appreciate your being a willing partner, and certainly I think we will have great results in the near term. Then we heard from Ms. Land, who discussed the proposal and ideas on increasing staffing in our urban forestry department. Certainly timely that you would come to us, and I want to direct you to participate in our upcoming budget process. And in fact, we are at step one of our budget process, where the county manager is developing feedback from the community before he ultimately presents a budget proposal to this board and to Arlington in late February, I believe February 21st or thereabouts. You can see the timeline and the ways in which you can engage in that budget process at budget.arlingtonva.us. It lays out all of the different steps. As I mentioned, we are in step one, where this is entirely with the county manager until he presents it to us. As we like to say, it's his budget. And then in late February, it becomes ours. So if you would like to forward, certainly you have forwarded your proposal, he will see it. If there's further engagement, I would direct you to his office if you're able to do that in the next couple of months. Mr. Christel, thank you very much for your support of affordable housing and your interest in some of the things that this board has approved recently. We hear your request that the Affordable Housing Investment Fund be increased. The comments for participating in the budget process that I just outlined for Ms. Land also apply to you for that advocacy. And I will note there have been considerable new resources that have been devoted to affordable housing by actions of this board, by partnerships with other entities, including the Commonwealth of Virginia and private entities, and we'll be hearing a little bit more about that as part of our agenda this morning. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and I just want to thank Mr. Christel for volunteering the way he does, and this is just a little PSA. There are a number of folks in my generation starting to volunteer. There is wonderful work to be done, really needed work, and it's a great model. Thank you for kind of talking about what you do. So just want to kind of put that out as a PSA. Giving back, and you get into retirement, getting more involved in the community and helping out is just a wonderful way to spend your more relaxed years, but there's still a lot to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we heard from Mr. Orr about the particular issue of signage and how it's affecting the sales of the Harris Teeter on Columbia Pike. Another issue that we discussed a little bit at the recent work session on Columbia Pike initiatives. So we appreciate seeing the visuals of the particular challenges that the store is facing in terms of showing its visibility. It's good to hear that you think that there's a way forward within the existing code, in which case I would entirely make sure that lines of communication with staff who can, if that is in fact true, handle that administratively, I would expect quite expeditiously, and not necessitating the active engagement of any of us, even though I think we all share a uniform desire to see every element of that project succeed. So if you're correct, this should be something that can be resolved fairly quickly. So next we heard from Ms. Burns, who we have seen before, and we are certainly understanding and empathetic at the great expense that you and your husband have engaged in to make your home flood resilient, and your concern that without systemic improvements and investments, not only you, but the rest of our community remains vulnerable to unpredictable extreme flooding events, the likes of which we experienced on July 8th. This is something that we all share a concern with and are moving towards understanding how we can become more flood resilient as a community. It has been the subject of a lot of conversation thus far, will continue to be. In fact, we do have what I think is a very effective web portal that outlines the challenges that Arlington faces in terms of being vulnerable to extreme flooding, and outlining really what is required for our community to be flood resilient, which includes public investments, private investments, and really changes in some of our norms and how we go about dealing with our own individual properties and parcels. It's a big effort of which no one can shirk their responsibility, but making sure that we all understand our responsibilities to contribute to community-wide flood resilience is something that we have to very much improve on. And I think we have a good start in terms of outlining the problems and challenges. Next year, when we think about our capital improvement plan, which we address biennially, we will look at those systemic investments that we need to make in order to improve our watershed performance. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that summary. And I wanted to thank Ms. Burns for taking the time to come out, because in some regard, as she described in her testimony, they have perhaps solved the problem. Now, if the flooding is worse enough and it overtops the retaining walls that they put in, obviously they would still have an issue. But what she's done is she's done a favor to us. It's an opportunity, I think. Her case is very illustrative of exactly what the problem is. And the unfortunate reality is that now that she and her husband have taken steps to flood-proof their home, the water that previously flooded her house inevitably now flows further downstream and exacerbates the flooding downstream. And of course, nobody begrudges them fixing their problem, but it's illustrative of the issue that we're facing. I think a lot of folks have a tendency to say that to believe that the issue is that the stormwater system is undersized and the water doesn't move off of their property or out of their neighborhood fast enough. And that's actually not the truth. The truth is what we need to do is we need to come up with ways to retain water. When we have those heavy deluge events, It's impossible to have a system, and the natural systems that were here before were not based on sending all the water downstream as fast as possible. The systems are based on retaining the water and allowing it to release slowly as these storm subsides. So it's about retention, and we're going to have to come up with lots of ways to solve that problem. But I just wanted everyone to understand that it's not about moving water downstream faster. It's about holding it for a little while.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Ms. Crystal.
Just one additional note, I think my colleagues have done a nice job of summarizing the issue, which continues to be one of the top infrastructure issues facing us with regard to the upcoming capital improvement plan and the impacts of climate change in our community. Wanted to make just one additional note. Ms. Burns, thank you again for coming back. In her letter was noted that a recent meeting that one of our engineers within the Office of Sustainability had suggested that there was a design proposal for funding now for the Spout Run watershed, which has been one of our most difficult areas of recurrent flooding in Arlington. Wanted to just suggest to the manager, don't need an answer, but food for thought. I know we've talked a lot about the upcoming CIP next summer as being the big kind of anchor point for that community conversation. Part of the challenge has been funding, and then part of the challenge has simply been designing these projects and beginning to have that community conversation about the really challenging impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods and disruptions of taking on a project of this size. So wanted to potentially urge the manager and the team, to the extent that we have some of these design proposals, that we perhaps not wait until the CIP to begin socializing what they may look like, sharing them with the board, so that when we have the funding conversation, we can do so, about a project that maybe has already had a little bit of community feedback. So delighted to hear this accounting, if it's accurate, that there have maybe been some plans homed in on by that team, and I think it'd be beneficial to all of us to start talking about what those specifics might look like even ahead of the actual funding conversation. So appreciate the consideration.
Okay. Next, we heard from Mr. Hurres, and we note your continuing dissatisfaction with where we're going as a county. Eric Amend, thank you and your neighbors for coming to talk about the particular concerns with a proposal that could impact the loss of trees on adjacent properties. This has certainly been something that we deal with quite frequently in Arlington. I would encourage you, particularly since you did have visuals, if you would send those to us electronically is just fine, so we can understand better the concerns, and encourage you, if you haven't already, even though it sounds like maybe you have, to connect with our staff who can advise you of where we are with the permitting process. And as has been alluded to before, there are certain...
I just wanted to point out that those are all neighbors of Lynn Porphyry, and I don't know if you know Lynn, but she has kept me apprised of the developments on an hourly, if not minute-by-minute basis.
Then
so we're very familiar
what I would suggest, Mr. Almond, is that while we appreciate hearing from you, I think we're on it. So I think it's best that we as a board step back, because there is no greater efficacious way of having this properly administered than through Ms. Lynn Porphyry, Chief of Staff to County Manager Mark Schwartz. Next, Ms. Delidi, thank you and the cohort from Moms Demand Action. Very much personally, and I think the board would agree, love what you've done with the Hope Garden. It's a terrific addition next to that monumental tree that we have here at Courthouse. It's looking great. It's fabulous. And we did see your request to have a permanent water source or a cistern installed. And I do believe, Mr. Schwartz, that has made its way to our Department of Parks and Recreation. If you have a sense of the considerations there, we'd love to hear it, but certainly...
This is actually the first time I've heard of it, but I would note, I think, as you mentioned, that we've worked very closely with the group, and we will do whatever we can to make sure, it's turning into, I think, a reflective and almost sacred spot to make sure that we can get water there in the best way possible.
Thank you. So I do have high hopes for success, and our staff is the best source to make that happen, but we do thank you for coming this morning. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I just want to, it's interesting to me how much has all woven together with gardens and trees and cisterns and water and climate change. And I'll just remark that a cistern really, I think in the long term, Mr. Gutschall's talked about this a little bit, we're getting a lot more rain, so we're going to be needing to catch the water. But my understanding is with climate change, after about 15, 20 years, it's going to start drying up, which means we need to preserve water. So cisterns now can help contain the water, but also in the future could help handle issues that we may have with drought from time to time here. So thank you for coming forward. Thank you for all you do. I did check a little bit on the website and looked at the Be Smart campaign and the things that you all are doing, and boy, you're really branching out. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ms. Crystal.
So at the risk of prolonging the public comment period with a heavy docket ahead of us, I just wanted to note, as I'm sure the Moms Demand Group is aware, that today is the 7th anniversary of the murders at Sandy Hook. And we actually were anticipating, we'd had some word that we would have a pretty significant contingent of protesters or demonstrators this morning arguing that Arlington, like some other jurisdictions around the Commonwealth, should be a Second Amendment sanctuary, which is to say not enforce some of the laws that we are very hopeful actually will result from this upcoming General Assembly session. I just wanted to profoundly thank you all. I think the advocacy and the leadership that you show, not as politicians, but as community members, as mothers and dads and leaders, has helped create the kind of community where actually we are fighting to be a sanctuary from gun violence. I am in awe of your work and your advocacy, and I thank you, and I am very hopeful that in Virginia, at least, we may be recognizing the next anniversary of Sandy Hook, feeling perhaps a little more confident that our community may be free from that kind of gun violence going forward. So thank you. I'm really glad that you're here this morning.
Thank you. And Ms. Clement, who came with concerns about upzoning, and even though we have tried to spend a fair amount of time through letters and other communications trying to comfort or inform people that there is no decision about upzoning, however you define it, that this board is engaged in. What we are engaged in is in a comprehensive study of what are the policy, regulatory, investment changes that may be needed for Arlington to do two things: have an housing supply in number that better meets the needs of the growth that is forecast for the region and for this community, to have the availability of housing types that meet the way people currently want to live in our community, and to make sure we have housing that is provisioned in a sustainable way, both environmentally and in terms of being located next to transit corridors that enhance the livability of people who may live in that housing. That's a big lift that requires lots of study, and we have initiated an effort to do that study. We call it Housing Arlington, and in fact, on Tuesday, we will have an initial report or an early report from staff outlining how they've scoped how we should proceed with taking on studying this big issue. But it's not a study of a particular outcome that can be defined with a single word. It is that comprehensive approach that I alluded to a little bit. So I would encourage Ms. Clement and anyone else who's concerned about housing-related matters to visit housing.arlingtonva.us, where clearly this is spelled out and will be further added to with resources as they become available, including as soon as this Tuesday, where this is discussed as part of the manager's report. Sometime we expect between 4 and 5 p.m. on Tuesday, December 17th. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify something, because I think that Ms. Clement and I, we often agree on things, on issues, and we sometimes disagree. But in this case, it's not a matter of agree or disagree. I think there's a factual correction that I want to make sure is clear, which is I do not see how there could be any thought that the direction that I believe that this board is looking to go to take the county and the community, where the community wants to go with our Housing Arlington initiative, that somehow that is at all consistent with the clear cutting of a large lot and the construction of 4 McMansions. The two are just completely inseparable. There's really or two separate, completely separate phenomena. One is the artifact of our existing zoning ordinance, and we are looking at modernizing our zoning ordinance. And the other is a completely new direction that is much more focused, as you just described, on all throughout the county and being much more thoughtful about how we deliver housing units. I just want to make sure that there's no conflation out there in the community between tear down and new construction of single-family homes and housing Arlington.
Thank you. And we heard from Ms. Norland, who gave us gave us some information, on ways in which there are national conversations about innovation on policy that can protect trees and enhance tree canopy. I was unfamiliar with it. I don't know if our staff was familiar with those resources, but certainly by your bringing them to our attention today, they are now aware of them, and we certainly do at least express general support for the idea that we need to avail ourselves of any and all opportunities to understand best practices and connect with a network of people who maybe are farther along than we are. We do not presume that we in Arlington are as far along as we can be in all areas, and part of what is a community that aspires to be great, one of the things you have to do is to learn from people who have something to offer. So we thank you for letting us know about that resource. Anyone else? So with that, we do thank all of our public commenters for coming this morning. A variety of interests and topics that were brought before the board, as is usually the case, and you've given us a lot to chew on, and we thank you for your time today. We are now ready to move into our regular hearing. And I note, I'm actually going to give people who want to leave a chance to do so, and then maybe we can reconfigure the room and have some more seats open up. Oh yeah, that's true. We do have to do that, but we will let this shift change take place. All right, I think we can proceed because this shift change is happening so quietly. So why don't we move on to our consent agenda, and Ms. Jacobs, if you can outline for us any items that have been pulled from today's consent agenda, we would appreciate it.
Yes, we have item number 12 has been pulled. It's a use permit for the children's school at 4770 Lee Highway.
Okay, item number 12 has been pulled. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, I'd like to move adoption of the consent agenda minus item number 12.
So we have a motion by Ms. Garvey that's been properly seconded simultaneously by Mr. Gutschall and Mr. DeFerranti. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The board has approved its consent agenda with the exception of item number 12. So the consent agenda is an opportunity for the board to deal with the dozens of items that are on its docket in an expeditious way. The items are put on the consent agenda not because they are not important, but because they are thought to be non-controversial. I'd like to take a few moments to highlight some items that the board has approved. Item number 20, Boston Marymount University Metro Rail Station improvements. The board approved a $5.5 million contract to undertake major improvements to the bus stops and seating areas along North Fairfax Drive and North Stewart Street, location of the Boston Metro. Each of the 9 bus stops will get larger bus shelters that will better accommodate passengers as they wait for buses at that very important transit location. And it will also equip those bus shelters with real-time information displays. Streetlights will also be upgraded, and the existing bus driveway on Fairfax Drive will be replaced with 4 new bus bays. On North Stewart Street, the sidewalk will be upgraded to comply with requirements for the Americans with Disabilities Act, and we will also add new landscaping and enhance the ability for pedestrians to circulate. There will be temporary bus bays that will be constructed that will allow buses to keep serving the station during construction, which is anticipated to start in early spring next year and will last for about a year and a half. Item number 19 is our item number 19. The board authorized a nearly $4 million contract to make improvements to the Lee Highway, North Glebe Road intersection. Very busy intersection in Arlington, and these improvements will make it safer and easier to travel through for drivers and pedestrians alike, and will reduce cut-through traffic on adjacent residential neighborhood streets. The project will widen North Glebe Road to add northbound and southbound full-width turn lanes at the intersection. It will also add curb and gutters, sidewalks and driveways, storm sewers, street lights, water mains, pavement and pavement markings, and improve bus stops as well. There will be improvements to the existing traffic signal at that intersection, and construction will start in the spring and will last for 2 years. Item number 25, an agreement that will allow Arlington and the city of Alexandria to work to improve the opportunities for people who want training as a way to develop their careers. So we have been awarded a $200,000 federal grant to partner on funding creative workforce development efforts in both of our communities. This is part of a joint effort by Arlington and Alexandria to ensure that as we have incredible investment in areas proximate to our jurisdictions, that there is an opportunity for there to be benefits for the community to improve skills that increase their earning power and hopefully mitigate their involuntary displacement. This particular grant will target 25 individuals in both Arlington and Alexandria who are vulnerable to economic pressures, and they will receive skills training, English instruction, and access to GED and occupational certification programs. And then item number 17, Signature Theater. The board acted to continue our partnership with Signature Theater. As you may know, Signature is both a cultural and an economic asset to Arlington. Its award-winning productions are a regional draw for Shirlington's restaurants and shops, and a cornerstone for the arts in Arlington. By allowing Signature to continue using county-owned facility at 3806 South 4 Mile Run Drive until 2032, we are signaling the county's ongoing support for this important cultural institution. And we hope that this facilitates allowing Signature to remain a part of our community for many, many years to come. For the item that was pulled, item number 12, we will hold public hearings and consider that on Tuesday, December 17th at our recess meeting, and that will start no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Now we are ready to move to our regular agenda. And Ms. Jacobs, before you call that item, I do want to note that there seem to be a number of new or infrequent attendees at today's meeting. First of all, I would like to wholeheartedly welcome you. I'll take a couple of minutes to explain how things will work as our hearing unfolds. If you are here to speak on an item that is a part of our agenda, you must complete and return to our clerk a speaker slip before the first person is called for public testimony. We will have a number of presentations before we actually get to public testimony, but at the point at which that first person is called, no speaker slips can be accepted on that item. If you are representing yourself, you can choose to speak for 2 or 3 minutes. If you are representing an organization, you can speak for 2, 3, or 5 minutes. Please note that organizations only get one individual to speak for that 5-minute period. There will be an audible tone for all speakers as you reach 30 seconds remaining for your comments. At that point, you should begin to know that you are on the clock to wrap up, and when your time has expired, please immediately conclude your remarks. We do discourage repetitious testimony as it delays the ability of other people who have come to speak to offer different perspectives on the matter at hand. Simply associating yours with another perspective that has already been voiced is not only allowed, it is wholeheartedly encouraged. I ask that you also refrain from audible expressions while others are talking, and I ask that you not disrupt the proceedings to express your pleasure or your displeasure with the perspectives that are being voiced. One of the things that kind of works around here, if you want to cheer something that someone has said, is to do a silent affirmation with your hands, and that will be good enough, and it will allow our proceedings to proceed efficiently. Now, does anyone, and you can just give me a show of hands, does anyone have a problem with or a concern with the procedures that I've just outlined and don't think that they can participate under those guidelines? Terrific. We're going to have a wonderful hearing then. So we appreciate you all being here, and Ms. Jacobs, we're ready to begin with our first item.
Item number 40, site plan number 1059, major site plan amendment to conditions and related requests, vacations and modifications at Met Park Phases 6, 7, and 8, located at 1201 and 1201 through 1429 South Fern Street, 1232 through 1450 South East Street, 520 12th Street South, and 501 and 525 15th Street South.
All right, we are now ready to begin with our staff presentation. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me this morning to make the presentation is Peter Schultz, assisted by Joanne Gabor, and we will have other staff available as needed, depending on specific issues.
Okay, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for Metropolitan Park Phases 6 and a combined Phase 7 and 8. There are 5 applications associated with this: a master transportation plan amendment, a phased development site plan amendment to the Pentagon City phased development site plan, site plans for 2 office buildings, Met Park 6 and a combined Met Park 7 and 8, site plan amendments for Met Park Phases 1 through 3, and associated utility vacations requests. These requests are made by JBG Smith on behalf of Amazon, who will purchase the site for a part of their Arlington headquarters. The outline in pink is the Pentagon City phased development site plan area of about 114 acres. Metropolitan Park is the subset to the farthest east against Eade Street. The blue dotted line is an exception to the phased development site plan, Pentagon City. That's the Pentagon Center phased development site plan. So just to orient everyone to the subject site. Metropolitan Park, being a subset of the Pentagon City phased development site plan, was also planned to be developed in phases. And you see the existing conditions here with the last remnants of the 1950s era warehouses, the sites of both 6 and combined 7, 8. Each phase was responsible for providing segments of the new planned internal street network and segments of a planned new public park. The subject site zoning is CO 2.5, as is most of the Pentagon City phased development site plan area. The general land use plan designation is 3/4 high medium residential, 1/4 medium office apartment hotel. These are the phased development site plan planning goals and objectives that were adopted way back in 1976 as part of the Pentagon City phased development site plan that has been a several-decade process of developing what had been vacant brickyards and government warehouses from post-war era. I'm not going to read every one of the goals and objectives, but I should point out that they are compatible with our planning goals even to this day. It was very innovative for its time, a desirable mix of uses where people live, work, and shop. Highest densities to the north and east, and building heights should be varied to break up the skyline, and we will discuss some of these later. To show you the evolution of Pentagon City from 1976 to the present, it was planned to be a balanced housing, workforce, and retail area. However, the first few decades favored office and commercial development. And in fact, as you see through multiple acts of the county board through the brown arrows, the county board ended up shifting density, especially residential density, to the Metropolitan Park site, such that by the early 2000s, Metropolitan Park was not planned to be a balanced area, but an exclusively residential area with some ground floor retail. When Metropolitan Park was ready to develop in the early 2000s, There was a planning process for this area developed with the first approved building. It was expected to be an entirely residential project. However, the design guidelines that were not formally adopted but have guided planning decisions at Metropolitan Park ever since 2004 have principles that qualify either residential or could apply, I should say, either to residential or office development. It had guidelines for height, massing, architecture, transportation, and open space. Design guidelines for height, for instance, contemplated 3 22-story buildings. Of course, as I said before, since much of the residential density of Pentagon City was shifted to Metropolitan Park, it was expected that these 3 22 stories would be residential buildings. And there is indeed one 22-story residential building, the Bartlett, that is currently constructed. The applicant is requesting a change to the phase development site plan that would permit, instead of 2 more residential buildings at 22 stories, 2 office buildings at residential stories. The result would still be, as planned all along, 3 22-story resident buildings, I should say, facing the eastern side of the site, Eade Street. Guidelines for massing show varied skylines, varied heights for individual buildings, such that and it would not be a slab of a building that is at 22 stories. The highest heights concentrated more towards the center. The far right, you see heights, heights tapering down to 15th Street, where there is currently the 3 or 4 story Lofts 590 development. Building base can apply to both residential or office development with active uses such as retail or retail equivalents. So the several applications that the applicant is making to facilitate the development of the 2 office buildings. The first is a master transportation plan amendment, which is almost identical to what was done to Metropolitan Park 4 and 5 originally. There were cul-de-sac streets in both 7 and 8 and Metropolitan Park 4 and 5. These were internal service streets only and not intended to relieve traffic or to facilitate through traffic. They were intended just for service. And so Met Park Bartlett, it was modified in that case. And in this case, the applicant, in order to create what would have been an internal private open space for a residential building. This was never, area was never intended to be dedicated to the public. Instead, creating a floor plate that meets their needs while also creating additional open space that will be dedicated to the public. So turning that internal space and facing it outward to the additional 2-acre central park that was envisioned all along. There were 3 components to the phased development site plan amendment: a change of use from residential to office using an accepted conversion factor we have used several times before in the Penn Place when converting density from residential to office or vice versa. An amendment to the height, whereas the PDSP said 3 residential 22-story buildings. The amendment is 1 residential and 2 22-story office buildings. And density is converting that residential density that was allocated to Met Park, the remaining about 1,200 units, to office gross floor area, and then incorporate additional density the applicant is requesting that will need to be earned through the provisions of site plan amenities. To give you an idea of how the applicant has complied with the height and massing requirements of the site plan, of the Metropolitan Park Design Guidelines. They will show you in their own presentation a little more, but varied roof lines, especially as it gets towards the plaza. You can see a much lower roof line towards 15th Street as recommended in the Metropolitan Park Design Guidelines. The intent is to frame this new public park. The design guidelines, they are proposing a few modifications to the design guidelines, including adding additional retail or retail equivalents along Eade Street. The original plan was for retail mostly to line Fern Street, but the applicant is proposing retail and retail equivalents, including also childcare center open to the public, as they will mention later. The applicant's proposal completes the phasing according to the design guidelines with amendments based on this specific application, including the last approximately half-acre segment of public open space that will make up the originally planned part of the Central Park, as well as additional open space ringing the Central Park too that will be dedicated to the public, adding to, therefore, more than 2 acres of new public open space. The applicant will go more in detail into the proposed architecture. The architectural guidelines of the Met Park plan did encourage variety in design. It did also have recommendations for the more traditional use of materials. And the applicant has tried to make an effort to make the buildings contextual, including the use of dark brick, terracotta, some cast stone as recommended in the design guidelines, while also providing the light that is common for modern office development. At the ground level, very little would change. There is ground floor retail or active retail equivalent uses. The guidelines encourage the use of canopies over public rights-of-way. And in this particular area, the use of canopies over private, there will be some, I should say, the public open space framing the new public open space where the lobbies are, as recommended in the design guide, that the building lobbies open out onto this public open space. The proposed public space, the applicant is providing and constructing and providing an easement for the required segment per the design guidelines, and in addition, additional plaza areas that will be dedicated to the public. The applicant is in fact, this will all be area dedicated to the public. The areas against the building, the applicant has incorporated outdoor cafe areas that will not intrude into the proposed public space. All of this space, the last completed part of the Center Park and the new public open space, will be part of a master planning process led by the county but funded by the applicant. And the applicant, subject to agreements with the adjacent property owners in Metropolitan Park, will construct and maintain the entire more than 2-acre public open space there. And this is, the applicant, I think, has an exhibit of this, but the magenta line is showing the entire area that would be the subject of the Department of Parks and Recreation-led public park planning process if this project is approved. The applicant is requesting modifications to the zoning regulations, additional density of approximately 585,000 square feet. This is consistent with the zoning ordinance as recently amended by the county board, wherein applicants for site plans can earn additional density above what the base allows through provisions for environmental factors, through provisions for contributions to affordable housing, contributions to public open space, contributions or constructions of off-site transportation improvements and open space improvements. Next. The site plan features and amenities. The standard amenities that are part of this site plan development, I won't read them all, but includes $7.5 million base AHIF contribution, $225,000 for public art. The column on the right are the amenities that are associated with that request for additional density. The applicant is committing to LEED Platinum certification along with Arlington priority credits, an additional $12.5 million contribution to the Arlington Housing Investment Fund, public use of the conference center space, off-site transportation improvements, including additional protected bike lanes off of their site, and $14 million for planning and construction of the adjacent Met Park segments. The maintenance is separate. That is not part of that $14 million. The last application is an amendment actually to the existing phases 1, 2, 3 residential buildings owned by others. There was a site plan condition in the early 2000s imposed that required dedication and fee simple to the county of some public streets. The streets are currently in easement. The streets are all facets of private, or I should say of a public street. The county has the right to patrol the streets, to sign the streets, to regulate parking on those streets. For all intents and purposes, they are public streets, except that the applicant, the owners, I should say, are responsible for maintenance and plowing of those streets. The applicant is requesting a condition that eliminates that requirement. The streets will remain an easement, and the current owners of phases 1, 2, and 3 will continue to maintain the streets as they're required to by the current site plan conditions. This has been the culmination. There's a six-month public engagement process. At least the county components are listed here, irrespective of what the applicant has done separately on their own. Everything from July 10th, a kickoff community meeting, 1 long-range planning committee meeting, 3 site plan review committee meetings, presentations to multiple advisory conditions, more than is typical for a site plan of these. Most recently, the Housing Commission, who recommended approval. The Planning Commission recommended approval 11-1 of the site plan, subject to that the community benefits and amenities conditions, which they did not see at the time because they were still under negotiation, be incorporated into the site plan, and they are. They're the conditions at the end of the staff report. The conclusions are, staff's conclusions, that the applications advance the principles of the adopted general land use plan, of the Pentagon City Master Plan adopted and has been built out over nearly 50 years, the Metropolitan Park Design Guidelines. The additional density above the base is appropriately mitigated with the offered benefits associated with that additional density. Building massing is carefully designed, and the skyline meets the Metropolitan Park Design Guidelines. I should mention that all of those proposed mitigations are based on adopted countywide policies adopted by the county board, the Master Transportation Plan, the Public Space Master Plan, and the Affordable Housing Master Plan. The proposed zoning modifications are appropriate for the site, result in better design. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the items A through E, the site plan applications and the associated utility vacation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. That concludes the staff report. We're ready to hear from our applicant.
Good morning, Chairman Dorsey, county board members, county staff. It is a pleasure for me to be here today to present our vision for Amazon's new Arlington headquarters. My name is John Shuttler. I am the Vice President of Global Real Estate and Facilities. It's been a remarkable year. We opened our first offices and began hiring for our second headquarters in Arlington. We're also excited to break ground on the first phase of our HQ2 development, and we look forward to discussing those plans with you this morning. Today, we'll share an overview of the proposed Met Park project. At the table with me are Brian Earl, our lead architect with ZGF, Nan Walsh, our land use counsel with Walsh Colucci, and Brian Stout, Amazon Senior Manager for U.S. Public Policy. And behind me, you will see a number of people, and they include our consultants, such as our civil engineer, transportation, sustainability, labor relations, as well as representatives from JBG Smith and Seneca Group, our development partners. In preparation for this hearing, we have met with the Long-Range Planning and Site Plan Review Committee, the Transportation Commission, E2C2, the Disability Advisory Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Housing Commission, and the Planning Commission. We've also presented to the Crystal City Bid and Aurora Highlands Civic Association to share our plans and to listen to their feedback. We've appreciated the opportunity to engage with a wide range of community stakeholders and value the time citizen volunteers have committed to the review and betterment of our project. We started our design process by studying the existing planning and site and Arlington's overarching planning principles. From the beginning, we found strong alignment with our own values, and we created a set of precepts that we gave to the design team to use as guideposts and inspiration for our design. These precepts have informed our design, and some key areas of alignment are plans to complete Met Park and expand on it with increased and new public open space, connecting the street grid, tapering building heights, adding an on-site daycare, adding variety ground floor retail, consolidating and minimizing location for loading and parking, offering facilities for bike and other non-vehicular modes of transportation, and pursuing highly sustainable design practices. Earlier this year, we began hiring and opened our first office in Crystal City. This slide shows the 3 phases of development for our headquarters in Arlington. Phase 1 entails our occupancy of more than 500,000 square feet of renovated office space in Crystal City. Met Park and Penn Place, consisting of approximately 4.2 million square feet, will comprise phases 2 and 3 for our headquarters. For us, the ability to have a concentrated location that can accommodate our 25,000 employees in an easily walkable environment between the buildings is of critical importance. Being that this is new construction, these 2 phases present us with new opportunities to create a unique and special place that will integrate with the surrounding community. Now I'll turn it over to Brian Earl to give you an overview of the site, project design, and sustainability features.
Thank you, John, for that introduction. Metropolitan Park was originally planned in the early 2000s as a mixed-use, transit-oriented development. It sits at a critical juncture between Pentagon City and Crystal City to the east, and when completed will serve as an important link that stitches these 2 neighborhoods together. It was envisioned as 8 buildings around a central green, of varying heights, with the highest densities culminating in 3 22-story buildings along the eastern edge. Over the 15 years since, 5 of those 8 phases have been completed, and we are here today to present to you the last 3 phases, 6, 7, and 8. Today, the site is occupied by a 1-story warehouse and surface parking. It is over 90% impervious. Removing the existing warehouse allows for the extension of 14th Street and Elm Street through the site. This breaks the existing superblock down into 2 pedestrian scale blocks of between 200 and 300 feet in length. If we take those prescribed setbacks in the design guidelines and extrude them to the height of 22 stories, you can see here the maximum development envelope. From there, we began to carve back. The first move we made was to push the towers away from the park and from the residential to the south. And then, by introducing a series of vertical steps, we further tapered the massing, establishing height relationships to neighboring projects and buildings, and enhancing the visual porosity throughout the site. Along the street edges, we pushed and pulled that mass further to create a scale consistent with the neighborhood and to introduce a rhythm to the street wall. This approach is well aligned with the original vision of the Metropolitan Park, which is shown on the left. The massing maintains and enhances the view sheds and sunlight to the park within. Furthermore, the tower has been realigned to frame the park as was the original intent. In addition, we've introduced 2 new plazas on the southwest corner of the park to further create diversity among the open space. And these plazas frame what will be a new entrance to the park from the east, connecting to Crystal City. The ground floor of the site has been laid out to enhance the pedestrian experience. It is shown here. This view is rotated 90 degrees, so north is to your right. With that arrangement, the service functions have been pushed to the edge across from existing loading docks on the Bartlett and the Gramercy. We've located the building lobbies, bike entrances, and daycare along the park to facilitate active uses during the day. The bulk of the lobby functions have been pushed up to the 2nd floor, and this helps both minimize their size and frees up the remainder of the ground floor for active ground floor uses, including uninterrupted retail along 15th Street and East Street that totals over 69,000 square feet. This is 3 times what was called for in the design guidelines. Amazon views vibrant street-level retail as an amenity for their employees and also for the community. They prioritize partnering with local retail tenants that fit well into the neighborhood and will work hard to have their retail open when the building is opened. They plan to offer a range of options, like those shown here, including restaurants, entertainment, childcare, and specialty services, and have already launched a process to incorporate community feedback into the retail planning. As staff noted, the project will make significant improvements to the open space network, including the expansion of Metropolitan Park, including an additional acre of new public open space in the form of a park extension and 2 plazas. In addition, there's a half acre of open space along the eastern edge of the site in an extension of the linear park that was started with the Bartlett. Connecting and stitching these spaces together is 14th and Elm Streets, which we have proposed with flush curbs and special paving to create a seamless pedestrian experience. The final design will be developed through Arlington County's Park Master Planning process, which will begin early next year and includes all of the areas shown in pink. As part of that process, we will engage in a series of workshops, including local community organizations, neighboring landowners, and county staff. And to lead that process alongside Amazon, we have engaged James Corner Field Operations, who some of you may know from their work on the High Line in New York City. Amazon is committed to supporting well-programmed and well-used public open space, including events like farmers markets, food trucks, outdoor movies, and much more. 2 elements that we heard repeatedly through the public engagement process so far as important to this community are a playground and a dog park, and we are very supportive of both of those additions to the Central Park. This image on the top right shown here is Amazon's Day One Plaza in Seattle, where an outdoor retail seating, a dog park, and overhead weather protection combine to create an inviting pedestrian experience. When the project is complete, it will represent over 2.5 acres of new renovated open space for the community. In addition to the ground floor open space, there's an abundance of additional open space on the roofs of the buildings that will total over an acre, providing outdoor space for Amazon's employees, as well as an inviting view from neighboring buildings. Of this area, at least 55% will be landscaped with native plantings, and the remainder outdoor gathering spaces. The project also includes significant transportation improvements, including 2 new roads, expanded sidewalks and street trees on 4 additional streets, 3 new traffic signals, and timing adjustments to several more, as well as enhancements to 3 existing bus stops. Of particular interest during the engagement process were the proposed bicycle infrastructure of the project. In addition to providing large at-grade bike rooms for employees, we will be constructing over a half mile of upgraded protected bike lanes along Eads and 15th Street. On Eads, they will extend the length of Metropolitan Park, including in front of the Bartlett, from 12th Street to 15th Street, and when combined with improvements proposed for the Crystal Houses projects, which you will hear later today, will run uninterrupted all the way down to 23rd Street. Along 15th, they will extend from Elm on the west all the way to Route 1 to the east, where future planning improvements will extend them all the way to Crystal Drive. As a local bike commuter, I see this as a big improvement and a great example to the broader bike network. In order to minimize commuting by single occupancy vehicles and encourage the use of transit, Amazon has proposed a robust transportation demand management plan. That plan starts first with low parking ratios at a space of 1 per 1,125 square feet of development. These are lower than what they have in Seattle and among the lowest in the county. As part of that program, Amazon employees will receive monthly commuter benefits to allow them to take advantage of the area's robust transportation system. These benefits are intended to cover 100% of the average transit cost commuting within the region. Amazon also encourages carpooling through its van pool program. Benefits include free parking and reserved parking spaces located in convenient locations in the garage. 2% of parking spaces will be reserved for electric vehicles with charging stations, and we have also built in additional capacity to increase the number of those spaces as demand increases. Employees and visitors will be charged for parking. We don't know exactly how much yet, but we will set parking rates such that employees who drive alone to work will have among the highest out-of-pocket commuting expenses. And while employees will likely pay for parking on a monthly basis, Amazon is proposing tracking systems to reimburse employees for each day that they do not drive to work as an extra encouragement for use of alternative modes of transportation on the days that they do not need a car. And with that overview of the improvements, I'm going to walk you around the buildings, give you a sense of the architecture, and that experience that you will see when these buildings are complete. So here we are, we're sitting at the corner of 15th and Eads, looking north at building 7-8. Sits at a critical juncture where Crystal City meets Pentagon City. You can see how the building's massing steps down towards 15th Street, and also pushes back to highlight the entrance of the park on the far right. The base of the buildings are expressed as a rich terracotta cradle that complements the surrounding buildings and harkens back to the fact that this was at one time a brick manufacturing facility. Into this cradle is inserted a more exuberant glassy tower expression that will identify the project in the skyline. The tower elements are clad with a series of colored fins that respond to the building's solar exposure and provide shade to the facade. In addition, the upper floors of the buildings include operable windows, provide individual control for users, and to foster connections to both the neighborhood and to the natural environment. And with that, I'm going to zoom in now to the bottom left of this image and walk you around the base to show you what pedestrians will experience on a daily basis. This is the southwest corner, and you can see the generous taper from 22 to 14 to 3 stories. That 3-story expression at 50 feet tall is the same height as the buildings across the street. In the foreground, on the second floor, the bright orange expression there, that glass box, is a 700-person event center that looks out over the street. Amazon has a similar meeting center in Seattle, which is used outside of business hours for a wide range of community events. And they are committed to providing similar opportunities here at Met Park. Below the meeting center, the retail continues all along and brings you back to that corner of 15th and Eads. This is a close-up view of that corner. You can see the richness of the terracotta masonry cradle as expressed through a series of punched openings. Complementing that are a variety of other materials, including copper-colored vertical fins and warm wood elements. Moving down Eads Street, this is the linear park on Eads, and you'll be presented with a vibrant and generous pedestrian experience. The buildings are set back 34 feet from the edge of the street and are provided with a wide 12-foot clear sidewalk. On the left will be a rich mix of retailers, restaurants and eateries, and a series of canopies, varying in height, provide weather protection, warmth, and an inviting pedestrian scale. Across the sidewalk on the right, we envision a string of outdoor landscape rooms with cafe seating, rich native plantings, and shade structures that complement the retail and provide gathering spaces for small groups. As you come down to 14th Street, you are presented with that gateway, that new entrance to the Central Park. The buildings step back and create a layering of spaces to invite the public in. In the foreground, you can see the protected cycle track that will run down Eads and connect to the greater county network. Stepping in, here is a view from the park looking back at the building entrances. The entrances and lobbies are expressed as a pair of pavilions that both welcome visitors and frame the edges of the park. And lastly, this is a view from the southern edge of the park, of the plaza on 7-8, looking north towards the Bartlett in the distance and Building 6 in the foreground. The line of trees on the left of this image are the edge of the existing park, so everything to the right that you see is that new outdoor open space where Amazon is looking forward to hosting the community when the project is complete. In regards to sustainability, when we first filed our plans, our buildings were designed to meet LEED Gold. That has always been a minimum target for us, and we have been aiming much higher. We announced at our last SPRC that we will be pursuing LEED Platinum. This was made possible through aggressively pursuing energy and water efficiency, carbon reduction, and indoor enhancements and operational improvements. And we are now sitting at 81 points with another 11 alternates, so we're very comfortably at LEED Platinum. As a result of our sustainability focus, Met Park will achieve a minimum of 20% energy savings below the ASHRAE baseline, 50% water savings below building code, 75% carbon emissions reductions in operations, and as part of a goal to be powered by 100% renewable energy by 2030, Amazon is working to secure net new non-carbon renewable energy for this campus no later than that date. With that, I'll turn it back over to John to wrap up.
Thank you, Brian. Our buildings at Met Park align with Amazon's climate pledge and advance both Amazon and Arlington County's climate goals. This project will deliver over 2 million square feet of space and will be powered by 100% local renewable energy by 2030. In September, Amazon's pledge to be net zero carbon by 2040 is 10 years ahead of the Paris Climate Agreement. As part of this commitment, Amazon will measure and report greenhouse gas emissions on a regular basis, implement decarbonization strategies in line with the Paris Agreement, including improved efficiency, material reduction, renewable energy, and other carbon emission elimination strategies. Any remaining emissions will be neutralized through quantifiable, real, permanent, and socially beneficial offsets by 2040. Arlington County's Community Energy Plan and Amazon's Climate Pledge show our shared leadership on climate change. We've been working closely with the county manager and his staff on our community benefit package. There is strong alignment on our values and the priorities raised by the community and county staff. First and foremost is our commitment to the creation or preservation of affordable housing units. We are committed to extraordinary open space improvements, including 1.5 acres of new open space and improvements to existing Metropolitan Park. Transportation improvements will focus on enhancing pedestrian and bike safety and promote alternative modes of transportation. We will provide a significant amount of new retail to the neighborhood and a daycare for 160 children. We're also happy to share our 700-person capacity meeting center with the county and community groups. Finally, our package focuses on sustainability measures that achieve and go beyond LEED Platinum. At Amazon, we are thinking big about how we can help create a sustainable future. These community benefits address key priorities that Amazon and Arlington share. We've been pleased to see that many of our plans are very much in line with the livability framework put forward by Crystal City, Aurora Highlands, and Arlington Ridge Civic Associations. We plan to continue to engage with our neighbors moving forward. It is our hope that the final project design and this community benefit package together demonstrate the strong collaboration we've had with the community to create a project we can all be proud of. In addition, the commitments associated with Met Park we will continue to work, in addition to the commitments associated with Met Park, we will continue to look for ways we can make an impact in Arlington community. Over the last year, we've met with more than 100 nonprofit and community groups, civic associations, and educational institutions to share our plans for HQ2 and lay the groundwork for successful community and workforce development partnerships. Thanks in great part to feedback we've received, we've already made some strategic investments in local organizations such as the Arlington Community Foundation, La Cocina, and the Carpenters Shelter, and expanded our Amazon Future Engineers program to more than 35 schools throughout the Commonwealth. From the many conversations we've had throughout the region, we understand that active, sustained engagement and participation in the community dialogue is the Arlington way, which is why we hired a dedicated HQ2 community engagement lead to continue building these relationships. Amazon is focused on making sure the entire community shares in the opportunities that come with our new headquarters. And for me, that starts with the construction of our buildings to ensure high labor standards on our projects. The importance of the project's labor standards cannot be understated. We are confident the high labor standards we have set and the auditing and compliance mechanisms we have put in place will support a well-compensated, high-quality, and diverse construction workforce. We are firmly committed to getting this right. Issues such as wage theft, worker misclassification, and other forms of payroll fraud were new issues for me. In the construction of over 40 buildings in Seattle, we have never dealt with these kinds of unfair labor practices. We have come to understand, however, the troubling history of such practices in the construction industry in this region, and we have therefore taken significant steps to prevent these types of activities from occurring on our projects and to swiftly address them should they occur. We are contractually requiring all general contractors, subcontractors, and tiers on the Met Park project to pay all non-salaried workers Davis-Bacon wage and fringe benefit rates. This provides a minimum wage standard for all bidders and ensures the payment of competitive wages. Independent or 1099 contractors will not be allowed unless approved by Amazon. We have hired a third-party labor administration team to oversee the implementation, monitoring, and reporting of Amazon's labor standards and compliance. This team's responsibilities include an online compliance portal, real-time payroll and compliance monitoring, job site visits, investigation and audit procedures, as well as be a resource for our construction workforce and other stakeholders if issues arise. We will provide notice to the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades Unions and Carpenters Union of some contractor packages when we are going out to bid to encourage union participation. We are committed to developing a productive working relationship with the unions, and we value their participation on this project. The online compliance platform will also allow us to track and promote workforce participation for diverse workers and businesses in local markets. We are coordinating with our general contractor to identify various skills needed for our Arlington headquarters projects. This information will be used to help guide the activities of our workforce and training partners throughout the region as they create and expand pathways to construction trades for Arlington headquarters and other projects throughout the region. These steps, the first of their kind in the region, are a demonstration of Amazon's values and our commitment to raise the bar for the local construction workforce who will build our new headquarters in Arlington. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and thank you again to the county staff and all of the engaged community members throughout the site plan review process this past year. And we look forward to continuing this collaboration in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shuttler. Does that conclude the applicant's presentation? All right, thank you very much. I know we've had a number of commissions that have considered this at various stages. Ms. Jacobs, are the folks at the table inclusive of everyone who from our commissions is going to speak today?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, thank you. All right, Mike, I see you behind Nancy. So this all sort of began with the Long Range Planning Commission. So Ms. Giacomini, thank you very much. Why don't you go first, and then why don't we just go down the line for people who are seated at a microphone. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, the site plan was the subject of one LRPC meeting, and I'm the current chair of LRPC this year. We also had a community meeting at which our chairman, James Schroll, was a member, and we had 3 SPRC meetings, each and about 3.5 hours of PC deliberation. I don't want the brevity of my report to belie the great deal of time and effort all of the participants have put into this project. So on behalf of the Planning Commission, I want to thank the chair of our SPRC, Commissioner Guerin, who is here with me today, and her co-chair, Commissioner Weir, and all the SPRC members, the neighbors, our staff, Peter Schultz, Joanne Gabor, Marco Rivera, and other staff who worked on this, as well as the applicant for all the long hours of good work on this project. Most of our PC time is spent at site plan review, and members put in time. The chairs of those put in even more time, and we are the conveners of the community process. So changes were made over the course of the SPRC, and we all felt that a better plan was being realized at each iteration. At the full commission meeting, we talked about construction and phasing, community benefits, and there were some benefits that were anticipated but not yet included in conditions, as Mr. Schultz said. Those were park planning and delivery, daycare open space, affordable housing contribution. We also talked about the retail and labor issues, as well as the provision of a permanent community liaison for the project. The motions we made reflect our discussions. The Planning Commission recommended the project in near unanimity with the addition of the following recommendations: that there be a site plan condition codifying the park master planning process, and we have that now, it's number 57. A site plan condition that would memorialize the public access to the meeting space, we have that now, it's condition 58 if people care to look at it. It does not mention a smaller meeting space. Instead of 700, would there be opportunities for groups of 10, 20, 15 to perhaps use it? I don't think that that's been finalized, but perhaps the Amazon Community Relations person going forward would work with that. There was also mention at Planning Commission of thinking about a polling place. We are always looking for those in Arlington. That perhaps can be addressed later. A site plan condition memorializing the intent of the draft staff report in relation to affordable housing, and we now have that as well. And it is a very robust provision, and we are all very grateful for that. There are now site plan provisions as well as off-site transportation and the child care use, which is number 61. Affordable housing is number 60. The staff, as I mentioned, also included the condition for the permanent community liaison, that's number 56. So again, the Planning Commission thanks everyone for their good work. And as I noted, Commissioner Guerin is with me, and she and I will be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giacomini. Ms. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to answer questions, and at this point, I'll let the other commissions make their reports.
Thank you very much. And of course, we have all dutifully read the Planning Commission's full report on this, so thank you. Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Bill Ross, and I'm Chair of the Park and Recreation Commission. And the Commission had sent a letter earlier, and we also testified at the Planning Commission meeting on this project. And we just wanted to offer a couple of extra comments. First of all, we appreciate the applicant's proposed focus on the outdoor features of this site, which should enhance the residential and commercial experience, notably in this part of Arlington. And it's our view or opinion that from a broad community perspective, the public space, whether the parks, the plaza, and the streetscapes are the most important aspect of this project. They're the components of the site that the residents and employees and visitors will experience. The proposed additional square footage provided by the park extension and the public plazas are really welcome additions, and they're above and beyond what the Metro Park design guidance had shown us. The proposed site layout is superior in terms of the public space and the urban design compared to the previous plans we had seen. I think Mr. Schultz had noted that there was a lot of square footage that previously was effectively private. It was going to be private open space, as you call it, and that's been brought out into the public with some of the additional plazas there. The Park and Rec Commission looks forward to participating in the public engagement process for the design of all these open spaces. And we just would strongly urge moving forward that all different priorities and needs are taken into account, notably from the neighborhood, the broader Arlington community, and the future employees who are going to be engaged in this site. And we just wanted to say the commitment to maintain the entire, by the applicant to maintain the entire 2-acre spaces is above and beyond. It should really help with the sustainability of this space. We support the addition of the site plan items for codifying the park planning process. And we've seen the other requests for commitment to perpetual maintenance of this area. There was this proposal for a commitment for concurrent building and park construction, and in principle, we're supportive of that. I think the devil be in the details. It's a pretty large building we're putting up there, and so we'll have to see how that works. But we support it in principle. But in any case, we know that it's in the applicant's and the public's interest to get the public spaces developed as soon as possible. I just wanted to make one comment on the $14 million commitment to the open space. And just to say, first of all, it reminds us of the cost of developing successful public spaces in Arlington. And secondly, I want to say it's a good example and signal for what we might want to expect in future projects in our urban corridors in Arlington. We like the plans for the applying green roofs and usable plazas with the biophilic features that we've seen, and we also support the plans we've seen for internal dog runs and the bird-friendly glass designs that are laid out there. And finally, I just wanted to say we look forward to the building of the Eat Street landscape, which looks to contain park-like features, and hopefully it'll provide a successful pedestrian and bicycle-activated retail environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And Mr. Hanna.
Thank you. As chair of E2C2, I am here in support of the site plan amendment for Metro Park 6 and 7-8. We have been pleased and impressed with the work of staff and the Planning Commission in working through a myriad of complex issues and moving this project much closer to being a model for future development in the county. I say that this project is close to being that model, but unfortunately it's not quite there. Though we are supportive of the site plan amendment, we are urging both the developer and staff to continue to improve this project as it moves through the design and construction process. Our biggest request from the outset has been for Amazon to make this project a zero carbon certified project. Zero carbon is a new designation adopted by Arlington that aligns with the Community Energy Plan's goals. It is like net zero, but allows the building owner to procure renewable energy off-site as well as on-site, which is a much easier target for large urban buildings like these. It is our understanding that Amazon has not yet committed to achieve zero carbon certification, but has not ruled it out either. We would like to take this opportunity to urge Amazon to take the steps for the climate and for the Arlington community. It would be a cause for celebration and make well-deserved headlines as the world's largest zero-carbon buildings. This opportunity appears to be within reach, and we would hate to see it slip away. There are several requirements of zero carbon that Amazon is close to reaching. Amazon has said it will offset 100% of the energy used through off-site purchases by 2030. If it could speed up this commitment by about 2 years, this aspect of the project would qualify for zero carbon certification. Amazon has said that the building will be all electric except for emergency generation and commercial kitchens. We would like to see Amazon find creative ways to reduce or eliminate these on-site fossil fuel uses, which is also a requirement of zero carbon. Amazon has estimated that the building will achieve 23.5% energy savings over the ASHRAE 2010 baseline. This is impressive. If they could achieve a slight increase to 25%, they would meet another important zero carbon certification requirement. Amazon has made a number of helpful commitments regarding multimodal transportation goals. We would like to see the company also adopt policies and programs to encourage EV usage by those employees who commute by car. We would also like to see Amazon commit to all EV fleet for company cars at HQ2. Though we've had a strong emphasis on greenhouse gas issues given the recent CEP update and even more recent worrying news of coming global crisis, we are also concerned with the natural green, open space, and casual use space as per the recent Open Spaces Master Plan. We commend the developer for the amount of public open and park space included in the project, but are concerned with the lack of commitment with regard to the natural green versus hardscape in many of these areas. We are strong believers in the value of green space for the quality of life and for the environment, and we support efforts to make Arlington a biophilic city. We look forward to participating in the upcoming park master planning process and are encouraged that it was made a stipulation of the site plan. One small note, though, I think E2C2 would like to see the planning area for that process to be increased to include the linear park along East Street to be within that process so that we end up with as much green space in that area as possible as opposed to hardscape. We would like to thank the Planning Commission for their attention to these issues and doing a great job running a challenging SPRC process. We appreciate your concern for climate and the environment, and we look forward to working with you more broadly on CEP implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanna. And that concludes all of our advisory commissions. We very much thank you for your thoughtful work and also your well-written letters on this project that will very much help us with our discussion and our decision. We're now ready to move into the public testimony portion of our hearing on this item, and Ms. Jacobs, you're on.
Our first speaker is Virginia Diamond, followed by Freddie Lutz.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Virginia Diamond. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Labor Federation. I'm also a member of the Arlington community, as are many of our fellow workers and union members. When Amazon first committed to coming into Arlington, we made it very clear that there was an epidemic of wage theft, misclassification, and payroll fraud in the construction industry here, that it particularly involved exploitation of our immigrant community members, and that it resulted in a lot of suffering and difficulty. We were very concerned that the construction would lead to an exacerbation of income inequality in this community. And our belief was that the community as a whole should benefit from the construction. We were given indications that Amazon took this to heart, that they understood what we were saying, and that they understood that when we suggested that residents of our community should be able to participate in registered union apprenticeship schools so that they could gain the skills, so that they could become part of the middle class, because they would have family-sustaining health care, benefits, pay, pensions, that this was a vision that reflected Arlington's values. And we were led to believe that Amazon would share those values. However, we were very, very disappointed to see that there's rampant wage theft and misclassification on Amazon sites. I understand that they're saying that that won't happen in the future. We're just hoping that there will be some way for us to believe that that's the case going forward. And at this point, we don't have any reason to know that that will be the case. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Diamond.
Freddie Lutz, followed by Timothy Dempsey.
Hi, my name is Freddie Lutz. I'm president of the 23rd Street Business Group and a board member of the Crystal City Bid. It's nice to see friendly faces up there. I'm here to voice my support for my friends at Amazon and their amendment to the Metro Park site. I've been on 23rd Street for 43 years, a good chunk of my life. Prior to the BRAC movement, the Navy, and also the Patent Office moving out of Crystal City at the former Cafe Italia where I worked years ago, on a Friday lunch, we would have 5 waiters on the floor, a host, and a bartender. Currently, we have 1 person doing all of those jobs because business is that slow at lunch on 23rd Street. I don't open Monday through Friday at Freddy's at all because we just simply don't have the foot traffic. It is my hope that Amazon's going to fix all that for us, and I support them in all their endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Timothy Dempsey, followed by Santos Plasencia.
Respected members of the County Board, I'm Tim Dempsey. I'm here on behalf of Our Revolution Arlington. As you'll remember, members of Our Revolution Arlington argued before the County Board back in the spring of 2018 that giving incentives to Amazon would be imprudent because we did not need to incentivize Amazon to do what it was always planning to do. Recent events in New York City have vindicated us. Amazon received no incentive, yet is moving to New York anyway. Then in the fall of 2018, Our Revolution Arlington argued that the county need not passively submit to Amazon's will in the HQ2 project. We urge you to wield your power over the site approval process to compel Amazon to enter into a community benefits agreement with a coalition of civic groups that would address concerns over affordable housing, transportation, and the lack of a project labor agreement. You rebuffed us, and not only did we not get a community benefits agreement, we now have the pleasure of paying millions of dollars in public subsidies to a $1 trillion corporation owned by the richest man on the planet, #wealth tax. While we struggle to deal with the effects of rampant real estate speculation and bear witness to poor working conditions at Amazon construction sites all over Northern Virginia. With this current proposal for Metropolitan Park, and parenthetically I should say, this is for non-carbon neutral or non-zero carbon buildings, which has major ramifications for the county's emission reduction goals. You once again have a chance to stand up to Amazon on behalf of workers, renters, and the larger community. We urge you to please reject this project until Amazon is prepared to meet community needs at the scale required. $20 million for AHIF is not enough, and infrastructure improvements that will be paid largely with TIF grants does not impress us. Please advocate for us, not for Amazon.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Santos Plasencia, followed by Cheryl Ramp.
Could you repeat the prior name called to
Santos.
see if
Santos Plasencia.
Mr. Plasencia? Okay,
Cheryl Ramp.
Ms. Ramp.
Good morning, Chairman Dorsey and members of the County Board. I'm Cheryl Ramp. I'm the Director of Community Relations with the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. I'm not here today to talk about AHIF. I'm not here to talk about density. I am here to talk about our early experiences with Amazon as a corporate partner and our hopes for the future. Like everyone, we were anxious about the pressures on affordable housing, but I am pleased to say how happy we have been at APA about our early partnership development with Amazon. We're grateful to them for the $1 million that they've contributed to our American Legion project, which is enabling us to lower rents for the neediest residents, including veterans here in the county. And we're also grateful that they are partnering with us on providing the Future Engineers program to residents at APA properties, helping us begin what is an ambitious goal of making sure that low-income residents benefit from the technology economy and growth that is coming to our region. It's just a start, but we wanted to take a moment today to testify to the fact that we have started that partnership and are excited about the potential of where it will go in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John Reeder, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is John Reeder. I'm an Arlington resident and chairman of the Arlington Greens. I ask you to reject the site plan proposal for 3 reasons. The 2.1 million square foot project will lead to excessive carbon emissions. Amazon's offer of $20 million for an extra 500,000 square feet of office space is far below the economic value of that space. And finally, Amazon's $20 million offer does nothing to significantly mitigate the negative effect of the project on affordable housing. The environmental effect of this project undercuts the county's goal to meet the Paris Climate Treaty. Amazon should pledge to use 100% renewable power immediately. Although the building is certified LEED, it will not reduce the power. This will lead to a 2% increase in commercial use of natural gas and electricity. How can we rectify a 5% cut required by the Paris Agreement with Amazon's project? A 500,000 square feet of office space, by my calculation, is worth $600 million over 30 years. Amazon should be offering you $200 million or more. Finally, the $20 million will not mitigate the effect on rent increases that we know are already taking place. We need far more money than $20 million to help our affordable housing programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Stephen Courtian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I am speaking with you today to encourage you to approve the site plan application for Metropolitan Park Phases 6, 7, and 8. When we gathered earlier this year, we spoke about the opportunities that welcoming Amazon's headquarters afford to Arlington. This morning, we can take the next step in realizing these opportunities for our community. The proposed site plan fits the goals that we often set for development projects. The buildings themselves will include more than 69,000 square feet of retail capacity, including nearly the entire frontages on Southeast and 15th Street South, turning outward to engage the community and providing opportunities for a range of community-serving retailers. A large space will be dedicated to childcare, helping to meet one of Arlington's most pressing service needs. As a committed participant in our community, Amazon is contributing with this site plan to support their whole neighborhood. The green area at the center of Metropolitan Park will gain not just in area, but in vibrancy as it connects better to its surroundings, following a master planning process. The entire area will benefit from the completion of fully protected bike lanes, bus shelters, and other transportation network improvements with this project. The LEED Platinum design and Amazon's plan to power their buildings with renewable energy by 2030 will help Arlington along our path to meeting the goals of the Community Energy Plan, which you approved in September. And addressing one of our most significant challenges, housing affordability, the site plan includes the largest ever developer contribution, $20 million, to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, building on existing commitments that Amazon has made to help Arlington address our affordability challenges. And lest I bury the lead, this site is the second of 3 planned stages of Arlington's headquarters build-out here in Arlington. These 2.1 million square feet of Class A office space will go a long way to realizing the planned 25,000 direct new jobs at Amazon by 2030, and the many other jobs and new businesses that their activity will support here in Arlington. It occurs to me that these are the last county board meetings of the 20-teens. Looking ahead to the next decade and beyond, we have much cause for optimism about Arlington's future. In welcoming Amazon, we have gained a partner committed to building a stronger community. By approving the Metropolitan Park site plan, we can seize the opportunity before us and realize benefits for all of Arlington. I encourage you to take this next step for our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Cortian, followed by Greg Ackerman.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. I represent over 22,000 construction workers and their families. Our local unions invest over $24 million a year into apprenticeship and training in this area that serve Arlington and the surrounding area. We are tasked to protect the workers in the construction industry and ensure that the industry is able to provide a career that supports families. Construction is a hyper-competitive and inherently dangerous industry, where construction companies, whether general contractors or subcontractors, are bidding against each other on every project every day. Given this dynamic, contractors are always looking for an edge over their competition. Reputable companies will gain this edge by using various technologies, implementing new industry innovations, or investing in training for their employees to ensure that their workforce are highly skilled and productive. Unscrupulous or low-road contractors will use illegal methods to gain a competitive advantage, including breaking wage and hour laws, intentionally and illegally misclassifying workers' employees, and are misclassifying job descriptions in order to pay a lower rate. These are all often grouped together as wage theft. Contractors that engage in this activity are able to cut their labor costs, in some cases, up to 40%, and deny the worker protections they are entitled to. Government loses much-needed income due to loss of taxes and taxes not being paid. The community is affected by having to shoulder an increased burden for services that are being shortchanged. The industry is sent into a downward spiral by these illegal practices because legitimate contractors cannot compete because there's only so far their legal cost savings can go. The reality is unscrupulous contractors can always go lower by breaking the law, thus causing the good contractor to stop bidding. We first met with Amazon executives in January of 2019 to discuss our concerns and negotiate a project labor agreement. In that meeting, we clearly heard that from Amazon that they did not want to negotiate a project labor agreement. We then began discussions on how to ensure workers were paid fair wages and benefits, training and enforcement mechanisms, and also how to prevent wage theft. While the agreement they presented us, it's now called the Community Benefits Agreement, to us this past week is noble concerning both bidding and notification, we, however, encourage stronger language that proactively prevents low-road contractors that have demonstrated a record of stealing workers' wages, not being allowed to bid or be awarded contracts, because Amazon's stated intent is to avoid pervasive wage theft epidemic prevailing in the region. This would be on both the aspirational and tangible mechanism to avoid it in the destructive practice of Amazon HQ2. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Bless you. Many other companies have done this in this area, including PNC, JP Morgan, and Blackstone. The Davis-Bacon wages is admirable. Our concerns there is just, I'm cutting my stuff short, sorry. It's unscrupulous contractors are able to lie on projects.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Ackerman, followed by Bob Burns.
Hi, my name is Greg Ackerman. I work for the Carpenters Union. I want to thank all of the county board members here for very early making their expectations known about what the construction on Amazon's job sites should look like. I believe the majority of county board members on this dais today called for some sort of construction workforce agreement that would ensure that the rampant wage theft that is common throughout the region would not occur on Amazon job sites. And when it seemed like those negotiations were not going as well as we had hoped, I stood right here 9 months ago and said that if there isn't some sort of agreement, there would be wage theft on Amazon construction sites. And we know because of a Washington Post article that was released not long ago that not only Arlington job sites have seen rampant wage theft, but numerous Amazon job sites across the region have had this kind of activity that takes advantage of a largely immigrant workforce and perpetuates the worst type of income inequality in our society. And so I'm here expressing further concern that a lack of enforceable agreement will lead to the exact type of wage theft that the unions have been saying is pervasive and will happen all along. We are incredibly hopeful that Amazon exercises the good judgment to hire responsible contractors of their own volition. However, we are concerned, given their track record of also sitting in this room and saying that they will sign a construction workforce agreement, and then very recently saying that all of a sudden that they won't, that there will be, again, some sort of turn activity that will result in irreputable contractors on this construction site. And the drawbacks of that are numerous. The construction jobs that are resulting from this project will not be good jobs for the community, and that's what's at stake here. And so I'm here strongly encouraging Amazon, who is asking a lot from the county, to do the right thing. And I want to thank all of the county board members on this dais for being vigilant in making expectations known. We are very much hoping that the follow-through is there to ensure that all of the construction that is forthcoming on Amazon projects will not be exactly like it's always been, and will actually, be a little bit different in the future. I do want to emphasize that the drywall, metal studs, framing industries are the most at risk, these industries that are mostly comprised of immigrant workers. And so, despite Amazon's past history of working with labor unions, we want to make sure that they're working with all of the unions, particularly those that are representing workers in the most vulnerable industries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bob Burns. Our next speaker is Bob Burns, followed by Neri Kanahui Ortiz.
Good morning. My name is Bob Burns. I am the manager for the Carpenters Union for the state of Virginia. Thank you for this opportunity today. Projects of the magnitude of Amazon come along once in a lifetime, if at all, and you're well aware of the benefits and opportunities that they bring to the community. Unfortunately, local construction workers have been left behind. The illegal activity that took place on Amazon's preliminary work was a disgrace at best. And with your help, and the help of SkillSmart and others, there has been some progress made, but we're not there yet. The Carpenters Union apprenticeship program recently entered into an articulation agreement with the Arlington School Board. This can provide careers, not just jobs, careers for local men and women in the Arlington community. But Amazon has refused to recognize our apprenticeship program, so that may be for naught. Amazon has also refused to recognize that workers, construction workers, deserve health care, and they have not put it in their bid documents. They also have not recognized that construction workers deserve a retirement plan so that they can retire with dignity, to take care of themselves and their families. This is unacceptable. And with all that's at stake here, please do not leave the construction workers behind. We're better than this. The local workers deserve better than this. And there's an opportunity here to get this done. The world is watching what we do here today. And I respectfully ask that you deny Amazon's permits until these and other issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neri Kanahui Ortiz, followed by Susan English.
How you doing? My name is Neri Kanahui Ortiz. I came to the United States in '94, and I've been living in Virginia for about 25 years. I want to thank you for the courage that you have to hold these meetings and to actually listen to the people. I was a victim of wage theft here in this very county in the early mid-'90s. And I tell you, nothing has changed. In fact, we have heard about labor trafficking, and that's what this is. These are individual cells that are operating just like sex trafficking and drug trafficking. They are willingly, knowingly, purposely willing to cheat on taxes. And I hope that Amazon is not willing to be associated with this sort of practice. I'm hoping that Amazon and you guys are willing to hold everybody's feet to the fire so that we can make sure that the working class is being helped, that the county is utilizing the resources, the buying power, and the beauty of this great county to help the workforce. We are hoping that everybody is here with the views of building a community that is not only going to be health insured and retirement funded, but also when they retire, they're going to have the necessary funds to retire with dignity here in the county that are going to become an asset. And I want to thank Amazon for the view of building a community. But just saying it is not enough. We need to have something in ink. That's the way the business works in this world. Unfortunately, we cannot take anybody's word just for the word anymore, right? We need to have something in ink, something that guarantees that the workers that are going to be building these projects and the workers that are going to be working in these facilities once it's built are going to be protected. And it is up to us to make sure that happens. So thank you very much for your time, and hope you do the right thing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Takis Karantonis.
Susan English, Arlington Ridge resident and CCCRC member. Like other speakers to come from 22202, I appreciate Amazon and JBG's relative openness to community input on this project in a time-compressed framework. I appreciate the addition of attractive buildings as well as the promise of handsome creative landscape design for a residential block with a very dull park. More diversity of use, new retail, better opening up of the quasi-super block is all very welcome. But like other speakers, I see disappointment as well as positives. Amazon's lower parking ratio and new cycle tracks are great, but I had hoped to see specific plans for transit use monitoring and analysis, which will be essential. New retail is encouraging, but a small community space available to all would provide social capital we need indoors. I'm very pleased that, in general, there is strong support for affordable housing, but I'm concerned about how and where the 20 million, perhaps 140 units, will be applied. No site plan is an island, and other nearby upcoming projects, such as Kimco's on 15th Street, Brookfield's on 12th, and 1900 Crystal Drive, will also add workers, residents, and vehicles. That these projects, in addition to Penn Place, will be added to our area without a holistic framework for all aspects of livability is a large and continuing concern. I'll echo Krister All's concern that TIF money, always intended to provide infrastructure, open space, transportation, and community facilities for Crystal City, will again be diverted to other county needs. Here in 22202, where the planned growth is huge, is where mitigation is essential. I'll echo Ben Devanzo that we need schools, libraries, transit, and parks for our area to thrive. Our livability framework has worked to bridge our urban-suburban community needs, and reach collaborative goals. We ask that you be willing to invest in us. If 22202 thrives, the rest of Arlington will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Takis Karantonis, followed by Sean Haskett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, county manager. My name is Takis Karantonis. I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Alliance for Housing Solutions, and it's about the affordable housing contribution of this site plan. So we think that the 20 million that Amazon is proposing is the appropriate level. It's not an exceptional level of contribution. It's the appropriate level of contribution for any project that would be that size. And it's pretty much consistent with things that happened in the past. Now, it's even a little bit better, but just a little bit better than that. Now, the point is, though, that we understand that this should be the beginning, a starting point of a larger negotiation, but because we know that the impact of Amazon's arrival in Arlington is far bigger, and that the stress on our housing market is increasing day by day, and it existed basically in compounds from day one of the announcement of Amazon's arrival. So the need is already here. Therefore, we think that, and we approach you to consider this 20 million as a down payment to a far larger amount of money that would be appropriate and commensurate with the needs. Said that, we also want to ask you to maximize the impact of this contribution by trying to lift any limitations, like the proximity limitation that is in one of the proposals. To invest that money as soon as possible, to make it possible to invest that money as soon as possible to cover needs. Now, I have to commend Amazon for trying to put a condition there that would invest the money as locally, as close to their headquarters as possible. That's a very responsible thing to do. However, we are in Arlington right now, we're trying to address so many needs and so many emergencies and put out fires all over the county. Therefore, if it's possible, I'm asking you and the county manager to send a signal that you will do everything you can to make that funding available in the closest, the most the easiest and less burdened way possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean Haskett, followed by Raul Castro.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sean Haskett. I'm an organizer with the Sunrise Movement. We are a youth movement that is fighting to create millions of good jobs while ending the climate crisis. I'm standing here. One, I want to state that I'm standing here in solidarity with the United Brotherhood of Carpenters in their fight against wage theft, against crummy bosses, and I'm here standing in solidarity with the For Us Not Amazon Coalition, standing here against gentrification, against landlords pushing us out, pushing us further and further from the places where we work and where we live and where we want to live, and against rising rents. 20 million for affordable housing is good. More density is good. These are good things. They're not enough, not nearly enough. We have 10 years to decarbonize our economy, to create a fundamentally different way of organizing this society before we have inevitable climate breakdown, inevitable climate catastrophe. The way we have been doing things is untenable. I have a lot of demands, frankly. But one thing that I haven't seen in any of these discussions around housing is rent control. I know that we need permission from Richmond to do these sorts of things, but have we asked? Rent control is the only way that we can actually make sure that Arlington stays affordable. I am lucky. My landlord has not raised her rents in many, many years. I'm so lucky to have that. I've seen rents jump all around me, and I am terrified that my landlord is going to sell her house at any moment. Without rent control, people are forced further away from their jobs. People who used to be able to walk or take the bus to their jobs have to drive 30, 40, 50 minutes. It doesn't matter if we have denser housing. Japan has dense housing. They have stunning rent. I want to see a world where people have the ability to stay where they are, to live in walkable communities by public transportation. And some of those things I'm seeing a lot of good movement on. Others, we just need more.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raul Castro, followed by Connie Erickson.
Good morning. My name is Raul Castro. I'm with the Carpenters Union. I want to thank the Arlington board members for the opportunity to be here, and I want to thank you guys for your hard work. Amazon is doing over a dozen projects in the DC metro area. We took a look at a handful of projects, and we found wage theft, workers, tax fraud and wage theft, workers getting charged for cashing their checks. In some cases, workers had to go to apartment buildings or basements to cash their checks. The construction industry is the Wild West in the area. There's no rule of law. Amazon has taken steps to prevent this from happening at their new headquarters, but more needs to be done. Amazon has an opportunity to take responsibility to create fair competition and set the standards for developers and construction contractors in the area. We support construction development, but we need to get it right in order to create careers with good paying jobs, retirement plans, family health care, and apprenticeship programs for those who cannot afford to go to college or for those who simply don't want to go to college. I thank the Carpenters Apprenticeship Program for my success. I'm hopeful that through this construction project, we could extend that same opportunity to others in Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Erickson, followed by Judy Freshman.
Hi, Connie Erickson. I'm here for Audubon Society of Northern Virginia. It's more than 4,500 members. As I'm sure you are aware, North America is experiencing severe, possibly catastrophic declines in bird population, estimated at 3 billion birds since 1970. There are many causes, including habitat destruction, climate change, and free-roaming cats. One cause of bird loss in increasingly urbanized environments is collisions with building windows. Birds can become confused by both reflective and clear glass on buildings, as well as night lighting. That confusion can result in fatal window collisions by birds both in their year-round habitat and during spring and fall migration. Audubon is pleased that Amazon is taking steps to incorporate some bird-friendly features in the design of Metropolitan Park. ZGF Architects has reported that it will employ bird-friendly glass or facade elements such as perforated screens on the lower levels facing the park. The architects also report that they will continue to evaluate the need for bird-friendly glass or facade elements on upper-level outdoor terraces, which may include outdoor plantings, when they are designed. We note that these design features are not required by county ordinance, but may be adopted voluntarily. Satisfying bird collision deterrence requirements also can qualify for a point toward LEED's credit. We appreciate Amazon's initiative in adopting some bird-friendly features in its design and hope others will follow its lead. and for consideration by the members of the board. I'm happy to report that the New York City Council on Tuesday adopted requirements for bird-friendly glass on all new construction, including major renovations, to reduce avian building collisions. This landmark legislation was passed by a vote of 43-3, making New York the nation's largest city to require architecture that mitigates bird fatalities. The mayor reportedly supports the bill, and it should become law a year after its passage. Audubon looks forward to the day when a similar requirement is adopted for increasingly urbanized Arlington County. In the meantime, however, we again express gratitude for Amazon in adopting bird-friendly features in the design of these buildings and encourage it to take similar steps on all future projects. Because of Amazon's size and influence, it can lead by example. And then I also want to recognize the leadership of Commissioner Guerin in promoting this issue, raising its visibility in the past several years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy Freshman, followed by Krista All.
Good morning, Judy Freshman for Crystal City Civic Association. Our association has consistently supported Amazon's arrival in Arlington, and particularly their plans for siting HQ2 in our neighborhood. We understand the challenges it presents, but overall we see it as very positive for our community and for the county. We have participated in many general planning and site plan meetings on Amazon's proposed office complex on Met Park, and generally find the use change and building architecture acceptable. JBGS and Amazon have actively engaged with the community, and we believe that's resulted in a good site plan. Others are addressing specific design issues. I'd like to focus on community engagement. Community benefits remain our primary concern, principally how they're defined and negotiated. And I might add as well that they're almost never available in their complete form, even for the Planning Commission, which I find unacceptable. Given the housing affordability crisis near HQ2, it's encouraging the applicant's contribution is to be implemented nearby. That's a positive step, especially with public review of their Penn Place project following soon. The condition for permission to use the large meeting space no doubt is a plus for the county functions, but it's not what the community needs. The approved Penn Place PDSP includes usable and interactive community space. We hope the applicant takes that commitment seriously. In addition, brick and mortar retail space seems to be primarily food and beverage these days, yet it's required as street frontage. We encourage the applicant to consider subsidizing small neighborhood businesses to offer genuine neighborhood services. These suggestions are meant to mitigate the impact of higher density in the neighborhood. Mitigate seems to have become a pejorative these days, but we're not deterred. As with the affordable housing condition, it's important to think beyond the actual physical site and infrastructure more properly funded by the county as options for addressing pressures resulting from a large increase in office and residential users going forward. Open spaces and transportation systems need enhancement, and the private sector can help address the impacts of their developments. Let's think about what makes sense, not just what's following the usual cookie-cutter approach, check the boxes, we're done, move on. As you know, our association has joined with 2 neighboring associations to develop a livability framework. As it's been discussed, we've sensed resistance, not from landowners, but from county officials. Is it a threat? A manifesto of demands from an insurgency? Nope. It's neighbors coming together to catalog existing conditions, identify deficiencies, and propose large and small solutions, many of which can be addressed by willing applicants, but only if it can be seen as enhancing staff efforts. Taken seriously, it can supplement county information from on the ground, actual people. Many of us have spent years, in my case, decades, as part of the shadow government, always as volunteers. Those of us who step up, and you have as well to reach your current positions, provide the county with energy, creativity, expertise it could never afford. We're not a rowdy group of protesters. We're your neighbors and friends, and we've worked hard to analyze our collective community and then share the information and vision with others. We hope you can see that for what it is and what it isn't. We encourage you to work to improve our, continue to improve our community, and we are encouraged by the private sector players and the bid who are including us in their planning. We hold no illusions about our power, but we do believe we have an important and thoughtful information to share, and we hope you'll allow us to do that, and encourage staff to engage the community early in the process so that our participation can actually have some meaning and possibly some impact. Our analytical framework is positive and can assist the county in the community. If you'll listen, if you'll use it, and if you'll use us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Krister All, followed by Arthur Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Charles, CCCRC. This has been a special year for CCCRC, with important projects like Met Park being reviewed and an unexpected avalanche of other development plans already in the pipeline. It has been great to be able to canvass residents, especially those normally not so involved, business owners, and also people who work in our area. Their reactions and anticipation have evolved during the year, and many now see Met Park as a pleasant surprise, but at the same time wonder what will happen on non-Amazon projects. There were worries about Met Park as a potential misfit in terms of height and bulk, both in its own block and for the overall area. But the actual proposal is more reassuring, given the attention to architecture, sculpting, and tapering. Neighbors now seem to feel that those aspects may be more important than height. There's excitement that the new owner seems able to make a great open space finally a reality, and many are looking ahead to offering input on local needs. But others are more cynical about the county now touting the park after it was already planned once but left abandoned. So a great planning process is now vital. Occasional access to Amazon meeting rooms is a nice gesture, but as has been noted for some time, what local residents really need is informal indoor gathering space to go with the outdoors, or a feature similar to the popular tech shop we lost. Perhaps the context then of 1900 Crystal Drive could be an option for that. But then the hope is that Amazon has the clout in attracting retail, as the 15th Street side of Met Park clearly needs activation. While in itself positive, it's an illustration of piecemeal when protected bike lanes are the main transportation improvement. This is a county-wide effort that really should not depend on individual projects. Instead, the main concern is the lack of recognition of the great need for improved metro station access through a new entrance. This also signals a lack of foresight beyond the project now being reviewed. The commitment to LEED Platinum and a good alignment with the county CP constitutes progress. As a final remark on the specifics of the Met Park proposal, it is positive that many in our area are so supportive of affordable housing. But then that makes some feel that $20 million is not as an impressive amount as they hoped and as we need. And they also wonder about support for displacement concerns. The Met Park process and outcome offered several conclusions for the future. I already noted concerns about a piecemeal approach at a time of an onslaught of major projects which require a holistic approach to infrastructure, open space, transportation, and facilities. There are indications of planning for area-wide and longer-term needs from JBG Smith, but stakeholders now expect the county to match the example of the civic associations in their impressive Livability 222 project. The sense is that funding has special agreements and sources for Amazon projects. But what is then the deal with the TIF money for open space? Apropos the country's readiness to share the burden with landowners to get each new project adequately supported and mitigated. Hints of tax reductions may be popular, but first we must focus on making the revenue-generating development feasible through the investments needed. Stakeholders in our cash cow area lament the lack of county-wide understanding for that. Finally, from recent project reviews, we get feedback that the SBRC processes are not always well suited for informed attendance by those who are now anxious to observe meetings and understand what is transpiring. We have a good dialogue with the Planning Commission about improved pre-SBRC information. but the need for transparency also extends to the community benefits. With indications of an increasingly positive atmosphere around the Amazon and new density, we do not want to squander those gains and have doubts resurface. So thank you, and let us hope that the success of this project will be contagious when other ones follow.
Thank you.
Arthur Fox, followed by Tracy Gabriel.
Chairman Dorsey, members of the board, I would like to elaborate on two of the observations we previously provided you in writing. Both concern features of the county planning and development process, which we submit need your attention. First, community benefits mitigation bonus density, a largely secret process involving negotiation between county staff and developers, unguided for the most part by any objective or quantitative criteria. Can we all agree that those who are adversely impacted by development should be the beneficiaries of mitigation efforts rather than the building's new owners? However, much of the bonus density awarded to Amazon will benefit Amazon far more than the surrounding community. For example, building to LEED standards, while laudable, will allow Amazon to recover over the course of time the cost of its LEED investment and then some via future utility savings. Another example, Amazon will be improving roadways, bike lanes, and traffic signals in close proximity to its new campus, will primarily benefit Amazon by facilitating its employees getting to and from their jobs, not relieving the surrounding community of congestion. So too will improving and maintaining the adjoining open space on its Met Park campus primarily benefit Amazon and its employees far more than the greater 22202 residential community. So, granting the company bonus density for these improvements is, we submit, grossly inappropriate. Speaking of mitigation, I ask, what is it that the developer needs to mitigate in exchange for bonus density? I submit that it is the negative impacts that Amazon's new development will eventually have on the livability of the surrounding 22202 community. The problem is that no one possesses a crystal ball today that can reliably predict at this early stage the impact 25,000 Amazon employees coming and going to work 5 or more days in the week will eventually have on our community many years from now. Yet that is this process is supposed to be capable of doing, basically determining and then calculating and collecting from the developer the costs of future mitigations in exchange for bonus density today. At this early point in the development process, the county should be securing from Amazon a bunch of IOUs to put in a community benefit trust fund of some sort for use in future years to guarantee our community's livability needs as they eventually become evident. Actually, there's one need that is already very evident, but that has been overlooked by the county, and that is the need to obtain a feasibility study of adding a second metro entrance on 15th Street at the far end of the Pentagon City Metro Station platform, which would, in the future, service Amazon's Met Park workforce. There simply is no way that many thousands of Amazon's HQ2 employees are all going to be able to file onto the 112th Street escalator at the end of their workday. And it is Amazon which should be paying for this study in exchange for bonus density. Finally, we only recently learned that the county will be, or perhaps already has, contracted studies to determine the capacity of 22202's multimodal transportation infrastructure to accommodate the area's envisioned growth, along with a follow-up study to determine how much more growth, if any, Pentagon City might be able to accommodate. However, the county not only excluded community representatives from any role in the design of these studies, it has also failed to provide them with relevant information concerning their timing, scope, and parameters. Whether intentional or oversight, we ask your assistance in restoring transparency and meaningful communication between staff and those representatives who were instrumental in persuading the county to undertake these hopefully independent studies in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Gabriel, followed by our final speaker, Ben Davanzo.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Dorsey and members of the County Board for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, I am Tracy Saya Gabriel, President and Executive Director of the Crystal City Business Improvement District. On behalf of the Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard business community, the Crystal City bid encourages the board's approval of the major site plan amendment for Metropolitan Park 6, 7, and 8. The proposed site plan amendment enables development to begin on the first phase of Amazon's second headquarters facility, a key step in realizing economic development goals, not only for the immediate downtown area, but also for Arlington County, the region, and the Commonwealth. The project site is located within the Crystal City bid's recently expanded district. As proposed, the project reflects community interests and fulfills key goals outlined in the Pentagon City PDSP, the bid's area-wide strategic plan, and other county plans and policies. To summarize, some of the objectives that this site plan achieves includes enhancing the mix of uses within the neighborhood, creating dynamic and activated public open space, enhancing connectivity, improving urban design, delivering high-quality architecture and site sustainability, incorporating street-level retail and community-serving uses, and applying complete streets principles to our public right-of-way. Importantly, the project helps realize a more inclusive community through its sizable contribution to Affordable Housing Investment Fund. To maximize the benefit to the community, the bid hopes this funding might facilitate projects located in our district to deliver needed new affordable units throughout the downtown and nearby neighborhoods. The Arlington community, along with county staff, have spent decades developing thoughtful plans aimed at leveraging economic growth and transportation infrastructure to support sustainable development and a high quality of life. Amazon's selection of Arlington for its second headquarters and this specific site plan demonstrate how our collective vision is now coming to fruition. In closing, the Crystal City bid looks forward to realizing the site plan proposal before you today, as the project will serve to activate and further stitch together our district. Approval of this site plan will help strengthen jobs, connectivity, investment, and on-the-ground experience in Virginia's largest walkable downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Ben Davanzo.
Hi. Thank you, board members and planning commission members and staff and all who participated in this process. My name is Ben Davanzo. I represented the Aurora Highland Civic Association on the SPRC. And I would just say I live near the site, so I definitely feel very invested just a couple blocks away. And personally, I also want to express a lot of sympathy with those who expressed the need to ensure that those who are the most vulnerable are not hurt by the site plan. Overall, this is a good addition to the neighborhood, replacing an outdated warehouse, completing this block, mixing up the use, mixing up the design, breaking up a super block. These are all good things. We appreciate that the building massing is set back, as well as the 14th Street creation. We sent letters to both the Planning Commission and to the County Board that detail some of these positive benefits. I personally consider that the daycare addition is badly needed, as I have discovered in recent days. And we hope that Penn Place will perhaps be a little bit more interesting, though, in terms of the architecture, and as well as the community center that we hope will be included in that. In terms of the transportation, the inclusion of fewer parking spaces than required is good, although many want fewer more. But if Amazon wants to reduce car use by its employees, we think more is needed to improve multimodal modes of transportation, particularly metro, and assessing whether there is needs to invest more in the surrounding metro stations, particularly Pentagon City. It would be logical to consider how this mitigation might occur through the kind of parking offset. We appreciate the overhaul of Metropolitan Park, which is not very usable by anyone if you don't own a dog or if you don't want your dog to be off leash. It's hard to tell from the site plan conditions as to actually who will have the final say about the design of the park. Will Amazon have final approval? Will the board? Will the Parks Commission? I would appreciate some clarification around this. We would express some concern that the full cost of this park is being allowed as mitigation. The park is a major benefit for Amazon. Most of its users will probably be Amazon employees. So to say that all of its $14 million that it'll use to build and design the park is perhaps not quite appropriate. And in fact, some of that money could be diverted to broader community needs. The $20 million for housing is also really good, but I think as others have raised, is this the right amount? Unfortunately, the calculations for how this number was achieved are not public, which is kind of frustrating. It's hard to say something's a community benefit if the community is unaware of where that actual number came from. I think this kind of speaks to some of the downsides of the entire site plan process in general. Is it possible to understand how those calculations came about? It's also difficult to accept that a conference center used 4 times a year only by county staff our county uses is a community benefit. I would say it's probably not. So either that should not be counted as a community benefit, or the use should be explicitly expanded to include community groups more often. And this is something that Amazon has said it's open to, so why can't that be added as a site plan condition? We really appreciate the addition of a community representative as part of the site plan conditions. This is something that will ensure that there's one point of contact for the community going forward, regardless if the issue is ensuring that the loading bay docks are closed or ensuring that perhaps we have good relationships with the staff. And so that's something we really appreciate Amazon and the staff and the board including. More kind of broadly, others have spoken to the livability initiative, and if you have not seen that, I invite everyone to go to livability22202.org, which includes our plan. And this was a plan that some neighbors kind of came together through the civic associations and kind of developed that we really need libraries, schools, parks. We need to improve intersections. We need to invest in the neighborhood, not just because Amazon's coming here, but because there's a dozen or so site plans that we can expect in the coming decade. And what are the plans? You know, what is the plan to perhaps create a new elementary school? What are the plans for actual public park space? Met Park is great, but it's privately owned. And so we really encourage, if not actually investing through the mitigation in area-wide funds, as Arthur had alluded to, what is the process that we're going to go through to ensure that all these changes that are coming to our neighborhood improve both for us, for Amazon employees, for current and future residents? So something for you all to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davanzo and Ms. Jacobs. Does that conclude our public speakers?
It does.
Oh, the conversation is now with the board. So colleagues, there's a lot to this, so I'm gonna just put this into some subject area buckets and we can work our way through with any questions that you have. But I do think we can, despite this being a lot, get through it pretty efficiently. So why don't we start with transportation, which will include the street network, street types, multimodal provisions, as well as parking. Anything in those buckets? Go for it. Ms. Crystal.
2 questions on this. First, for the applicant, very intrigued to hear about a proposal to reimburse employees for days they do not drive. We've talked a lot about kind of trying to manage transportation and really thinking about that on a day-to-day use. Could you share a little more about how you all propose to track that?
We have a tracking system that we're currently using in Seattle with a vendor, and what we do is we reimburse employees $6 a day on days that they don't drive to work if they have a monthly parking pass. Sometimes employees need the opportunity to go and pick up their child or go to a doctor's appointment, so they do have a need to drive, but on the days that they don't, we actually reimburse them, so we're incentivizing them not to do that.
Excellent.
So if I could just do a quick follow-up to that before you yield the floor. So am I to presume then that the daily parking charge for a monthly parker, at least in the Seattle example, is more than $6? This is just a partial
No,
credit?
The monthly or the daily rate is much higher than that.
Right.
And single occupant vehicle drivers, so there'll be roughly 1,125 parking spaces for 25,000 employees, so that's less than 10%. The rest of the employees will be using other alternate modes of transportation. If you pay the full monthly rate and then you don't happen to drive on a particular date, you get a $6 rebate.
Right. That would only be a partial credit towards what is the prorated daily, monthly cost.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But it would, depending on from where they're coming, go a long way towards reimbursing
that
it.
totally makes sense. I'm just making sure that we're not, right?
Good
We're not
point.
doing cheap
It's not full
monthly
reimbursement.
parking.
Well, I am really intrigued by that model. I know this is a conversation we've had to the extent we've talked about other office uses around the county. Really an encouraging one to think about the parking not as a benefit, a spot that is associated with one individual at a workplace, but in fact an evolving supply. And it seems like tactics like that are going to help make sure that this very low ratio, which is commendable, is consistent with attracting fewer cars to Arlington. So we hope instead they'll be taking transit. And I wanted to ask a question for our staff about transit capacity in the area, because we did hear from a couple of public speakers today, and certainly in a few letters from the 22202 civic associations, a reference to the, I think the word they used was the strain placed on transit. And so I just wanted to explore briefly about the capacity in the existing transit network and clarify my own understanding. So I have to say my understanding of Metro Rail, at least, is that our existing Pentagon City and Crystal City stations are fairly under capacity, at least relative to maybe a decade ago. So if our staff can provide a little bit of insight into whether, well, to put it bluntly, these rail assets can absorb or be enhanced by additional ridership rather than be strained by them.
Good morning, members of the board. Dennis Leach, Director of Transportation. Happy to answer that question. Arlington's ridership on Metro Rail peaked in around between 2010 and 2011 at over 221,000 weekday riders. With SafeTrack and other focus on trying to repair the core system, along with our own drop in office occupancy, our ridership bottomed out at about 154,000. We're slowly climbing back. This past month, we're about 185, but we are still 36,000 weekday riders below our 2010 peak. 2010, we did not have 8-car trains. We had 6-car trains. So we have a lot of capacity, particularly in this corridor. Ridership is still off by about 25% at Pentagon City and Crystal City. And I would mention that we are making substantial investments in the stations. We're advancing a project to build a second entrance in Crystal City on Crystal Drive. We are also hopefully breaking ground later this in calendar year 2020 for an elevator down to the mezzanine in Pentagon City. So we have capacity and we're making investments. And I would also say metro reliability has really improved. It's averaging about 90%, and that's helping to rebuild the ridership.
And can you speak to capacity on other modes, specifically bus? So either what we know about Metro bus ridership in 22202, ART bus ridership or ridership of the Transitway, and whether there is room to grow there or whether those modes are at capacity?
No, we, along with what happened with our Metro ridership on bus dropped dramatically in the Pentagon City, Crystal City areas, off sometimes 25 to 30+%. So we believe that there is ample capacity on the existing bus lines to carry many more workers. And we're encouraged to have this kind of transit-oriented infill that'll make use of it.
Okay, I appreciate that very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to ask your forgiveness because if I was watching this on TV, I would do a rewind because I think I must have misheard a statement from the applicant, which was 1,125 parking spaces for 25,000 employees.
You're right. I did say that, and it's actually probably closer to 1,800. It's 1,125 per 1,000.
Yeah, that's the square foot number. And that's on this project, and the 25,000 employees are going to be spread across the 3 phases that include multiple buildings, correct?
It's right. There'll be, you're absolutely right. So I got my numbers wrong.
And that's fine, and I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly and that we corrected that for the record for everyone. But it does bring up the question which I had anyway, which was the parking ratio. I'm not sure of the exact timing of the Penn Place application that would be coming after this, but are you thinking that you might go even lower on Penn Place, depending on how the parking on this turns out?
Mr. Gottschall, that's a really good question. I don't know. We're still in the planning phases, and we haven't even designed the buildings or the garages yet. So I'd have to answer that later.
That's fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, nothing else in the Transportation Street, Mr. DeFerrand? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gari. That's
Sorry.
right.
Yep, no, that's okay. I think these questions are actually both for staff. You know, we're hearing a lot from the 202 folks, and they're just concerned about a lot of impacts and things going on, and they are always asking for holistic studies. I believe we're doing a 22202 transportation study, or we recently finished. Can you remind me where we are on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. We are advancing 2 things, actually. One is an update to the data set, the compilation that we did for 22202 that's currently on the county website. That update is almost complete, and we hope to be able to share that with the board and the community probably in January or February of 2020.
And that's an overall?
That's overall. It's looking at development trends, transportation behavior trends of households and workers, looking at what is happening on the road network in terms of traffic, what's happening with transit. So I just got a first look at the drafts of all of that this week. So we hope to have that finalized and be able to share that. The second thing that we're doing is in support of the Pentagon City planning effort. We are advancing work on a multimodal transportation model of all of Pentagon City, Crystal City, and Potomac Yard. So that's every arterial street and every signal. That work commenced in October.
All right, great. And the transportation said this being updated. When was it last updated?
We took it from the 1980s up to 2015, but we made a commitment to the community that we would take it up to date. So we're adding data sets for 16, 17, 18 where available.
Okay, no, that's great. I was just wondering how updated it's going to be, so that will be helpful and good to see.
Pretty much to the present.
Thank you. And then more for our planning staff. So could you talk a little bit about the Pentagon City PDSP, when we think that's going to be completed? I believe that's being worked on now, and how much that will address some of these issues that folks are understandably asking for. There's a whole lot coming and happening here, and can we please, they don't just look at one project by project, please look at the holistic picture. So discussion of that and what the plans are and where they might actually participate would be good.
Thank you, board member. For the record, Robert Duffy, Planning Director with Arlington County. As the board and planning commissioners, you recall in April when we reviewed our work program with you, we identified the important need to begin a major update of the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan. Matt Matuzik, who's serving as our Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan and Planning Coordinator, has been leading that. We anticipate that within the next 7 to 10 days, we will be going through the process to secure professional services to begin that work early next year. And again, as you know, we've been working with a number of the property owners to secure their participation in this process as well. So we were at the final stage of that effort and hope to begin or plan to begin early next year. And again, we're working very closely with Dennis Leach and the Department of Environmental Services because the transportation piece is so essential to ensuring capacity to understand the capacity for future growth. So we are on the cusp of beginning that. We'll be reporting to the manager and the county board very shortly on the work program process that will definitely engage the community overall in that process as well. So we are very close to initiating that important effort.
Thank you. And I should know this, but I realize I'm not absolutely certain. Will it be looking at things like libraries, schools, and the whole?
That will be a critical part of this study to ensure that infrastructure, utilities, and certainly our community facilities, that the capacity for future growth in Pentagon City and 22202 can be understood and addressed.
Excellent. Last question. How long do you think that's going to take?
At present, we look at, we're going to divide this study into two parts, and we'll be reporting back to the manager and the board on the final process. But our hope and our goal is to try to have this done in 12 to 14 months.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll just see if our planning commissioners want to say anything about this at all. Any comments? Ms. Guerin?
Thank you very much. We're very heartened to hear this because, as we noted throughout the SPRC process itself went very well, but there were a number of issues that came up from the community that went beyond that, transcended beyond it, and we had the understanding that staff was working on this, and I hope that this is comforting to the community to know that these efforts are ongoing, and we expect to get started very soon. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeFerranti?
So, Ms. Garvey, actually was your line of questioning. I'm picking up on that. I think this may be either for Mr. Duffy or the county attorney. My question is, or it could be for Mr. Leach. The question is concerning this, the density mitigation area-wide and the livability framework. I assume, probably Mr. Duffy, as you're working out community benefits, has to be, as I understand it, there has to be a link between the site project and the benefits. So, for example, if you asked for community benefits related to the Silver Line as a whole or the Orange Line as a whole, there would have to be some link. And Mr. Duffy, if this is more for the county attorney, that's fine. But with respect to addressing the livability framework, I want to get as much as we can, but I also believe that there are some limits to what you could ask for transportation that might help to address the planning issues that Ms. Garvey just asked about. Is that right?
Understanding the capacity for future growth is going to be front and center with the update of the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan. That's why it's so important that our transportation work that Dennis described be out in front of that, so we build a model that can fully understand and evaluate, again, from a comprehensive transportation, multimodal standpoint, understand what those implications will be and what investments beyond what are committed by the Commonwealth and the county to date may be necessary to support the right amount of growth. So that's going to be a key part of this effort, understanding what the capacity is for the larger subregion that comprises Pentagon City, Potomac Yard, and Crystal City in the 22202 area. So, Dennis, I don't know if you want to add to that.
The only thing I would add is, in consideration of this site plan and others in Pentagon City and Crystal City, we also factor in the county board adopted CIP. So the last CIP that you adopted identified hundreds of millions of dollars in multimodal transportation investments that we are actively working on to deliver. In addition, as part of the state package, they committed approximately $195 million in investment. About $145 million of that is in Arlington in the immediate area. And so we're also working with our state partners on those projects.
Thank you both.
Thank you. So, colleagues, the other buckets that I intend to frame our conversation and your questions at this point are retail and other uses, open space, massing, energy and sustainability, community. And then maybe after that, we'll deal with modifications and modifications of uses requested and mitigations, and then community benefits, and then other topics that were raised during the presentations. So why don't we go to retail and other uses? Any questions there? Okay, moving on.
Sorry.
Ms. Crystal.
Retail alternative. I want to talk briefly about the childcare facility on site, which I'm really delighted to see and hope that this can be a model for other development projects throughout the county. There are a few pieces in the board report that I wanted to just tease out a little bit and to clarify. Amazon's plans for helping achieve the goal of not only childcare, but childcare that's affordable to middle class or lower income even families, and balancing that with the goal of providing an on-site resource for your own employees. So if I could ask the applicant to speak a little bit about what the process would look like from here in terms of finding a childcare operator, which would of course come to us for a use permit, but how you'll look to find a partner who can provide this badly needed community resource to the broader Arlington community as well as your own employees.
So, Ms. Crystal, the child care provider is something that we'll start researching and looking into. We have worked with a child care provider in Seattle, Bright Horizons, and we've had great success with them. The child care facility, so that is yet to be determined. The child care facility itself will not be exclusive to Amazon employees. It will be for all community members on a first-come, first-served basis. There will be 160 children there, and we're also, in working with a child care provider, we'll be looking at ways that we can have subsidies, and for as many as 10% of the 160, so up to 16 slots for children that would be for affordable child care.
Excellent. That's really exciting. And I'll just note, as some may have seen in the news, Nestle recently announced that they would be providing subsidies by financing a fund that would go to low-income families. And I think that the model of using the partnership at the center itself to create spots for low-income families is really exciting. So thanks for the opportunity to surface that.
Okay. Moving on to open space. Mr. Gutschall.
We had some comments from the neighborhood suggesting that perhaps the credit for community benefit for redoing the existing portion of Metropolitan Park should not be considered a community benefit. And I do wonder, since in fact that was presumably counted as a community benefit delivered previously with the earlier phases of Met Park, and maybe it's best for staff to address this in terms of are we double counting, in other words, or are we going back, or are we revisiting a prior community benefit and now having to pay to redo it, and if so, why? And if it's presumably the answer to that is going to be because we're looking towards a better design now. But is that better design in the interest of the community, or is that better design more directly meet the needs of this applicant?
So for the record, I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. And so the way that we've structured this is that, or even just to look back, with each of the approved site plans, if we look at phases 1, 2, and 3, each of them built out a component of Metropolitan Park, the park, let's just call it. And essentially that is what exists today. It is a passive, or in some cases it can be active from the dog user's perspective, but it exists as a grass panel with some walkways and some public art installations, and those were their commitments. What we're doing here is that the applicant is not only agreeing to add the final phases of that open space, but also to increase them in size, and then also engage the community in a redesign of the entire space. So initially, at full build-out, it would have just been about a 1.75 acre or so open area, grass panels with kind of that X diagram of walkways through the space. Here, based upon discussions looking at the public spaces master plan and what we've heard from others is, could this space be redesigned and rebuilt as an entirely new space? And the applicant has agreed to fund not only the design, but the construction and the maintenance of the space. So assuming those roles and responsibilities from previous efforts and efforts that are required by those developers, this will be solely on the applicant here, which would be Amazon. So I don't think it's relieving anybody of, or redoing their community benefits. We're actually just adding a new element and redesigning this space that will have a completely new feel and function to incorporate things that you've heard, such as dog runs and other open space needs like play areas.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. And then follow-up question on that is, With the follow-on process for the parks master planning, is there any requirements whether or not there would be there would be a requirement for natural grass versus artificial turf? Do we have standards that govern that, or would that be completely up to the design process?
I can speak to that, Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Rivero.
For the record, my name is Marco Rivero with the Department of Parks and Recreation. So as part of the public park master planning process, we will have the extensive discussions related to the design, the materials, the orientation, and other sort of components related to the park spaces. That could include natural grass, consideration for natural grass, and other sort of materials for the lawn or for other components within the public space. And just to go further than that, there's also, as part of the park master planning process, and something that I think I heard earlier from one of the commenters or one of the speakers, this is an egalitarian distributed process that the entire community will be able to participate in and provide their thoughts and their comments and their ideas related to the design of Metropolitan Park. That would be as part of the engagement process. We would have engagement sessions, which could be in the form of open houses, it could be online engagement, and we'll have that process develop as part of this planning process.
Excellent, thank you. And I have one more, if you don't mind.
On open space?
On just one more follow-up on this topic, which is for the applicant, which is it your intent, and not wanting to get into the exact timing of as you go for permit and you begin construction and this planning process goes, will you include initially up front in your plans for the plumbing infrastructure, if it is needed, for irrigation if there is natural grass, and also for the landscaping and all that? Is that your intent, to have sufficient plumbing for irrigation?
Yes, that's currently in our plans.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. Crystal.
Excellent. Two more questions about the parks planning process, probably directed to Mr. Rivera. Thank you for joining us today. Question from, just to surface this for the record, for Mr. Devanzo on behalf of the Civic Association about the final approvals. Is it correct that this will result in a parks master plan that would come before the board, or is there an alternative proposal?
That is correct. It'll come before our Park and Recreation Commission and Urban Forestry Commission, Public Art Committee, and then after that, it'll come in its final form to the county board.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. One thing to surface, again, maybe for this process, is a point made by Parks and Recreation Commission in their letter, and I know was brought up during the PC deliberation, at least according to the letter there, is about the current challenge of the visibility to that public space from the street. That really resonated as somebody who spent some time here. You wouldn't necessarily know that there's a public park there now. We don't want to perpetuate that problem once this is built out into a much bigger and better public resource. So I don't know if you can speak to any plans for the post-approval planning process for signage and wayfinding now, and if not, then I'd just sort of like to put that one on the record as a priority.
Absolutely. That's something that we'll definitely look at as part of the park master planning process, as we do with other public parks that we design. The wayfinding, the signage, any sort of materiality that could be explored to attract users into that space from any direction of the park, whether it's from southeast or from other areas, is something that we will discuss in further detail.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, just one question, or basic idea. So we hear a lot of we've heard concern about people that this is not a public park, it's a private park, and how is this going to be experienced by people? Is there any difference if it were a private park or a public park or whatever? I mean, is there a difference in how people are experiencing it?
So the way that the park will be delivered in terms of the conditions, it is actually going to be delivered as part of a public park easement. So we will be able to program the space. Folks will be able to experience it as a public park, and we'll also coordinate with the development team on further details related to design and some other experiences and other opportunities that would be put forward for experiencing this park in its full form.
Great. And then I know the answer to these questions, I think, but I just would like to surface this. So could Amazon all of a sudden decide that they wanted to make this, 20 years from now, not allow people in, put gates up or something? They can't do
No, this would be determined as part of the park master planning process and also adopted by the county board as a public park.
They are getting a park. Excellent. And then does anyone want to hazard a guess on that maintenance cost, annual maintenance cost for a park like this? This is perhaps maybe too unknown at this point.
I would just say that the dollar figure that was stated was merely for design and construction. We did not estimate anything because we don't know the design of the park, and so that's something that Amazon has agreed to not only do for the portions they add, but to assume those responsibilities of the previous property owners. So they will have those full responsibilities in perpetuity.
And then one last question. Again, I think I know the answer, but people are, worried about it. What if Amazon they'd like decide they're not keeping up the park and it's not looking very good and they're supposed to be doing it? Then what happens?
Well, the condition does govern them to maintain the park, so that is something that they would have to do as part of the condition of approval.
Okay, thank you. There'd be some legal ramification. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. You guys want a nice park. We want a nice park. I think we're all aligned, which is a good thing. Those are my questions on parks.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on to massing and architecture. Anybody have anything they want to ask there?
I'm just
Mr. Gutschall.
Can I just comment and say that actually I think the massing is a really, really nice job. I think the way it fits into the site, and I compliment the SPRC on their work in getting through that. It's very nicely done.
Okay, we'll definitely have time for comments once a motion's on the floor, so
Yeah, but it'll cut down on the comments if I do it now.
Okay.
Real quick.
If you promise.
I promise.
All
I
right.
promise. I won't mention massing. And actually, I just found the whole, and you've been doing this for a while, for somebody who's not an architect, not a designer, just, somebody who's trying to figure this stuff out. The way you started out showing, I mean, it's just a little tutorial on how massing works, and I really just love that. You show the big block, and that doesn't go, whoa, and then you start doing all of these full things. So thank you for showing us how it works.
Okay, thank you. Next, energy and sustainability. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. One, a line on the electric vehicle charging. And as I understand, you've agreed to supply EV charging stations for 2% of the parking spaces currently. And I believe you mentioned in your presentation, you're building in the capability to grow that as demand grows through time. The Planning Commission, I know, had extensive discussion at their hearing with you when you were there in terms of what's EV capable, what's EV ready, and what does all of this mean? Can you just summarize for us exactly how you are fitting out the parking garage to be ready to increase the capacity as demand grows into the future? Understanding, of course, that our community energy plan goals would be that we would, at some point in the life of this building, hopefully sooner rather than later, have essentially a 100% electric fleet in the county.
So the 2% of the spaces that are listed in the conditions, those will be have charging stations provided for them and be fully ready for somebody to charge a vehicle at them. When we talk about additional capacity, the most important thing that we do is that we provide an electrical service that is large enough to assume that capacity as it grows. So part of the reason, if you've been following, our parking ratio went down slightly over the last few weeks is that we increased the size of our transformer vaults to have the capacity to increase the size and the number of charging stations as that demand grows. So that's what we've done.
So will the vaults are sized to allow for eventually 100% of the spaces to have EV charging capability?
We wouldn't actually expect 100% EV charging. The way the current models work is that people charge their car for a certain amount of time and then they move and park it in a regular space.
Sure.
So we think we've sized it to accommodate the demand in the future.
But do you know what's your maximum capability would be then?
There's a lot of unknowns total, but I think we have sufficient capacity based on the trends we've seen in the market.
Okay, honestly, that's a little vague. I would prefer to know that you're building a capacity to have half the spaces or even 25% of the spaces or whatever. But I guess that's the answer we have today. I can yield to a different line of questions, because I have something completely different that I wanted to follow up on.
Now is the time for something completely different. Go ahead.
Okay. Something completely different. I wanted to ask about the LEED certification and what is built into that. And I have a note to myself here to look at page 57 of the staff report. And I know this was also talked about. This is site plan condition number 18. And it gets to the LEED credits and how you earned that, and I'm particularly interested in how you get to your renewable energy production. And I think the first question is for staff, which is, I believe this is because this is there's standard site plan condition language here that says at least one point under lead credit for renewable energy production. And then there's the amended part of the condition that says, notwithstanding the above, the developer agrees to achieve a minimum, blah, 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 for renewable energy credit, and then a bunch of technical language and all that. So can you just summarize for me? I mean, the gist of my question, I think the conversation in the community has been, how do we know exactly what they are required to achieve? We see the commitment. We know that Amazon as a corporation has commitments that are very much in line and in fact even a little more aggressive than our own goals, but it's not exactly clear of what they are, technically, legally mandated to require by date certain specifically. So can you just elucidate, please?
Again, my name is Joanne Gabor with DES for the record. So what we've done in this lead condition, what we feel as staff is lead is something, it's a third-party independent system that is certified. It's something that is recognized and has set standards that everyone understands. And that, we feel, is the best method to move forward with having some of these things related to the renewable energy, energy commissioning, and optimizing the energy performance. As they mentioned about the ASHRAE base, and is it 23.5% or is it 25%? So these lead credits actually pay homage, if you will, to those benchmarks. And so it's something we don't want to then condition other language that then you're going to have the question from a technical perspective, how is that defined? So with the lead, it provides us one system that is utilized around the world as a third-party independent verification system.
But what does all this gobbledygook mean? I don't know what lead NCV 4.1 to 5 points in the tier 1 and/or 2 category. I don't know what all that means.
So these are actually related to the renewable energy that we've talked about. They're related to the ASHRAE base having when they mentioned the 23.5% better than the ASHRAE base, this is all related to that information. The way the point system works is depending on how much energy efficiency there is, that determines the number of points that you obtain. So it's a way to categorize the efficiency performance standards that the applicant mentioned in a lead certification venue.
Which performance standards that the applicant mentioned?
The renewable energy, so the EAC5, the renewable energy, the tier 1 and tier 2. The tier 1 category is actually on-site. The tier 2 is within the region. And it's something that, as you heard from the applicant, they mentioned they are going to be doing. And then the optimize the energy performance and the energy enhanced commissioning is something that is related to reducing that baseline.
I'm going to try a different way. Do these standards require that the applicant will have 100% of their electricity supplied by renewable energy, either on-site or off-site, by a date certain? And if so, what is that date?
No. Ryan?
I mean, the answer is no, right? It's pretty simple. The answer is no.
The answer is no. That's correct.
Yeah, it's still going to say no.
And in addition to that, beyond the requirements are listed there, Amazon, the project to power our Arlington HQ with 100% renewable energy is a critical piece of Amazon's broader corporate-wide effort with the climate pledge to be 100% powered by renewable energy by 2030 and to be net zero carbon by 2040. We are close to completing an agreement on a large-scale solar project that will be located in the Commonwealth, and our goal is to, we're working to make sure that we have that facility online along the same timelines as our buildings.
Would the applicant agree to an amendment to this condition that has plain language that says you agree to be 100% renewable electricity by 2030?
Mr. Gutschall, I think before we ask that of the applicant, we would need to surface whether or not that reflects a majority opinion of the board, just for fairness and efficiency's sake.
Well, they could, yes, chicken or egg. They can answer they would. Sometimes that influences whether the board is interested in that.
Okay.
Good, I think.
It looks like they're commiserating.
Well, we can return to this when we get to motions, so they can certainly feel free to cabal.
Okay,
So,
energy and
wait,
sustainability,
excuse me,
other?
Chairman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Shuttler.
In our climate pledge, we said that we would be 100% powered by renewable energy by 2030. So that is in our climate pledge, and we have every intention to follow that. So if it's a condition that you want to put on it, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. So the E2C2 Commission kind of threw out a challenge to you guys, which I thought was sort of clever. You know, you do just a little bit more and you're going to get this, I think it's called zero carbon. So anyway, I just throw that out that I assume because you're not finished with things, there's a possibility you could actually do that as you finish and finalize all the designs. I'm not saying that you have to or anything like that, but it sounds like it's possible.
I would say that's an accurate statement.
Possible.
And certainly is within the realm of our overall goals.
Yeah, good. Well, anyway, I thought it was a good challenge and very cleverly done, and it might be a good thing to if you guys can meet it. And one last thing on energy. As you look at the designing, is there a possibility that you get to do more energy production on site? I know you're planning that on the next, I think more in the next building that you're going to be doing at Penn Place, but I'm very interested in us getting more to on-site rather than, you know, pulling it in from outside.
You know, it's something that we've been looking at, and a lot of our decisions today have been predicated on what is the most efficient and carbon neutral approach to providing renewable energy. And what we've seen to date is that an offsite facility does that better than on-site, where the arrays aren't as well aligned with the solar exposures as we would want.
Okay. Yeah, well, I hope that's, and, this is a field that's changing really rapidly, and I keep talking about, I have no idea how far along the windows that are actually, create solar power when the sun hits them, which just seems like a really good thing. Yeah.
It's definitely something that we continue to study.
Yeah, no, that's great. So, maybe we'll get there. And I think this is where you are. On-site energy production makes so much, for resiliency, security, and all kinds of reasons. So encourage you to work on that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to any questions, issues with the modifications of use requested, specific mitigations associated therein. Remember, the modifications were mostly about density, the ability to actually reduce further parking per policy, and a few feet of increase in penthouse height, if memory serves, the only modifications that are before us. Seeing no desire to ask any questions or surface any issues there, we'll move on to community benefits, of which there are a number that have been presented, but also some concerns about process that have been surfaced by members of our community. Any questions about anything there? Mr. DeFerranti.
Trying to remember all your categories. This is related to condition 58 in the community space, the room.
There's only one more category, and that's other, so.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to condition 58, we've heard discussion of smaller rooms and mindful of that. This is my question, I guess. One question has to do with, and I'm mindful that staff has been working on this over the last, I believe, 3 days. Updated condition 58 first, that's a step forward from what was in the first item. One question has to do with the 45 days. I've just seen we're planning out 45 days. What I'm going to do in October, I don't think about in August as much. So I would ask, is there reasoning behind the 45 days? Is 30 days possible just because want to give plenty of time for the planning to occur so this occurs well, but either the applicant or staff, start maybe with the applicant if you have thoughts about whether 30 days might be possible, or if you could just give me a sense of what led to the longer time period, if that's the case.
You know that I don't have a crystal ball, and our meeting rooms are very heavily utilized by our teams, and I get daily requests in Seattle to use our meeting room by a lot of different organizations. And we have one individual that handles all the bookings and arrangements, and I basically forward the request on to him, and I would say 9 times out of 10 it's available. It's just very hard to plan. What we don't want to do is disappoint people.
Sure.
And so we thought 45 days was a reasonable timeframe to work within.
Got it. And that's helpful. It sounds as though it's possible if it were under 45 days and the space were available and it was reasonable, it could be done. You just want to make it work.
Absolutely.
Got it. The other question on this item that I had, it just concerns, maybe staff can help with this, staff who worked on this condition can help. I want to make sure that community groups that are Arlington community groups but may not be directly providing services, we have those covered. So for example, it says nonprofit organizations providing services in the county. I'm just being honest that I'm thinking of, is the Civic Federation possible for this space? I'm not sure that they would want it, but either to the applicant or to staff, little breadth so that those types of organizations could be covered as well.
So it looks like Ms. Walsh may have a direct response there.
I'd be happy to. I'm the keeper of the conditions. So condition 58 for the audience and for the board memorializes the county's use of this space. And as is stated in the staff report, this is a very large venue, so the county wants to make sure they have the opportunity for their large events to use this at full capacity. And I think the concern was that having small civic groups using it where you have 20 people would not be a good use of the space. And I will speak for John and say I don't think there's any problem with us adding to the condition that the community groups, Royal Highlands, Arlington Ridge, BID, et cetera, could use this venue, or probably a smaller space in the building. And I'll work on a condition with the county attorney right now to memorialize that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Work quickly. Ms. Crystal.
And sorry, I think I'm trying to get my head around too, and probably worth stating, appreciate how hard our staff's been working. We just got this condition last night, so I think this is why the board members have some questions, and we're trying to explore it. I think the biggest question I have about the nonprofit organizations providing services in the county is not from the dais now, how do we ensure that that is inclusive of every group we could think of, but rather who is the arbiter of that, and what is the relationship for booking? And so does the county provide Amazon a list that are included? When Amazon gets requests, do they kick it back to the staff to vet? Who decides whether a nonprofit organization is eligible for use here? Our manager does. Okay, so this is at your discretion.
Yes, and I welcome any guidance or thoughts. I will interpret this broadly.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that very much. I mean, my question, and I recognize this is a meeting hall. It's not a performance space, for example. But I can imagine there may be some arts groups that are interested in using this space. So do you have any thoughts now about what it means to say providing services? And perhaps I think we've heard from you. You intend to define that pretty generally. Can you think of any category that would be excluded by, for example, provision of services?
I can't think of any immediately.
Okay, all right. You know what, I have to say, as long as this is a county government problem, I feel all right leaving that maybe a little unclear for now, that it's not going to be at the discretion of the applicant. However, I think the notion of if there is additional language that can be somewhat easily developed with regard to use of other spaces, given the desire for smaller civic groups to be able to use smaller spaces, I look forward to being able to entertain that. Thank you.
Other questions about community benefits? Mr. Gutschall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask, I think I know the answer, but because it seemed like there was maybe some confusion in the community, that with respect to the proximity of the affordable housing, the use of the AHIF funds that are generated by this project, and the proximity requirement, it's my understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually entirely within the county's discretion, that we could choose to use it towards a site that is in the proximity, or we could choose to just keep it in the general AHIF fund. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. And so it's structured, the condition is structured to allow for two things. One, that the money is provided by way of 3 contributions over the life cycle of the construction. That would be typical AHIF contributions, or if the county identifies a site or a project within the vicinity we can call in that amount of money to be provided in one lump sum prior to them making the first payment, and then we can utilize it for that project.
Okay,
It will be
thank
up to
you.
the county to decide if we want to call in that one lump sum, assuming we have a project.
So totally our call, and appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, other questions about community benefits? Mr. DeFerranti?
A number of individuals testified regarding the community benefit associated with affordable housing. I just want to sort of clarify and ask the applicant, and perhaps staff may have thoughts. The affordable housing benefit is linked and tied to this site plan. There's talk about, of course, there's separate contributions that I believe the company has made to the Arlington Community Foundation that are outside of this scope and discussion. I just wanted to kind of provide the applicant the opportunity to indicate that there's ongoing commitment, I understand, I believe, to homelessness that you've had a long time, but this is really focused about this site, so there will be continued engagement, as I understand it, on the issue of housing, I would suspect, in your capacity of being a good community member. Is that fair?
Mr. DeFerranti, that is absolutely correct. It's something that we take very seriously. We've already contributed $3 million to the Arlington Housing Fund. We also have an employee match that is underway right now through the end of the year, of a $5 million match for employee contributions, and there are 10 different organizations here in the Arlington area that can be recipients of that. So it's part of our ethos, and it's what we do. So these are not just a one and done. We will continue to be involved in the community.
That's great, I appreciate it. I just think it's important to clarify because folks are speaking about this site and then they're comparing to what some of the things done in California and other areas. And our job today is just with respect to the community benefit under our ordinance and the contribution for this site. Thank you.
Ms. Crystal?
I apologize, that was a
Oh,
relevant
that was,
questions about the community.
no problem. So I'll ask just a quick question about the housing calculation. Just can staff, when they are ready, just walk us through the process of concluding the $7.5 million as the base affordable housing contribution and the comfort that 20 million was an appropriate number for increased density and to provide a net community benefit?
So the additional $12.5 million, again, what we did was we looked at our adopted plans and policies, and here we looked at our affordable housing master plan. As you know, this is an office project, so there's a small base, not a small base amount, but there's a formulaic base amount. When looking at the totality of the project, we focused not only on the affordable housing master plan, but we looked at the public spaces master plan, the community energy plan, and the master transportation plan, and wanted to be able to provide some offsite benefits that addressed each of those plans. So the $12.5 million here was a significant amount. I think it got the bulk of the community benefits project to go to this, which we've determined is a dire need, and really makes an aggressive statement towards achievement of some of those affordable housing master plan goals. So I do think it's an appropriate amount, and it is a significant contribution, and at the $20 million number, it is the largest cash contribution that we've received from any site plan project.
Okay, I guess I'll rephrase the question. So again, walking through that formula takes you to $7.5 million. Then we have 12.5 above and beyond that. And I accept your conclusion that it is an appropriate mitigation, but what is the basis for that conclusion?
Oh, go ahead.
No, we do not sit in a room and make up the numbers. What we do is we assess the value related to the density, and we often engage in appraisals and try to come up with the correct numbers, so that there is actually to the extent that appraisals are a science, it has a scientific basis.
So just in other words, you calculate, you put a value on density that is being awarded and other things. You have a number, and then through affordable housing and other things, you come up with a total number that you think is consistent with practice and the scale of the project for which benefit should be derived. And in this case, the housing increment of that is $20 million. Okay, great. All right, let's move on to other think we're ready for other issues, which, if you've been following the hearing, you know will probably concern labor relations issues. All right, Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, happy to start. And I think for my part, this is the area of remaining concern because of all of the good work that's been done by our commissions, our staff, and Amazon as the applicant on frankly everything else. Let me ask the question just sort of outright. I think from what we've seen, Amazon is going to pretty exceptional lengths to address some of these issues that are a concern, but to do so through an agreement with its contractors and subcontractors. Can the applicant share a little more with us about why not reach agreement with the representatives of those working on the project?
Well, we feel that the system that we've put together with SkillSmart is actually better than what we could possibly otherwise do. And I just want to share with you that this is absolutely not acceptable to us whatsoever in terms of wage theft and misclassification of wages. When it was brought to my attention, and I always want you to know that the buck stops with me, I am and my team are responsible for all of Amazon's corporate office space globally. And that is over 335 different locations in over 46 countries, about 40 million square feet, and there's about 300,000 employees that are sitting within those spaces that my team takes care of on a day-to-day basis. When I learned that there was issues here with our tenant improvements that we're doing in existing spaces in Crystal City, I immediately stopped all future work with that particular contractor. And it wasn't just work that that contractor was doing for us here in Crystal City. It was work that they're doing for us throughout the Americas right now. I basically put on hold hundreds of millions of dollars of future work that they were doing. We've investigated. We brought in SkillSmart to take a look at all of this. We have reached out to the individuals that have brought the claims, and we would like to sit down and meet with them, although they have not answered any of our requests to do so. But we want to be able to adjudicate and be able to make them whole and make sure. And until the contractor has the ability to make it right and make them whole, they won't be doing any future work for us. So I wanted to put the construction industry on notice that this was super important to us. I also believe that making it contractually obligated and our contractors obligated to pay Davis-Bacon wages and fringes is something that we feel really good about. And through the SkillSmart platform, they'll be able to, all the contractors are going to upload all the pay information there so that we can know real time exactly what is going on, and then they can attack any issues that are coming up. The workers on site will have the ability, there'll be signage around, they'll be given an identification card so that they can actually know who to go to in the event that there's an issue so they can bring it up. Union representation is welcome to come onto the site and meet with their employees that happen to be there. They just need to go through the same safety regulations and everybody else that's a visitor to the site. So we're not preventing anybody from coming onto the site. We also are very willing to take a look at any annual increases that occur on an annual basis as well. And if that occurs, we will raise those wages. We want to make sure that it's an equal playing field for everyone. And we're also, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, we're going to make sure that the unions know of every contract that is going out to bid so that they have an opportunity to bid on it. At the end of the day, it is not up to Clark Construction or to any other contractor to determine who we choose. Ultimately, it is myself and my team that will choose who we're going to work with. And if we have any misgivings about whether their past performance or future performance would not meet with our high standards, we certainly won't work with them. And then last but not least, as I mentioned, all subcontractors and 1099 workers would not be allowed on the site unless it's approved by Amazon. And there will be all sorts of unique circumstances, but for people that typically do piece work, such as the sheet wall hangers and others, they have to work for a contractor to be able to do that, and they won't be able to be independent.
So a couple of follow-up questions. I think that the policy that no independent contractors may be used except approved, paired with the Davis-Bacon wages, we hope will address some of the examples that have been given by those who came to speak to us today and those that we know are endemic throughout our labor market. However, we saw such abuses happen on existing Amazon projects, the tenant improvement projects you mentioned, where these policies or provisions, they are not in effect for that project. Is that correct?
They were not in effect at that time, but for all future TI work that's being done, they will be in effect.
Okay, that's helpful to know. The other question that I have is, it really is one of enforcement and being clear what zero tolerance means. You've shared with us that once these issues of wage theft came to light, that resulted in a stoppage of engagement, not only with the labor broker and the sub to the sub, but actually with that contractor. Can you commit to that being the process going forward when there are cases of substantiated wage theft, should they come to light in the future?
Should they come to light in the future, and if applicants or the individuals that were affected will actually sit down and talk with us and we can actually verify, absolutely.
Absolutely, the zero
Absolutely.
tolerance policy would be in effect for the contractor?
Yes.
Okay. I can yield the floor if my colleagues have questions to follow up.
Yeah, let's do this for questions and follow-up so that we can get a motion on the floor. And Mr. DeFerranti.
Appreciate Ms. Crystal's questions and your answers. The big, as I've worked and worked on this question over the last week or 2 weeks, the more that I dig, the more that I feel as though communication has been a challenge. And, you know, real world, you have emails, voicemails. I just want to surface that helping with that communication. I know the pace of the carpenter's business and your business. That is, you know, my understanding is that SkillSmart would be a point person, but there would also be, with you, the ultimate, the buck stops with you, there would also be someone on staff with Amazon that would be, you know, in addition, or multiple people that would be on point to be responsive and to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that is, and many of those individuals are actually in the room here today.
Got it. I just wanted to surface it because the past, with respect to that communication, is the past. But going forward, I'm going to have an interest. I sort of, on March 16th, I held myself to a standard of working to help make this work. And I just want to surface that and say it outright that, you know, missing an email or phone call, we have to work relentlessly to see what we can do, at least in my view.
I completely agree with you, and I've made it abundantly clear that I will absolutely not tolerate any of this going forward, or otherwise individuals on my team will be accountable.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate all these good words, and I believe you're sincere, Mr. Shetler. Thank you. And even though I wasn't here, I could hear you in the back. So, and I think I also believe that you didn't know about it before, and I think this has maybe been a bit of a surprise. So you can see the sort of upset and things we've dealt with because you read the stories. I think the press has actually been helpful here in many ways, surfacing some things that need to get surfaced so we can take care of them. But it's understandable why labor might be sort of suspicious, and so I think moving forward, I feel like the tone here today is a little better than it has been before, and there's a long way to go. So I appreciate the efforts that you're making. I believe you'll be sort of reporting back. Is there a way to kind of report back through SkillSmart to the community and to us on how things are going? And, you know, 6 months in, you're just sort of giving us a, you know, touching base a little bit about how things are working out.
Well, absolutely. I know that many of Amazon team members, especially those in the public policy, meet with you on a regular basis, and we'd be more than happy to give you updates and reports on exactly how the process is working.
That's great. And I think, you know, somebody earlier talked in a different context here that you should be want to be a model. I think you do. And frankly, if this is the start of changing these practices in the region, that's going to be huge, and I really hope it is. And you are of a size and an importance that you can really lead by example and start to help make that happen, in part because there's a lot of construction going on, and again, it's all everybody's interests aligning. There's a lot of construction going on, and it's harder and harder to find good, skilled workers, and if you continue to pay the best, you're going to get them, and if other people want workers, they're going to have to step up too, and I think that's really helpful, and I look forward to hearing that we're in a different situation in a year from now or so. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So, quick question for Mr. Shuttler. So, the work that you're doing with SkillSmart, while it's not entirely new, it's relatively new in the grand scheme of things with the technology that they're bringing to the table and some of these specific provisions you're requiring of your GCs and subs and tiered subs. It's a sort of a different package, if you will, that you expressed at the very beginning. You think it will be better than what were traditional agreements that you could have made with labor. So, since it's pretty much unproven, untested, like we don't have evidence that you're right or someone else is right. The question really is this, is there room to course correct if available evidence and data indicates that it's not sufficient to deal with the issues that you're trying to solve? I just want to put out a marker to essentially ask, is there room for there to be the humility that maybe we didn't get it right, and then through ongoing engagement with labor or with SkillSmart or partnering with whomever else, that we would continue to have an ongoing approach to ensuring that the principles that I think there is universal agreement towards achieving are reached?
Chairman Dorsey, I can assure you that we will always be very open and very transparent with you. It is one of our ethos to set a very high bar, and we're inventors, and we're always doing things and pioneering in new directions. So this is very important to us, and we want to get this right, and I insist that we will get it right. One of our other leadership principles is to be vocally self-critical, and if we find ourselves in a situation where we have ample evidence and we see that it's not working, although I don't believe that will be the case, we'd be more than happy to sit down with you and others and have a conversation about a way forward.
Okay. All right, Ms. Crystal.
I wanted to ask as well if you could speak to the issue of apprenticeships. One of the roles that labor partners have emphasized that they play and will be playing actually increasingly now with Arlington Public School students, which is extraordinary, is giving rising workers access to the skills to participate in these trades and make good careers out of them over a lifetime. How are you approaching the opportunity for apprenticeships? Who do you see as your partners in being able to develop that kind of pipeline?
Well, SkillSmart is also working with us in their capacity to do that, as well as we're requiring our contractors to provide training programs, because I think it's really important for the local community and the Commonwealth to be able to have the labor and be able to have the people that we need to be able to build these buildings and the skills that are going to be required as well. So we and our public policy team are also, through community engagement, we're working on workforce training and a variety of other things, going down into the schools all the way through to the workforce that is currently in the marketplace. So I think we have a program in place, and we're working with the right people to help us achieve those goals.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gutschall.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I wanted to ask staff a question on this, because it seems quite clear that Amazon has every intent on being part of the solution to this problem. This is it's a much more systemic kind of issue. We're talking about it now in the context of this project, but it's actually it's an issue that faces lots of projects, and it faces the economy in general. And I think it's appropriate for us to be talking about it, and I'm very glad that our General Assembly members are going to be pursuing legislation that might give us some more tools to be able to deal with this. But I wanted to ask the manager whether or not, outside of the context of a specific site plan application, do we have any other tools available to us, or are we looking at a larger conversation about working with our business community to try to develop sort of some best practices to sort of do an investigation, maybe even a study of what is going on in the labor market? And the reason why I think it's important for us is because ultimately, at the end of the day, I think there's a trail of breadcrumbs here that leads to what a fundamental issue that we are facing, which it starts with wage theft, and in particular for those at the lowest end of the income, at the skill and income ladder. And then it becomes tax fraud, and tax fraud affects our tax revenues. And then it's part of, I think, it leads to income inequality, and I happen to believe that income inequality is one of the fundamental drivers of our housing affordability crisis. So everything that we are dealing with in terms of our social safety net and in terms of how are we helping those that are be able to live here and have a quality of life, in particular those that are most vulnerable, is very much affected by this issue. So I'm curious, Mr. Manager, your notion, again, stepping out from just this site plan application, a bigger picture perspective, should we be studying this, looking more closely at what we could do about this issue?
So first point I would make is that this problem, which I think the applicant is addressing, is a problem that, again, is not just unique to Arlington. It's unique, well, it's a condition of the region. And so to the extent I've given it any thought, I think that articulating a set of policies and direction to do analysis and work would be appropriate for us, but I also think it would be in some ways better handled through working with the Council of Governments in the region and addressing the larger workforce issues, because I actually know that COG has some thoughts and work in that area, and I would encourage perhaps the vice chair of the COG board who is with us today, and certainly myself and my colleagues to step into this, because I think we have an opportunity to transform conditions that have actually have been horrific in the area. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Gotchall. Not that I don't do enough on this issue, right? Yeah. Appreciate it. All right, any other questions on this? All right, so why don't we get a motion on the floor? And I know, Ms. Garvey, I think you're prepared to make one.
I am prepared to make one. As anybody who's been looking at our documents, you can see the manager's recommendation. The motion goes on for like small type for like a whole page. I'm not going to do all of that. I consulted with our attorney, who's not here, but he's assured me this is good. Steve, I hope you're listening back there. So what I'm going to do is offer a single motion on this item 40 for parts A to E. I think there may be a few additions, amendments, but we're going to deal with them later. I know our chair will handle them just fine. So I would like to move the county manager's recommendations for items 40 A, B, and C, including the supplemental report dated December 13, 2019, amending the condition number 58 and items 40D and E, all of which approve the following: an amendment to the master transportation plan to remove a section of 14th Road South, an amendment of the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan for the conversion of residential use to commercial use and the construction of two 22-story buildings, an amendment to the site plan for Met Park Phases 6, 7, and 8 to construct two 22-story office buildings, an amendment to the site plan for Met Park Phases 1, 2, and 3 to eliminate a requirement to convey certain streets in fee simple, and an ordinance of vacation of specified storm and sewer easements. That's it. Have a second? Thank you.
Okay, moved and seconded, and we can now get to the point where, with a motion on the floor, all comments are welcome, including concluding comments. All right, Mr. Gotchall.
All right. I am actually going to make a motion to amend site plan condition number 18. I believe the clerk should have some language. Actually, Ms. Jacobs, there was a second version of that. Do you? So what I will do is I am going to make a motion that we add to the bottom of site plan condition number 18. The developer also agrees to submit to the county manager no later than December 31, 2030, evidence that 100% of the electricity required for the buildings is supplied either by renewable energy produced on-site or through credits obtained from renewable energy produced off-site and specifically dedicated to offset the energy used on this site. That's my motion, if there's a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? What's that? Well, first of all, I mean, I think just since we are doing a condition, this has been, do you have agreement from the person who would be conditioned before we can even consider whether we're just
Yeah,
going
we
to
should,
wrap
but
this
I'd like to
into
get the right language up on the screen. Ms. Jacobs, did you not have the follow-up emails?
We've been multitasking a little bit.
I mean,
We're working with staff on the condition.
sure.
We'll come back to it, all right? So other comments? Other comments at this time? Seems like we have two things going on. We're working on projecting a proposed amendment, and we also have a side conversation about the specific language of the condition. So these are kind of not working in complementary purposes, but is this the right language that you intend, Mr. Gutschall?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
If I can just take a temporary pause from this process to see if the applicant is coming up with language that is semantically different than what is proposed?
This language is acceptable, and we're also working with staff on the community use of the event space. I think we have a condition on that also.
Okay, terrific. So this one seems like there is no objection, so in which case we'll just wrap this into the main motion, if that's okay to you.
Thank you so much to the applicant. Appreciate it.
Okay. Other discussion? It looks like we're waiting for another potential piece of language. Is there a board member who's going to be interested in making that motion whenever that language is
I would
produced?
be happy to do it
All
since I
right.
think it resulted from my line of questioning. But I don't have it.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. DeFerranti.
Just briefly, as we're waiting, I'm mindful that the last condition, there was a moment where a number of the applicant, number of you were looking at each other. It's consistent with your pledge, but just I want to add a thank you to agreeing to that condition. It's consistent with what the company has done, but very much appreciate your agreement.
Mr. Chair, if you want, I'm happy to do my concluding comments, just to
Well,
be
we've got, I think
to
we've
be
got the
efficient
language.
with time.
I think we've got the language.
Okay.
It's before us. Would you like to move it?
I know I'm just reading it before I make a motion, if you don't mind, Mr.
All
Dorsey. Colleagues, I'm going to move this addition to condition 38, 58, excuse me, which says, essentially has the effect, I believe, of offering other meeting space within the building in the site plan in accordance with the provisions we've already discussed.
Okay, thank you. Moved, second?
Second.
Mr.
Seconded
Dorsey?
by Mr. DeFerranti.
Very
Ms.
quickly, we do have a modification to the lead condition.
Lead condition, okay.
Yeah, and so staff will put that up on the screen.
Okay, we will deal with this one first, though,
Okay.
since it's been moved and seconded. So any further discussion on it?
No.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. That's now part of the main motion. Let's keep it going.
I believe we're just waiting on that proposed amendment to condition 58.
Our clerk's getting the work out.
Where is that addition? Oh, there we go. No?
And which would this be attached to? Which number?
Lazy. This is
18.
Okay.
Oh.
So add it to 18.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so on 18, this is to just before small letter A, so after the additional language, the developer agrees that the building central utility plant, this language would be inserted after that. And this is instead of
What does TO stand for?
tenant occupancy. I'm sorry, I was writing it quickly. This should say the
So it's-
certificate of occupancy for tenant occupancy. And we can spell that out.
And can I ask the applicant why?
No, you can't. Actually,
is-
why don't we get it up here so we can understand what it is, and then we can get into questions.
I don't follow it. I'm afraid I don't.
So just to understand where it is, this is coming with condition number 18, right?
That's correct.
And this, so Ms. Gabor, can you just point us to the exact page number and location on the page where this language will be inserted?
This is page 58. And we have, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page. There's underlined language that starts with the developer also agrees that the building central utility plant. It would be after that sentence. And before the paragraph A about report submittals.
Okay.
And Chairman Dorsey, you're saying that procedurally, we could not ask staff why this proposal or what it desires to effectuate unless we have a motion?
No, I just wanted to get us situationally aware of where it is and what they're proposing before we ask questions about it. That's all.
Great. I'm not sure I'm clear on what they're proposing, so I'd like to ask questions about that.
No, that's, Ms. Crystal, that's fine. I just wanted to know where we were referencing. That's all. Before we started asking questions about something, I wanted to know where in the document we needed to reference. Okay, now, what is the genesis of all of this?
So I believe this, Chairman Gutschall, to be in the spirit of what you were proposing. Our concern was that in the extremely unlikely event that the building was not complete in 2030, I didn't want to tie the applicant to a condition to submit an energy report that didn't exist. So we expect the buildings to be completed in 2023 to receive their final CO for temporary occupancy, and 7 years after that, which would be 2030, to submit the information you requested to demonstrate that we're providing 100% electricity for the buildings.
Right, so this is in lieu of the language that we discussed
That
earlier.
is correct.
Right.
But, so why did we say that that language was acceptable? If you knew that there was going to be language that was going to address the issue? Do we have an opinion from staff as to which matters? This largely seems,
We don't have a strong opinion.
does anyone want to move this?
I will say, Mr. Chairman, that actually I would be willing to move this. I think the applicant has
Okay,
been
so go ahead, you can move it.
been very forthcoming, so
can
I'm
move it.
happy.
Great.
I'm happy to move this as a replacement for what was earlier added to the
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? So would you like to make a further motion to strike the previously added language, or is it?
Well, I thought that was a replacement, but is that a further motion? Just for clarity, yes, I will move that we strike the language that was added previously to the main motion.
Moved and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. Now moving on, are there any other amendments that people are working on, thinking about, interested in? All right, let's do concluding comments. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank all of the community who showed up, not just today, but throughout this process. I have to say that for such for a site plan that has such enormous significance for us, this is the first office site plan that we have approved, that a board has approved. And I think it's at least 5 years, right? At least 5 years, and the ones that was approved then has not yet been built. And this is incredible. And we've talked for years and years now about our office vacancy rate and how that has had impacts on our budget, which has impacts on our ability to fund our social safety net and infrastructure. Frankly, all of the things that are part of the livability framework that the neighborhood has worked very hard to put together and has brought to bear on not only review of this application, but what that will be part of the discussion moving forward about how do we make sure that when we approve new development, that it adds to the livability, it helps to create new community. this site plan, it's just hard for me to overstate how this site plan hits so many of those marks really, really strongly. And I thank the applicant. I think they have come through quite well. I'm very much looking forward to this getting built and coming online, and that your constructiveness in working with the neighborhood and the community to make sure that as you move into the construction phase, that you're going to be friendly neighbors to them. And then as it comes online, we're really going to have a wonderful project here and a transformative project. To the labor issues, I do very much appreciate that you've expressed quite clearly, unequivocally, what your intent is. I'm a little chagrined, frankly, that we don't have more tools available directly to us to put something in writing to hold you to. I wish that we did, not because I don't believe that you don't intend to live up to it, but just because it always helps to get it in writing. That's a golden rule. However, I do look forward to that as we move forward and we sort of the question, that was why I asked the manager about what should we be doing, and I love the answer that we should really, it is a regional issue, it's a national issue actually, but regionally we have probably more of an opportunity to affect. It's a regional labor market for sure, so we have the opportunity regionally to help to address this. And for those that took the time to come out today to testify on behalf of our laborers and those that are often at the lowest end of the wage ladder, it's important to understand that this is just a moment in time and that the movement is, in my view, is gaining strength and will continue to gain strength. And I believe that Amazon earnestly wants to be a part of transforming the way that our economy works. And so I look forward to that continued opportunity to make life better for all Arlingtonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Ms. Crystal?
Sure. In a similar set of comments to the ones Mr. Gutschall just offered, I think the site plan before us is excellent. I think the energy commitments are unprecedented in Arlington. I am so excited about them, and I think it was worth it to engage in that bit of legislative sausage making from the dais to be very clear about how well not only Amazon's corporate goals, but also the priorities for this building will align with our own community energy goals. It is one of the most existential issues of the day. I'm so excited that we have the opportunity to vote on a project that is going to significantly advance both our communities and your corporate goals in that regard. I am excited about the affordable housing contribution. I loved as Mr. Carantonis noted that it's appropriate, not exceptional for a site of this size, but it is exciting. So perhaps we can use that word to see the largest contribution to our AHIF fund in the fund's history realized through this project. And a great realization that economic growth, as represented by an office project, has every bit the same contribution, or the same commitments and obligations to lift up our community that a residential project would have. I am excited about the uses. I am incredibly excited about the childcare use, the opportunity to offer those spots, not only to employees of Amazon, but to the community and to some of our most vulnerable community members in particular. And finally, I think it is frankly astonishing that a building of this size, we received not a single comment in opposition to the size of the building, which I think is really a true testament to the architecture, the massing, the beautiful design of this building, and how it's been arrayed in such a way to not only add an attractive building to the Met Park site, but to use those good principles of architecture to mitigate any impacts on light, air, the surrounding tenants. So I'm delighted about that. The one thing about which I am not delighted is this piece regarding labor. And I want to actually take way out of context something that Ms. Erickson said beautifully in her comments from the Audubon Society, which is because of Amazon's size and influence, it can lead by example. And that is what we have asked throughout this process Amazon to do. And I am concerned that we are not fully there yet in terms of leading by example to address the concerns brought up today. You know, the proverb goes that you should trust in God but tie your camel. And I think that while Amazon's intentions are very good, the market here is, to say the least, not set up for equitable opportunity for people working on construction projects. You know, Mr. Kanahui Ortiz talked about being a victim of wage theft here in Arlington in the mid-90s and that nothing has changed. And we have seen what happens when the very good intentions of Amazon meet the buzzsaw of our existing exploitative labor market. We saw that on the tenant improvement projects. And I really respect, and through many conversations, not only today, but prior to today and with SkillSmart's leadership directly, that Amazon is going to extraordinary lengths to address some of those exploitative practices. But we are still reliant on the good intentions of Amazon. And I really do continue to believe that the right way forward would be to empower the workers on the project and their representatives to ensure that these good intentions are followed, to tie the camel in that regard. We have not been able to see such an agreement reached. And so I think I will end by saying that, as somebody else said today, the world will be watching, right? The Northern Virginia market will be watching, Arlington will be watching, to make sure that those good intentions are realized as we try to, frankly, engineer a transformation of a labor market, of a construction labor market that has perpetuated real income inequality and perpetuated exploitation of vulnerable people in our community who are important to us all. So I'm going to end on that note, not to end on that note. We'll say again, I think the site plan before us is one with a great deal about which to be excited, and I look forward to welcoming it to our community, as well as Amazon and its employees.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
I want to start just by kind of trying to address and highlight the switch here, lest we not lose it, is from residential to commercial. So this shift is going to help, I believe, our community gain additional resources from outside our community to invest in our community. And I think that point is just worth making briefly. Picking up briefly on the labor theme, I think everyone on this board, I'll say again, I strongly support changing Virginia law to allow Arlington to require project labor agreements. That is not the law yet, and I will continue to try and help us get that to be the law. Since Virginia law doesn't allow that, ultimately the decision has to be, I found, the decision has to be made on site plan conditions and land use. And that leads me, as much as I dug and looked, this project is exceptionally done. I did not find something that I felt was a reasonable basis on land use or site conditions to do anything but say this is an excellent project. I will mention that the folks who spoke who really were compelling to me, Mr. Castro Ramirez, you mentioned Mr. Huay Ortiz and his experience, Mr. Ackerman. I thought that the comments made were civilly made and done with great passion, and such a compelling argument for us continuing to work to build close the distance between the world as it is and as it should be. I'll note that I just had one quote from when I spoke in March, and I want to reiterate it. And this is not about ascribing blame. I am very grateful for the accountability, the items that you mentioned, Mr. Schuttler, but let's ask again that all parties work over the coming weeks and months to come to a stronger commitment to fair pay for all those who work on these buildings. We all tried, but I don't think, myself included, we really worked as hard as perhaps I should have to make sure that we get everything in there. And we're close. Now let's just show the world that we actually will do what has been described in the preceding discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, boy, have we come a long way since March. I mean, it was just March, it's not even been a year. It's pretty amazing when you think about how far we've come. And I mean we, all of us. Some of the people who were here earlier, not here, and the broader community. It has been an incredible journey. That was a very exciting meeting when you were here in March. And I'm going to talk a little bit more in bigger pictures because I think this meeting today and it's about more than just this project, really. I think it's about our partnership and how we're going to work together and how Arlington is going to grow. This is the first kind of real clear step. And it's a great project and it's really good. And I think we've talked about that and it's exciting. It really is. But, back in March and when we were going through the whole thing with Amazon and people are very worried about you coming here because you're so big. And I kept saying, yeah, but I think our interests are aligned. You know, as I said earlier, they want good parks, we want good parks. They want good schools, we want good schools. You know, they want like good energy, renewable energy, we want renewable energy. They want good transportation, we want, because our interests are aligned and I anticipate them continuing to be aligned, that gives me a lot of confidence that this is going to continue to be a good relationship. You all said you were going to get involved with the community, and you did, totally. I mean, I have never seen, we have a lot of big companies in this community, and they do things. I have never, none of them are involved the way you are already. I mean, you're popping up everywhere in nonprofits and with the chamber, and it's just really great to see. You were as good as your word on that, and I assume that's going to continue. So thank you very, very much for that. On just the partnership that we're working on, I'll just tick off the issues again that I'm excited. The transportation, childcare. That's great. Boy, do we need to do more childcare. I really think any community that can provide low-cost, quality childcare for anybody who wants it, all up and down the income scale, is going to thrive, because that's what everybody needs. That's what our workers need. This country's not providing it, but right here, I think we in Arlington, local government, we can do it in our little bit here and set an example. The work on labor, I trust you that you're going to be working forward. We'll get that reported. There is the trust but verify. I think that's great. The energy, again, if we can get more on site, that'll be exciting. Housing, you're starting to work on that. I think we all realize that, again, our interests are aligned. If workers can't live here, how are we going to make it? It's going to be way too hard. So we could all go on and on, but we're going to come back again. We'll see you again, and we'll do like a little status check at that time on some of these things. I look forward to it. Thank you for being such good partners so far. Really appreciate it. Have heard just great things from the community, from our staff about how you are to work with. Really, really appreciate it. It's a great project. And as I say, we'll do a check-in again and make sure that we're all still doing well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So I'll have some concluding comments. And while Ms. Garvey, I would have certainly described the March meeting with a different adjective other than exciting. I will certainly say that we have come a long way in many respects. When we look at this as a land use proposal, as everyone has uniformly stated, there is a lot to commend this project, and I won't go at length, but just to highlight some of the things that are particularly meaningful for me, as Mr. DeFerranti said, the shift of uses on this project from residential to commercial, I think, is actually a huge improvement, and it's an understated benefit of this proposal. It actually is consistent with the original plans for the PDSP in this site, and given the way development has evolved and our patterns of mobility have evolved, I really think that this is the appropriate way to populate uses on the site. We have talked about sustainability and energy, which are certainly transformative given what we have seen recently. There's always room to do more, and I appreciate our E2C2 Commission, which is putting on Amazon the desire to constantly tweak and innovate, which I think is part of your corporate ethos anyway. So I suspect that even what we desire or what we think now will evolve as this project goes through the further planning and permitting stages to take advantage of every opportunity to be as efficient on the sustainability front as we can. From a transportation perspective, completing the grid with complete streets, the provisions for protected bike lanes, the different street typologies, there's some good innovative stuff, but that's based on sound data, which I think will definitely improve circulation immensely. We've talked about the open space, the net additions in acreage, but also Amazon taking over the comprehensive perpetual maintenance. These are important, excellent things. When it comes to parking, as Ms. Crystal noted, I love your approach there. Let's charge the daily single occupancy vehicles the highest amount, and then that incentive program where you've priced it at the sweet spot where it's substantial enough to get people to go, maybe I'll save $6 today, but you don't have your monthly parking parked low enough where you're just going to encourage people to be monthly parkers and then get the credit when they can. Very thoughtfully done. We're going to remember that for future approaches. Massing and architecture, I can't believe we have a site plan that we just considered with 2.1 million square feet. And did anybody talk about architecture? I mean, it's...
Planning Commission.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, you know what I mean.
It's just remarkable that, you know, the things, the fundamental building blocks of planning with the massing and orientation on site, and the thing that most people who are not planners, that they see, the architecture, we haven't had, and we've resolved any issues with that early on. It's a real testament to the care that you've taken to getting this right. When it comes to community benefits, there's always going to be a desire to see whether or not we can get more. I always have that. And I always want to make sure that we're methodically thinking about the value of what we are exchanging and what we're getting in return. I will say that when it comes to housing, while I share the perspective that 20 million seems an appropriate number for this site, it is very infrequent that we actually get what is appropriate. We typically are compromising for far less. So I do not want to underestimate that getting appropriate value is something that I'm not going to sneeze at. And then, as we get to the other issues, even though they're not a part of our agenda, for me, they're no less important. It's how is this project going to impact people in our community? You know, we've addressed it with the mitigations on site. We've addressed it with community benefits that go to housing. But another area in which this project is going to impact people are the folks who actually construct the project, which, while again not an action for us, was an important part of today's conversation. So I appreciate Amazon presenting their plans. I appreciate your responses to our questions on this issue, and I especially appreciate everyone who came to testify on why this matters. I'll just say that for me, the value of unions when it comes to being a partner in this work is really in the business model. Their business model is based on doing right by workers and also ensuring that potential project developers, employers have a qualified pipeline of workers to do those projects. It's a very efficient business model, appropriately scaled for what's needed in the marketplace. Now, there's another business model out there that doesn't have any concern really about the long game. So as a result, unlike unions, which are fundamentally going to be available to look at workers and provide them pathways through consistent employment to actually consider these as career jobs, the other business model says we're going to look at this in terms of short-term profit opportunities, get in and get out, which, if that's coupled with people who are prone to unscrupulous practices, are going to create a problem. And that problem is seen in low road bidding, which is going to lead ultimately to workers being exploited through the issues and in the manner that we have heard earlier. Now, look, I realize that what I've just surfaced is a fundamental ideological divide in our country, and I'm not looking to resolve that this afternoon, though I may want to. And I believe fundamentally that the best way that you deal with this is for companies to get in the practice of making arrangements and agreements directly with workers, recognizing their value as a business model. But we can't resolve that today. So we have to figure out, if we can't actually get the exact form that we want or that I may want, how do we get to a place where the goals that I have, of which there's been little daylight with the applicant, how can we best put together a package that makes sure those goals are reached? So as we think about what the applicant has put forward to us today, they've addressed a number of areas: wages and benefits, misclassification of workers, transparency in what is required among contractors and what is reported publicly. And these are substantial. These are substantial. It's not all the way there, but they are much better than where we started. When it comes to wages and benefits, I'm not aware of another private project in Arlington that has tied the wage scale to prevailing wage standards, number one, and that, two, are doing so not based on Virginia wage standards, are doing so based on the District of Columbia's, which, for those of you who may follow the industry, are significantly higher. I am not aware of anyone in the private construction industry who has embraced the full data and software resources and analytical and reporting resources that we have heard from SkillSmart to ensure that at least we have compliance with fundamental standards and the ability to, in real time, deal with potential bad actors. I am not aware of any private project in Arlington or the region on the Virginia side that has taken to using that data that is compiled and the reporting that is possible, making that available to the local government to ensure that the goals and standards are being met. And I just want to be very, very clear. This is not about providing a way to preference unions over others. It's about leveling a playing field that is historically and currently grossly tilted toward bad actors. And when you are able to get to a place where you have a level playing field, you actually reach something that I think is good for business. It's also good for the workers because really at the end of the day, that's all they want. Now, there's still some gaps. The playing field is not all the way level with this. The investments that unions make in multi-employer health and pension plans are still not necessarily valued in such a way that will allow them to fully compete on a level playing field, but make no mistake, the fundamental thing that I've asked for from the beginning, that I think they have asked of us from the very beginning, let's make sure there is no incentive and ability for people who are going to be exploitative and be bad actors from the very beginning to be a part of this project. And I think we're moving towards steps to make that a reality. Again, I don't think we're all the way there, but your willingness to continue to be vigilant and humble if the safeguards that have been put in place do not work, to actually continue to look at things that we can do to enhance it is important to me. That we're not just going to take today as an endpoint and turn it off, but that we're going to continue to open ourselves up to looking at this in real time to realize our goals. You know, as Mr. Shuttler, you described the company, and I think anybody who knows anything about Amazon would associate the word innovation with you all. And a company that's built on innovation should not be used by low road actors who are using tired old school tactics to screw workers for their own benefit. That is something that you all should not want to be a part of. So we will be your partners in making sure that is not going to occur here with this. And for those reasons, for the land use proposal, which is truly exceptional, and for the deep concerns that I have about labor, I have to recognize, if I take a step back, when it comes to Arlington County, where we are, while not entirely where I want to be, is far better than anything that we've ever experienced before, ever. And that is something that our community ought to be proud of. We are setting a positive marker moving forward. I hope that we can get even further as we iterate and move along. But let's not forget that at least today, what we're able to have happen for traditionally exploited and marginalized workers is far better than anything that we've ever been able to do before. And with that, I think we're ready for a vote on the motion, which has been amended, I forget how many times? 2 times? Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Motion has been amended 2 times for the purposes of accepting the manager's recommendation and also to require essentially that the company certify that it's achieved its 2030 100% renewable goal. And what was the other one? The community access to smaller groups under the same terms as the larger uses, but that could possibly include other spaces within the 2.1 million square feet. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you all. Looking at time, folks, and I realize that we've had some people who are probably here for the next item on the agenda. You've probably been here for a while, but I think it's appropriate that we take a 45-minute break so that we can give you our full time and attention and not be hungry for your item. So we will convene again at 5 minutes to 2. Thank you.
always a pleasure to see. Our
all colleagues could come back to the dais. Okay, we're ready to resume our meeting. One regular hearing item down, several to go. And when you are ready, Ms. Jacobs, we are ready to call the next item.
Item 41, U 3438-16-1, use permit review for live entertainment at Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge located at 3111 Columbia Pike.
Thank you very much, and we're now ready for our staff presentation. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Back again this month, we have Chrissy Wallentissues here and also Jim Mistoris from the Police Department.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. As Mr. Short said, I'm Chrissy Wallentish with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. I'm joined today with Master Police Officer Demetrios Mastoris, again with the Arlington County Police Department. We're here to discuss the out-of-cycle review of the use permit for live entertainment for Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge located at 3111 Columbia Pike. As a reminder to the board and to the public, you all heard and approved the request to advertise for this out-of-cycle review in November, which time we heard from Master Police Officer Mastoris and as well as from the applicant regarding the out-of-cycle review and some of the at the establishment. While the RTA was more of a precursor and procedural requirement, this December review and staff report provide a much deeper analysis of the facts and data, as well as the county manager and staff recommendation for action on the use permit. After a brief presentation, I'll provide an update, and Master Police Officer Mastoris can elaborate on what's happened since the hearing on the RTA. Sorry, I'm bringing up my presentation really quickly. To go over the site again, this is located on Columbia Pike. It's within the Arlington Heights Civic Association and directly adjacent to the Douglas Park Civic Association. It's the 3,000 block of Columbia Pike. The site is approximately 6,500 square feet. Thank you. And surrounded by commercial uses to the east, south, and west, and by a residential neighborhood to the north. There is a history of live entertainment uses associated with various restaurant tenants since 2000. It's also a history of police activity at this establishment, including 2 previously discontinued live entertainment use permits. Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge's live entertainment use permit was approved in 2016 after several deferrals to allow time for the applicant to address community concerns stemming from issues they had with previous tenants. The use permit was reviewed by the County Board in January of 2017 and 2018 with few issues noted by county staff. Okay, and as for the out-of-cycle review, this is, we went over this last month when we brought to you the RTAs, but this slide summarizes those factors going into the reason for the out-of-cycle review. In short, the memo from the Arlington County Police Department Restaurant Liaison Unit, which you received with the RTA and has been updated and also included with the December review, asserts that Purple Lounge is contributing to alcohol-related harm and that is affecting public safety, and also that the live entertainment use is intensifying that situation. For staff findings, we're going to jump to that slide. And in December review is, again, what's actually outlining the county's comprehensive review and analysis of the use permit and not just looking at police activity, although that is analyzed further, so I'll start with that data. If there is a table in the report, and if you look at the calls for police service that's outlined in that table, from January 1st to 2018 to December 10th, 2019, we found that 60 out of the 71 calls for police service occurred either during or after approved hours of live entertainment. And that shows a strong correlation between the live entertainment use and disorderly conduct that leads to someone calling the police. We think that data is really important when assessing the live entertainment use and the police activity at this location. In addition to that, we found that the applicant was also in violation of at least one of the conditions of the use permit, which requires that the applicant abide by all applicable requirements of the county ordinances, state codes, the Environmental Health Bureau, and the Fire Marshal, Police Department, and Alcohol Beverage Control Board. During the review, we found the applicant has open violations with the county's Inspection Services or Code Enforcement Division, which is currently being handled in court, and also open violations with the Virginia Alcohol Beverage Control Board, where the applicant has been found guilty of a violation but has appealed the decision, and that appeals hearing is pending currently. Further, the Public Health Office and the Fire Marshal's Office noted previous violations either during this review or within their last inspection, but those have since been rectified, so they're not outstanding currently. Last, staff has analyzed the use itself and the requirements a use must meet in order for the board to grant approval of a use permit, which is outlined in section 15.4.3 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance. Section states that the use will not, in order for the county board to grant approval, a use should not, A, affect adversely the health or safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use, B, be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and C, be in conflict with the purposes of the master plan of the county. In the case of Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge, we find that the live entertainment use actually has demonstrated that it does adversely affect the health and safety of patrons and residents and is detrimental to the public welfare. And in addition to these factors, it's not on the slide, but it's in the report, both the Arlington Heights and Douglas Park Civic Associations oppose renewal of the use. With that, staff's recommendation to the county board is to discontinue the use permit for live entertainment at Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge on Columbia Pike. With that also, a little update since the RTA you heard about 3 weeks ago. There have been additional calls for police service. One has been from a security guard asking for assistance from the police. Another one has been from a complaint for alcohol sales to minor. Both of these occurred after 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, so that would have been after the live entertainment hours on Saturday evening. And also, the staff has received an additional ARI training. It's the Arlington Restaurant Initiative training put on by the police department. So I will let Police Officer Storas discuss that a little bit more. However, staff's recommendation remains the same. We think that revocation of the use permit will not jeopardize the applicant's ability to operate a restaurant at this location, and staff anticipates that the discontinuation of live entertainment at this establishment will decrease both the levels of police involvement and the community concern so that the business can continue to operate without having a negative impact on the community and on the county.
Thank you, Ms. Walentish. Officer Astoris.
So approximately a week after Anthony Amedia, who's representing Purple Lounge, contacted me after the RTA to schedule not only a secondary training in the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, and that comprised of the responsible alcohol service, the bystander training, Ask for Angela, but it also included the Revive training that we're giving now with AARI. So they had a full staff training and lasted about 2.5 hours. They also, ahead of that, prior to the training, I helped them along with writing their policies to meet the ARI standards. So they now have policies on the books that have been issued to every single front of house employee, and they now have a method to hold them accountable. So as of today, they're meeting the standard for policies and training, which earns them the accreditation. The only thing I would say is that doesn't eclipse everything we've had prior to this. So obviously, when I'm teaching and training, when we do the trainings with the security staff and the front of house staff, I was very happy to see that the only calls for service we had were much earlier than we've seen in the past year and a half, which are before 3 a.m. And security did call for help in removing a disorderly subject. So that's where we're at as of today. They've met everything that I've asked them to do, and as far as I'm concerned, have gone above and beyond within the last 2 weeks.
Thank you, Officer Mastoris. Does that conclude staff's presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. It doesn't look like we have any commissions who are here to speak on this issue. I'd now like to provide an opportunity for Mr. Kidane. Ms. Kidane, sorry. No, if you'll press, there we go. Now you're on. Thank you.
It is on. Mr. Dorsey and dear board members, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you here for the second time. I would also like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Officer Mastoris. He has done above and beyond to help the restaurant.
Thank you. Could you bring the microphone just a little bit closer
Sure.
to you? Thank you.
Yeah, even during the Thanksgiving holiday where he could have been with his family, he was very forthcoming in terms of responding to our emails. So we take the opportunity, regardless of the outcome, to say thank you. as we have discussed previously, we acknowledge there was a mistake. There are no, lack of it is sometimes some communities, especially minority communities, they have that less understanding, especially the relationship between the police or anybody with a law enforcement agencies tend to be more of the afraid if they see crimes being committed to report, regardless for whatever cause that they may have. But now I think with the Officer Mastoras, we've broken the ice. Now the staff is going to be fully accountable, but also that they are going, if they see anything to report to a police. For that, we are very grateful. As you decide to make that decision, Purple has roughly about 12 or 13 employees now, an average of 3 per family, including her with 2 kids. As I said at the beginning, there are some mistakes being done, but also the live entertainment, there are no live entertainment after 2 o'clock. The live entertainment is prior to 2 o'clock. In order also, after we have discussed, after we came in, we reduced the alcohol right now between Monday to Thursday. They are serving at 1:15 a.m. Friday and Saturday, last call is served at 1:30 a.m. We have done tremendous progress in terms of to accommodate the public as well as the surrounding areas. They are also cooperating and working, hand in hand to prevent crimes and other things with the law enforcement agencies. And we would actually, that the board look at the totality of the case. The Purple has been in existence for the last 4 or 5 years. If you take out an average call, that's one call per every 30 or 40 days. Given the fact of the relationship, that could be reasonable. But again, their goal is to reduce as much as possible. And I hope as you deliberate, at least tentatively, you would allow them to continue to have the entertainment license permit pending, further review, given the fact that they have started the relationship now, in 6 months or a year, that if the same issue persists, then there are legitimate case to be made. But now, we would greatly appreciate that you consider it.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now ready for any public speakers we may have on this item. Ms. Jacobs.
We have one public speaker, Deron Hall.
I laugh because I hope I didn't spell my own name wrong. It's Veron Hall.
Okay.
I kind of want to start off by actually saying the last time we was here, communication was kind of mixed up. So the team that we did have here previously, we all at different spots right now. So my teammates are not with me right now. But I think that I've listened to a lot of people in the building. I listened to a lot of people that have read what is on Google. I've listened to a lot of people communicate by he say, she say. To know Purple and to know the Ethiopian community, I would think you would have to be somebody that's a whole different nationality. As being African American and being in multiple spots with this Ethiopian community and the culture, I've embraced and learned a lot of things with them. I think at the same time, in the beginning, there were mistakes with the security team. And as of that, the team that was previous before has been replaced. And as you heard, the information that the gentleman, I call him Mr. J, has given us to help us communicate more with law enforcement. I do believe that there have been a lot of false accusations against Purple. And with the paperwork that he's given us to not only hold us responsible, is to be able to let them know, besides making a telephone call or you getting a false call, now we have something to jot down. We have something to actually hand over to somebody that's in law enforcement so that they understand that it's not about the entertainment. It's always about one bad seed. Every nationality has a bad seed. If you don't have one bad seed, you have a group of bad seeds. And I know if last time we was here, the gentleman was not mistaken in anything he said or whatever he said, but y'all was full, it was right around Thanksgiving.
Got it.
Y'all were all given a plate of food to eat off of.
Thank you.
With only a certain amount of sides on there for the main course.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Hall. We appreciate your comments. Okay, I think our discussion is now with the county board. Anybody want to have any questions before we move to a motion? Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, just a couple of questions for Corporal Masturis about the Arlington Restaurant Initiative and the training that you've undertaken. Do the organizations, or excuse me, the businesses that participate in the restaurant initiative always have live entertainment permits, or do you believe that your training is applicable for, sort of just the general course of business for a bar or restaurant as well?
It's for any of them. So obviously, we're targeting businesses that have an alcohol license. That's the main goal of the initiative, but other restaurants can benefit. So live entertainment with ABC license increases risk for a business just because of what you're bringing into the business. Meaning you're going to have DJs and karaoke and any type of live entertainment coupled with an alcohol license where you're primarily serving alcohol after a certain hour increases our risk category. So, but it's scalable. It's for any restaurant that chooses to have it. A live entertainment is not needed, and we have a lot of restaurants that don't have live entertainment that are accredited.
And so to sort of extrapolate from that, you would be able to see whether your training was working, so to speak, in an establishment, even if they didn't have a live entertainment permit.
Right, and to Mr. Amita's point was he said, call for service spread out over the course of the year. We're not concerned with calls for service, and I've made very clear to the restaurants that we are not going to use calls for service as a benchmark in trying to decide whether you're running a safe business or not. Yeah. It's the severity of those calls. And I look at them on a case-by-case basis. So if I find that there's negligence at play here, either from security or from the management, those are going to be factors that play into my decision about how we move forward. And actions like this is, kind of the last resort. I hope that that's seen by not only the business community, but by the county as well. We don't want to be here. This is kind of the last-ditch effort.
I have one other question, but I can yield.
Okay, why don't we yield and go to Ms. Garvey and then Mr. DeFerranti?
Okay, sure, thank you. Chrissy, how do you pronounce your last name?
Wallentesh.
Okay, Ms. Wallentesh. So if they lose the live entertainment, they can continue to operate as a bar restaurant?
That's correct.
Correct, yeah. And should they do that and things are going really well, they could come back to us at some point and apply again to have live entertainment after some period of time, correct?
That's correct. I believe it would be a year.
A year, and that was my question, yeah. So if things go well with Officer Matoris and things are all, then they can come back and apply again. And meanwhile, you can stay in business. That's
Yes.
great. And benefit from the good training and things that have been delivered. So thank you. Okay, that was my question. That was it.
Mr. DeFerranti.
So actually, Ms. Garvey took my questions as well. I don't know about the interior, but the staff report mentions restaurant, and I have not had the glory of deciding what determines restaurant versus restaurant and bar. There's a the state is involved, but inside the restaurant, is there a bar actually where individuals would come and that could continue operating as well? Is that right?
So every restaurant, or every establishment, I should say, in the state of Virginia is considered a restaurant by ABC is standard. However, the way we classify them with a little more nuance is, are you serving between 9 and 3, and is that your primary source of income? You essentially turn into a club or you turn into a bar. You may serve food, throughout the day, but at some point you're removing furniture, you're allowing maximum capacity. Majority of your sales are from alcohol. You're essentially a bar at this point, as we commonly know a bar or a club. So yes, there is a bar in there. There are actually two, one on the second floor, one on the first. And you have a mix with Purple because they also have hookah. So it's lounge, couches, that sort of thing. But yes, a traditional bar.
Sure, and I guess the only other question is, in code, this may be for Ms. Walentish or both of you, in code, does the year time frame, is that in code, if there are not even the sort of regular calls, is there any standard or not for reconsideration of a use of a permit within perhaps 6-8 months, or is that a whole separate process?
I'm not sure if that's something we can look into, if the county board has the ability for a lesser time frame for that, but we can certainly look into that.
Mr. Chairman, the board could actually initiate on its own motion the advertisement of a use permit within a shorter time period than the year, but the applicant itself is unable to apply for 1 year from the date of termination.
By code.
By the zoning ordinance, yes.
Got it. I guess for me, the last 2 weeks is relevant. I wouldn't want to commit to anything, but it certainly seems to me, that within 8 months or so, that I might have a different spot, be in a different place. But the evidence to this point seems fairly strong to me.
Before I go to you for a second round of questions, Ms. Crystal, just a couple. So, Ms. Walentish, in the intervening period since the RTA, we've heard some more substantial comments from the various departments within your comprehensive review of this establishment. And I am interested more in going beyond simply the impact on the Arlington County Police Department and hearing a little bit more about the concerns expressed from Inspection Services, ISD, as well as the Department of Public Health, and of course, the fire marshal. So I recognize some of these are impacted by litigation, but to the extent that you can tell us how these issues dovetail with the live entertainment use would be very helpful.
Sure, and sometimes it's easy to get those, to get that confused. So there was a joint inspection done in the the department was involved with that in November 2018, where they all went in and did inspections. The fire department noted multiple inspections. I think it was about 10 or 11. So within the past year or so, that they've all been rectified. So they're no longer outstanding. And then there were also public health violations found within that. And those
But before we leave fire, if I could ask, so you mentioned that there were 2 issues with overcrowding.
Yes.
So were those during the hours of the live entertainment use?
I can look into that for you. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay.
We just have data and
I see.
feedback submitted from them, but I can look into that.
Okay. All right, and then, sorry, continue on.
Sure. So when we are looking at the live entertainment use, we out to county reviewers, and these departments we found are crucial in our review in looking at the use and how it affects the establishment and whether it's appropriate for this site. So we take their feedback and we assess it to the live entertainment use. So we think it's pertinent to know that, I mean, their findings are important to the live entertainment use. So we look at zoning and, if they are having issues there, so the use permit gives us a little more purview over what the county can really do. So we look at their reviews and inspections, and we include it in the report and in the assessment. But we think the most important one for this establishment, for this review of this use permit, is the police data there, and also our planning review, and just looking at the zoning ordinance and if the use is really still within the right allowance for a live entertainment use. Does that answer your question?
It does. And, just one of the things that, I noted, and maybe I could have missed it in the tables, but it seems that the complaint for overcrowding were reported to the fire marshal via the police department, yet that doesn't appear in the table of the log table. So, that's why I was having difficulty figuring out when it occurred and during what time, and, whether overcrowding seems to be an issue during the live entertainment hours of operation. Officer Mastoris, do you have at least an assessment or?
Like, I can't speak to whether there was overcrowding at that particular time, but if the fire marshal's there at our request that we are not going to log, we perhaps would not log that as a call for service.
Got it.
So you're not going to see that. It would be simply a call to our communications center, who would then send the fire marshal that's on duty.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Crystal.
This is a sort of related, but not exactly the same question to the one that I had. So the board report cites those issues from the 2018 joint review. Was there any additional information surfaced from the reviews or from talking to those departments over the last month between the RTA and today? Or that we have the same information we've had when we last discussed this?
So at the time you actually heard the RTA, we didn't include any of that information, but the departments were already undergoing their inspections and reviews. So several additional reviews. I know the ABC did do another inspection, and then so did Public Health, and Fire just included data from their last inspection, which I think is in there. I'm not sure how recent it was, but they did go out and re-inspect the site. Zoning also went out. They didn't find any violations, but they did do additional inspections. I think Public Health and ABC both found minor violations, but they were corrected on site during the inspection, so they were pretty minor.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, are we ready for a motion? Mr. DeFerranti, are you interested?
Sure. I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we discontinue the use permit for live entertainment at Purple Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge located at 3111 Columbia Pike.
So there's been a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Gutschall. We can have further conversation on this. Mr. DeFerranti, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I think first, I really want to thank both of you. The Arlington Restaurant Initiative and what you've done is national model, and as I continue not to go out in Clarendon, I always think of your officers and what you're doing to help keep everybody safe. Without any disrespect, I just find that Fridays and Saturdays may not be my time there. But I guess I think there's ample evidence in the record. It is important to me that the restaurant and bar can continue, but I think my impression is that unless there's a really serious need, you guys try to work with folks, and I think that the evidence is sufficient for me to discontinue and shift to the restaurant and bar.
Thank you. Mr. Gutschall is the seconder. You get the second crack.
Sure. I just wanted to say to the folks that came here to thank you for working with the police the last couple of weeks, and hopefully I think what you're going to find is that if you keep doing that and keep doing the right things now and working with your staff to get everybody so that they know what they need to do and are doing what they're supposed to be doing, that hopefully then you can come back to us here soon and get open and running again with the live entertainment. I really think that the reason why I'm supporting the motion is that I think that it's we need a little bit of break and some time to make sure that your staff has the ability to think carefully about how they're doing things and what's going on, and also so that honestly the patrons that are coming, you can sort of do a little reset and come up with a business model that is a great value to the community and to the Mr. Vernon that we had, the Veron, thank you, that we had who spoke I think pretty compellingly to what an establishment like this can mean to particular communities. So we certainly want that here in Arlington. We just need to know that it's done in a safe way. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Sure. I have to admit, I'm actually having a harder time with this decision than we did a month ago. I do think the preponderance of the evidence, to appropriate a term that's possibly not appropriate here, does indicate that this is probably the right thing to do. To move forward in discontinuing this use permit for live entertainment. The history of not only police involvement, but other departments that we as the county or even that the state has entrusted with life, safety, and health issues has indicated real problems. Nevertheless, I'm reflecting on the fact that we sat here a month ago and gave these business owners a way forward. We asked them to work with Corporal Mostoris to train their staff to address these issues, and they did. I mean, you know, and we tasked them and said that would bear on our consideration. So candidly, I am struggling a little bit. I think had this been before us last month, as not an RTA but as an action, I would have voted to discontinue the use. But, you know, I, among others, said last month that we wanted to see improvement. We wanted to see a partnership with the Arlington Restaurant Initiative. We wanted to see them adopt plans and policies, as was indicated, and to see that their staff were on board and trained. And so I think I may actually end up voting against the motion. And, you know, if it passes, it passes. If it fails, I'll propose a brief extension for maybe another 3 or 6 months. I'm not going to introduce that as a substitute at this time.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognized himself. And to say, you know, similarly, or not similarly, I do think that this is a complex issue, one that requires multiple layers of thinking in order for me at least to have the comfort that we're getting it right. You know, one, this is an out-of-cycle review. I want to note how uncommon this is. You know, we don't come to having this advertised before us or bringing you before us lightly. That's because there are significant concerns. During my tenure on the board, I've been comforted that our police department and our Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development views this, where we are right now, as the ultimate last step. They wouldn't do so without deep-seated concerns. And what was brought to us last time mostly concerned behavior of the patrons. And, you know, I began to think about this issue as to, you know, can we be sure that it's the live entertainment that are causing the serious concerns, or are there other ways that we can address them? But actually, this comprehensive review has surfaced many more levels of concern about this establishment, and indicates to me, at least, using the preponderance of the evidence, that managing all levels of having this operation work is not happening for you, in all frankness. We've got the issues with drinking and the impact on the patrons and the late night hours, and we have the issues that our inspection services division have offered that you are currently litigating. The fire marshal, Department of Public Health. I mean, this is multiple layers of challenges that you have to overcome. And when I think about how can we provide an incentive and just the room for you to correct the multitude of issues going on here, to me it seems at least, finding a way to have you focus on getting this establishment to a place where you can both securely manage the patrons and also tend to your other issues is paramount. And it is reasonable to me, though I will note that the case has not been dispositive to me, that it's the live entertainment causing the issue. I think it is reasonable to assume that it is the attraction to your establishment, which is generating the people who come, who may behave as bad actors, as Mr. Hall said, and who may cause problems. So while it is not necessarily the live entertainment that is directly objectionable, I am reasonably persuaded that without the live entertainment, there wouldn't be the magnet to attract all of these other issues which are causing deep systemic problems in the neighborhood, as well as providing challenges for you to comply with all of the other requirements of operating an establishment. And I'll also further note that two of the neighboring civic associations have gone through and taken the unusual step of also recommending that we take this action. I found throughout history that civic associations are reluctant to do so as well, because you're a part of that community, and they're usually very reluctant to pit one against the other. And while they may express concerns, they very rarely go through the step of advocating such a severe action, and in this case, they have. So for all of those reasons, I think that this is the appropriate step forward for us. The thing that makes me comfortable doing so is if you commit to figuring out how to operate this better, we will have ample evidence of that through Officer Mostoris. If we see that we're able to have an establishment that is managing, its facilities, its patrons, and doing the right thing. There is the path, the opportunity where either on our own motion or if a year elapses, you, through a renewed application, can again have an opportunity to do live entertainment. This is not permanent, but I do think this is absolutely necessary to allow you to focus on getting your house in order. And I do want to address something that you brought up, which I think is very important, particularly when it comes to minority communities, people who are different. We have to be very mindful of making sure that we're not giving unequal treatment, inequitable treatment. And in this case, I do not believe that that is the case. I'm very convinced that there's some problems that need to be corrected, and for the good of the broader community, that should be your primary focus. Ms. Garvey.
No, thank you. I think, agree with everything you said. In a way, I think this is going to help you get back on track because you've got a lot going on, and it's great you've done, doing better for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is not very long compared to all of the other time frame here. And I am fine coming back in a year, and if you can, continue on this path and you do well, when you come back, then happy to do the live entertainment again. And I feel like that's an incentive. It's kind of an award. It makes it worthwhile to do what you need to do, which I know you're doing now, and appreciate that. And wish you luck keeping it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti.
Just briefly, I just really appreciate colleagues' added perspective. I didn't mean in any way to be flippant at all. I'll be looking to you two to give advice, but I certainly would be open in a 6 to 8 month time period. Each of you mentioned, I think, that of our own motion, if we see enough progress at that point, that won't be part of this motion, but I certainly do believe a break is necessary, as Mr. Gutschall said, but do think at the 6 or 8 month period, that is something I'd be open to, keeping in mind that the restaurant and bar are there and wanting to know very much what our police department is mentioning. So,
okay, Mr. Gutschall.
I was wondering if I could ask our attorney. I know that the ordinance says that they cannot come back and apply if we discontinue this for 1 year. But is there any other mechanism by which, how would they approach us and ask a board member if they wanted to come back? Or
It's on our own motion, so it's either through our own observations, through our soliciting input on how things are operating. They could beseech us. It's on our own motion, so by whatever means we would have to.
So there's nothing that we could bake into a motion today that would leave open the possibility for them to come back?
It's not necessary.
Okay.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we're ready for a vote on the motion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
By a vote of 4 to 1, the motion carries, and the use permit for live entertainment is revoked. We wish you good luck in getting back to a place where you'd like to be.
Sure. Thank you.
Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call the next item?
Yes, item 42A through D, Crystal Houses, rezoning from RA 615 multifamily dwelling district to Crystal City Mixed Use District. Site plan amendment to remove the parcel known as 1900 Southeast Street from the subject site plan area. Site plan to redevelop to residential uses and retail uses with modifications and associated ordinances of vacation.
Okay, thank you very much. As people are taking their seats, I see that staff is at the ready to walk us through this item. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Making the presentation this afternoon is Matt Pfeiffer, and Jane Kim from the Department of Environmental Services and Diane Probus from Parks and Recreation are here to assist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Board. My name is Matt Pfeiffer with the Planning Division. The items we're discussing today are a rezoning, site plan amendment, and new site plan for the Crystal Houses development. The site is located on 2 blocks. The first, which we've called the Crystal House Block, is bound by South East Street on the east, 18th Street to the north, South Fern Street to the west, and 22nd Street to the south. The other portion of the site is located on what we've called the Restaurant Row Block, which is bound by South East Street to the east, 22nd Street to the north, South Fern Street to the west, and 23rd Street to the south. The site is part of the site area of the existing Site Plan 13. The applicant is requesting a site plan amendment to remove the subject site from Site Plan 13 and is requesting a new site plan for the proposed development, which incorporates the portion of the site that is located on the Restaurant Row Block. The applicant is proposing a rezoning of the site from RA 615 to CO Crystal City. As I mentioned before, a site plan amendment to remove the subject site area from Site Plan 13, and a new site plan for 7 new infill buildings, which include 819 new residential units, 627 new below-grade parking spaces, 2 new public parks, which total 54,000 square feet of public park space, roughly 49,000 square feet of right-of-way dedication. Some of the proposed statistics with the new development, there would be 1,647 total residential units on the site. That comes out to 97.2 units per acre, and 1,181 total parking spaces, which comes out to a ratio of 0.72 spaces per unit. That's 0.69 spaces per unit if the Crystal House 5 site is subtracted from the total. The applicant is proposing 2 modifications. Those are for residential parking ratio and to propose above-grade parking. The site is currently developed with 2 existing 12-story residential towers with large surface parking lots that line the edges of the site. The applicant is proposing infill residential buildings along the edges of the subject block, as well as the 2 new public open spaces. In addition to the items previously mentioned, the applicant is also proposing several vacations of existing storm and sanitary sewer easements. These are the subject of a separate staff report. The site is identified as medium residential and service commercial in the general land use plan. The site is also within the Crystal City Coordinated Redevelopment District, which makes the site eligible for rezoning to CO Crystal City. The Crystal City Sector Plan contains an illustrative plan that includes features such as proposed redevelopment areas, including specific building placement, as well as site improvement recommendations. Subject site is within the sub-area termed in the plan as the west side. Several of the specific recommendations include residential infill on all block frontages, 2 new public parks, an east-west pedestrian pathway, building heights that taper down from east to west, and redevelopment of the surface parking lot on the Restaurant Row Block. Sector plan contains recommendations on land use and base density, which for this site is residential at 72 units per acre. Sector plan also contains recommendations on building height, the purpose of which is to provide a deliberate tapering of heights from the east down to the western residential areas. Sector plan recommends 2 on-site public parks totaling 27,000 square feet, although the applicant is providing actually 54,000 square feet of public park space. The park adjacent to the South East Street frontage was largely planned and approved by the board in 2017 with the site plan during that time. The design has not changed since that site plan approval. The majority of the focus during the process was on the corner park, which is located at the intersection of 22nd Street and South Fern Street. The design and programming for this park was discussed during the SPRC process, which included an open house, and there was also a public online feedback form that was created to solicit additional comments. The applicant is proposing to modify 2 standards of the CO Crystal City zoning district: residential parking ratio for 0.72 spaces per unit, and a proposal to provide 62 surface parking spaces and an above-grade garage that is adjacent to the corner park. The CO Crystal City District allows for density above the base within the form regulations of the district. The applicant is proposing an additional 25.2 units per acre, which equates to 428 additional units. The applicant is providing a project that is consistent with the recommendations of the Crystal City Sector Plan and compliant with the CO Crystal City District as modified. Staff supports the requested additional density for these reasons. The applicant has agreed to standard site plan conditions, and in addition, the applicant is providing features and amenities for the site that is identified in the Crystal City Sector Plan. These include, again, infill development that contributes to an enhanced block structure, walkability, and transitions, 54,000 square feet of public park space, a tree-lined pedestrian pathway through the block, and a protected bike lane on the project frontage. In order to justify the additional density proposed for the site, the applicant is providing, they're going to be conveying to the county the Crystal House 5 site and entitlement, which includes 81 residential units and 119 parking spaces in the garage. This is to be used for the purposes of affordable housing and public parking. They are also going to be constructing an extension of the protected bike lane from the project frontage on the block in between 18th Street and 15th Street off-site. With the construction of this amenity and associated capital projects, we will have a protected bike lane along Eade Street southbound, roughly from Army-Navy Drive to 22nd Street. There were 4 SPRC meetings held for this project. Some of the concerns that we heard during that process included concern about the amount of surface parking proposed on the site, the loss of mature trees, various pedestrian routes through the site, loss of the commercial parking lot on the Restaurant Row block, redevelopment of the Restaurant Row service alley, and concern about some of the fruit trees proposed for the corner park. The project was heard by the Transportation Commission, Planning Commission, and Housing Commission, all of whom recommended approval of the project. The Planning Commission did have 4 amending motions, which we will get into on the next slide. The first motion was to recommend that surface parking only be provided adjacent to the public parks and that it be made into public parking. We do not support this motion because public parking is not anticipated as being needed for these parks. In addition, staff supports the applicant's proposal for surface parking. It does not result in an adverse impact to site design or urban design. Second motion was to recommend that staff broaden the scope of the parking study that will be undertaken to look at public parking in Crystal House 5 to include a study of the legal non-conforming uses at Restaurant Row. We do not support broadening the scope of this study at this time. The redevelopment of the Crystal House 5 site will not impact the existing certificates of occupancy for the Restaurant Row businesses. Third motion was to recommend that the county amend the site plan in the future to maximize the impact of the affordable housing program on site using all of the available density afforded to the site under the sector plan. We appreciate the thought behind this motion, but we are not prepared to make this commitment at this time prior to a development program being worked out for the Crystal House 5 building. The final motion was to direct the county manager to work with the Pedestrian Advisory Commission to identify design options for passageway through the Crystal House 3 building to the corner of 18th Street. We don't support this motion because it is not necessary for pedestrian permeability to the site, and the pathways the applicant is providing are consistent with the recommendations of the sector plan. In conclusion, the applicant is providing a project that is consistent with the policy framework and major goals of the Crystal City Sector Plan and implements the purpose of the CO Crystal City zoning district. Therefore, staff is recommending adoption of the ordinance for rezoning, adoption of the ordinance to amend Site Plan 13, adoption of the ordinance for a new site plan to redevelop the site with 4 new multifamily residential buildings and 3 new sticks of townhouses for a total of 819 new units and 1647 total on-site units, approximately 800 square feet of retail, with modifications of zoning standards located at 1900 South Eade Street. And then finally, to enact the ordinances of vacations for the storm and sanitary easements that are proposed to be vacated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Well, now ready for the applicant's presentation.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Cummings with Walsh Galucci here on behalf of the applicant. So we're going to keep today's presentation brief, but we obviously have all the backup slides you could ever want. We have an extensive team of professionals here that can answer any questions that you may have. The project was the result of a successful and productive SPRC process with continued community engagement. The result is a development that meets and exceeds sector plan goals and delivers important community benefits. First, we are creating 2 new public parks called for in the sector plan. Both exceed the recommended square footage. The sector plan calls for a total of 27,000 square feet of parks, we are providing approximately 54,000 square feet. The Eade Street Park is over twice the size called for in the sector plan. Now recall, and this has come up in several community meetings and other matters that we've seen in Crystal City over the past few years, that the sector plan looks for additional opportunities for green space in Crystal City. We have answered that challenge and provided that here, which I think is just an enormous victory for this project. We have significant new on and off-site transportation improvements that are going to be made. The pedestrian pathway through the block to invite the public to cross the site mid-block and also promote access to this new park. We have added protected bike lanes along our frontage on Eade Street and also committed to installing them on the block to the north. This creates a contiguous corridor of protected bike lanes through to the Met Park project, which is just a great essential element of the cycling infrastructure in this area in Crystal City. The design of the project, as you're going to hear from Lassard Design shortly, is a near mirror image of the sector plan's concept plan, achieving its urban design goals. Now finally, and I think most importantly, this project includes one of the most creative affordable housing plans I have ever seen and of which I have ever been a part of. We will convey the Crystal House 5 parcel to the county, fully entitled and improved for its development as affordable housing. This is not just free land that the county is getting. Remember that it is also the results of months of design, landscaping, and engineering work that are reflected in the plans before you today. There's enormous value in all of this work for Arlington County. We're really excited about this one, and with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lassard, and they're going to run through a couple of slides.
It only has value if we use it.
Good afternoon. My name is Luz Del Mar Rosado. Work for Lassard Design, architects of this project. I'm going to talk about the architecture of the buildings. If you go to the next slide. We talk a lot about the site, and Nick and staff described the site very well. So if we go to the next slide, I'll talk about the building architecture. This is an image of Crystal House 3 building. In all our buildings, we located our main entrance at the corner with a lot of glass just to have a lot of visibility for the pedestrians and residents to the building. We, at the corner, have designed a unique facade just to differentiate it from the rest of the building so that it stands out different as a tower and anchors the corner of the building. For the body of the building, we have provided step backs at the podium level and at the two top floors of the building. Again, this is to provide depth and building articulation to break the massing and the facade. Next. This view is the corner of 18th Street, where we have provided a retail space at the corner to provide activity in this area. We have highlighted this area with a lot of glass and a canopy just to accentuate this area and create an inviting atmosphere for the pedestrian experience. Next. This image is for the Crystal House 4 building. It's the opposite corner than Crystal House 3. We use the same strategies where we have step backs in the body of the building at the podium and at the top floor. And what we have done here is we have changed the materials to have a different color palette to differentiate from the other buildings. All the buildings have durable materials such as brick at the base and metal accent panels above various colors and different color palettes to differentiate from each other. All our buildings have also used other architectural elements such as balconies that are recessed to provide additional depth to the facade and articulation to the facade. Next. This is Crystal House 5, which is across the street from Crystal House 4 in the parking lot currently. It's a smaller building, 7 stories. The design of this building is more of a vertical design, where we have also incorporated some balconies in the facade just to have some recesses to provide some depth for breaking up the mass and the scale of the building. Next. This building is Crystal House 6. The entry of this building is actually at the center of the building, just to mimic the location on the block. And we have used a similar design that has verticality. As you see, the windows are very tall. A lot of glazing in the ground floor to promote activity in the frontage, and recesses in the building just to provide a lot of articulation. Next. These are Crystal House 7 and 8, are the townhouse-style multifamily buildings, 2 stories with a roof terrace above. We've used smaller design elements that are more of a residential look, that have bandings and lots of windows. And we have different color palette just to differentiate the facade and add more interest to this. And the next slide. And with that, I'm going to leave Trini Rodriguez, a landscape architect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Trini Rodriguez with the firm of Parker Rodriguez with the landscape architects. Just a brief presentation. I think everyone has talked about how the plan has conformed with the Crystal City sector plan, but I wanted to highlight a couple other things that would be important. Obviously, you can see here, the plan has created a much more intuitive system of sort of streets internally that serve the buildings. But also preserving a great degree of porosity through the site. We wanted to make sure that where the parks were located, there is easy access to them. So you can see also they've been located adjacent to other amenity areas. So the central part of the site, as you can see, has a number of public and private amenities, sort of creating a much more activated and sort of pleasant walk for other neighbors, neighboring communities that walk through the site. Next. In addition to the 2 public parks, which are the ones shown in green, in the light green, there are 2 publicly accessible parks on along Fern that you can see in the light blue. There's also in pink, those are private amenity areas that are at the ground level. In yellow, there are other amenity areas. All of them are green. And then in blue, you can see the rooftop amenities. You can see that the site is sort of really covered by a large number of amenities, both public and private. Next. The 2 parks, as staff mentioned before, the 20th and Eats Park was one that was planned as part of the previous master plan, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. The idea was to make it very porous. You can see the amount of walkways that penetrate that park, how open it is at the front, and then we have central areas that can be programmed for, a number of uses, as you can see, movie on the green, picnics, special events, yoga on the green, as well as other playful elements on the northern part. And you can see how the public can traverse through. Next. And finally, this is the corner park, which was the subject of a public process, a totally separate public process, in addition to all of the SPRCs that we mentioned. And what you can see here was a result, of that survey and public input through that open house. It's resulted in a much more casual park, more passive. As you can see, it includes a dog run, a lot of areas of pollinators, an open lawn, small open lawn, and then woodland edge and the orchard, which from the very beginning, this idea of the urban orchard was intended to be more of a just very selected trees, just more educational. There've been concerns about what type of trees, and that will be carefully selected with staff to make sure that's not an issue. And I think with that, that will conclude our presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, and all of you. We're now ready to move to our commissions. Ms. Giacomini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This site plan was the subject of 4 SPRC meetings and about 3.5 hours of Planning Commission deliberation at our hearing. As with Met Park, I don't want the brevity of my report to belie the great deal of time and effort all the participants gave to this project. So on behalf of the Planning Commission, I want to thank the chair of the SPRC, who is Commissioner Lantelmi, as well as all SPRC members, the neighbors, the applicant, and our staff leaders, Matt Pfeiffer and Jane Kim, and the other staff who worked on it for all of their good work and long hours. Changes were made over the course of the SPRC, and we did feel that a better plan was being realized at each iteration. At the full commission meeting, we focused our discussion on open space, surface parking, and Crystal House 5. The commission expressed a desire that the publicly accessible open space be welcoming to all and look like a place that's public. We were concerned that the plan kept some surface parking, even though the requested zoning of CO Crystal City actually forbids surface parking. So the commission supported a motion that surface parking only be adjacent to the publicly accessible park and that the surface spaces be available to the public when the park is available for use. As staff noted, they are not supporting this particular motion. I think it was the Planning Commission's intent that if you're going to have surface parking, let's have it serve the park and serve the public. So that was the reason for that particular motion. The commission found the proposal to entitle Crystal House 5 as requested, but then have it deeded to the county for affordable housing to be an intriguing and innovative idea. At the time of the commission hearing, the site plan condition for this was not yet drafted. So the commission approved a motion to recommend a parking study to be done for the 23rd Street commercial area with an aim to, quote, preserve and protect the continued economic vitality, close quote, of the local legacy small retail in the area, and that the study be done before any actual development on the Crystal House 5 site. Staff noted that they didn't support the actual wording of our motion, and I think there might be a little bit of an interpretation problem. I don't think the main purpose of that particular motion was to get into the weeds about zoning and what was conforming, what not conforming. It was more, as we do the parking study and we want to keep the vitality here, let's also think about how zoning and other things might play into that. So I believe staff is going to do a study, and Planning Commission welcomes that overall so that, again, we can preserve the legacy businesses. You know, we worry about affordable housing. We need to worry about affordable retail. So that's part of this. The commission also approved motions recommending that Crystal House 5 site go through the site plan review process again before any project, so that perhaps it could actually be a larger building that would go up to the height recommended or allowed in the sector plan. And this was to maximize affordable housing units as well as provide public parking on the site. And I know staff wants to wait till there's a development partner, but again, this wasn't to micromanage it. It was to say, look, our aspiration is to make the most of this that we can. The commission also recommended the staff continue to work with the Pedestrian Advisory Committee to consider further design options for passage through Crystal House 3, and staff did not support this recommendation. You know, you can see from the sector plan that they plan the one building is to wrap what is now a very busy corner, and a corner that allows access diagonally all the way through the site. So indeed, the applicant has done their building in accordance with the plan. I think as we went through it, we began to feel that, gosh, that is such a desire line for the neighborhood all the way through. Is there a way that we could still have that happen, short of cutting off part of the building, which I was in favor of, but you know that didn't go anywhere for obvious reasons. The commission also discussed the ability of the future residents of Crystal House 5 to have access to the same shared amenities as those in the other site plan Crystal House buildings. Both staff and the applicant said, look, Crystal House 5 is going to be part of the site plan. So whatever shared amenities there are, like the pool, for other buildings in the site plan should be available for Crystal House 5 as well. I don't believe we have a condition about that, but that was said out loud at the Planning Commission meeting, so we took some comfort in that. The commission supported a motion to approve the site plan as amended. So I thank you for your attention, and I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Giacomini. Mr. Ross.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Bill Ross. I'm chair of the Park and Rec Commission. We had submitted a letter earlier, and we testified at the Planning Commission, and I just wanted to offer a few additional comments. The commissioners appreciate the additions of the two public accessible open spaces in this part of the county. The associated provision of square footage is greater, quite a bit greater than it was pictured in the planning documents we have for that area. We're generally laudatory about the proposed design for the new corner park, and its proposed features appear to be suitable in terms of its proximity with the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. We supported the casual use nature of this corner park, the small canine feature area, and the plans to include a small orchard, natives, pollinator plants, and other biophilic features. The proposal for the fruit orchard, as I recall from the discussions, came out of some opinions, the thoughts of providing some innovative landscape design concepts here in Arlington and some of our public open spaces. And also, I think, to make some references to Virginia's agricultural history. And we understand the concerns that have been expressed about rodent, encouraging rodents in their proposed fruit orchard, and we agree with the proposal we've seen about evaluation of tree types for the orchard and review of how the trees are doing and how the rats are doing in a few years. We appreciate the applicant's proposal to improve the view of the exposed garage, raised garage entrance that faces the corner park. And in the final design or installation, we had recommended a more varied set of plantings that we had seen in some of the pictures. And as we understand it, that's going to be done. That's in the works. We appreciate the approval of strong language in the site plan conditions that will effectively treat these spaces as public parks. And we also support the commitment there'll be some effective signage that will be installed that directs the public to these parks as though they were public parks. Related to that, we expect the entry areas to these parks to have some very inviting features to visually encourage local access. And this will be particularly important for that center park that's along Eade Street that, as you can see from its shape and its location, some people have expressed concern that it might kind of get hidden away and be thought of as more of a private amenity. Like I say, finally, commission members have expressed concern with the loss of the trees in only one of the sites in Crystal City that had a large number of mature trees. And it was interesting that all this super block was filled with a lot of non-preferred surface parking. The original openness of the design did allow for the growth of numerous beautiful trees. And so even with the planned tree replacement, it's just a bit of warning or caution when we're doing these projects that it's going to take quite a few years for the environmental and design and benefits of these trees to appear. And with that, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross. We're now ready for our public testimony. Ms. Jacobs, will you call our speakers, please?
Our first speaker is Freddie Lutz, followed by Claire Tamburo.
Hi, my name is Freddie Lutz. I have Freddie's Beach Bar, the only gay bar in Northern Virginia, but straight friendly, and also Federico Ristorante on the same street. We need parking on 23rd Street. We have always needed parking for the past 43 years that I've been on the street. I got a Yelp review just last night that said that Freddie's was worth the drive. So obviously we have people coming in from Baltimore, West Virginia, all over the place to come. Freddie's is a destination. Let's see. So the issue is parking. Why do we care about parking? Because we want to protect and preserve 23rd Street. Freddie's is a uniquely interesting place. We're kind of a nightclub, gay nightclub at night, but something magical has also happened at Freddie's. On our brunches on the weekend, I have kids dragging their families in to Freddie's. I had a couple with 3 little red-headed children, and the dad said to me, the littlest boy said, "I want to go to the rainbow place." We just had a tea party in the afternoon for some little daisies. Daisies are
Pre-Girl Scouts.
brownies from my alma mater, Oak Ridge elementary school. Finally gave me a chance to break out my grandmother's china. But again, someone in the group said that they mentioned they wanted to go to the Rainbow Place. And it was really a great event. Years ago, I've told this story before, but I don't think to all of you. Les Garrison, who was former county board chairman at the time, used to bring his little boy, Lucas, in. And on the way out, I would hand Lucas a little bag of mints like I did with all the kids. Recently, when we reopened Cafe Italia's Federico, Les came in with his family. Lucas is now a sheriff with the Arlington County Sheriff's Department, but he had his 3 little girls with him. So on their way out the door, I handed them each a little bag of mints. So those are the kind of special moments that we want to try to protect and preserve on 23rd Street. I ask that the county please consider with whatever you do with this parking lot, that you include Georgia and Stratus and myself in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claire Tamburo. Claire. German Mejia.
Armand Mejia? He had to leave? Okay.
Omar.
All right. Mr. Solorzano? He's working as well?
So he and I are switching because.
Are you signed up, Bruce?
So I am signed up,
Okay, so you're signed up later?
yes.
Okay,
So
what's your name?
I'm Bruce Hightower,
Is
and
that
I should
just-
be signed up on the next, under 3 minutes.
All right, okay.
Good? Okay. So good afternoon. First, let me thank the Arlington County Board, Chairman Dorsey, and the city manager for allowing me to speak today. For those of you who do not know me, I am Bruce Hightower, president of AGLA, Arlington Alexandria Gay and Lesbian Alliance, and I represent several thousand members of the LGBT community in Northern Virginia. So you ask why I'm here. Well, it's about a wink, a handshake, and a meeting that was held several years ago over a parcel of property located at 22nd and South East Street. The current space is used to hold 95 parking spaces, which are vital to the overwhelming success of 23rd and Street South, known as Restaurant Row. What does this have to do with the LGBT community? About 19 years ago, when there was nowhere to go in Northern Virginia for the gay community, Freddy's opened, and that was the first gay bar in Northern Virginia, securing a safe space for the gay community to go. It's where the community has come from all over the state and the DMV area to socialize and feel the warmth of the family, while parking is always at a premium and not easily obtained. What started as just Freddy's has now turned into a whole block of Restaurant Row, becoming a safe zone for the LGBT community. I would ask the county board and the city manager not to look at the Transportation and Planning Commission's recommendations as a guideline, but instead invest and retain our LGBT safe zone with ample safe parking. I would suggest that the county also look at building a mixed-use affordable housing with underground parking. Maybe a space for the LGBT community would be nice, to use functions and for meeting space at a small charge. This would secure a safe zone for the LGBT community to come all over and build the culture that has already been started. DC has a DuPont Circle. Could Arlington County not make Restaurant Row our DuPont Circle? Our safe zone, our secure parking, enough not only to replace the 95 original spaces, but let's grow the thought of by increasing the number more. As many of you know, I usually speak quietly behind the scenes and keep you informed of what Arlington County is doing to make strides to protect the LGBT community. For me to stand here before you to speak on the fate of 95 parking spaces speaks volumes as to the important an issue is, not only to me, but to thousands of the LGBT community who have come from far and wide to support Arlington County and the Restaurant Row. Thank you for your time, and I ask that your decision and actions today solidify in stone not a wink or handshake or a meeting as passed, but instead to give the future county board or commissions distinctive ground to make future models for the county. This way allowing them not to guess what your thoughts and actions were here today. Please secure and make Restaurant Row the LGBTQ safe zone and plenty of parking for all future community members.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower.
Do we have Joe Allen? Richard Michelli?
It's okay. We understand. It's been a long, long day.
Danny McFadden?
Good morning. I'm the new kid on the block. We're only open 6 weeks in Restaurant Row, and we see working with the other restaurants that we really need parking. Like the other restaurants, we provide a good quality food. We've got customers coming from DC, Maryland, Virginia, even this morning from Clifton, and everybody expresses the same concerns about the parking. Also, we're family oriented. We've got kids, families, grandparents. Even if they're 5-6 blocks away, it's too far to walk. They've mentioned that if there was a parking spot within 1 or 2 blocks, that they'll come more often. People that come to the restaurant spend more money than the people ordering from Uber Eats. If they're 6 blocks away, they'd rather get it delivered to the door. If they can get a parking spot close to the restaurant, they'll come in, and these people spend more money. And I believe everybody on that block thinks the same way. We all work together, all the different restaurants, and it's top quality. And even on a Friday, Saturday night, you don't have to go to Clarendon, as you said earlier. You can come down to our block, provided we get parking spots. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Darlene Bach?
Baki? Okay.
Chris Hernandez? It's Chris Hernandez? Art?
I'm sorry. You switched?
Yeah, so Bruce.
Okay, so it's a switch. Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, Georgia, it's okay. We got it.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of Herman. He's the owner of Los Tios Grill, and he's at the restaurant working. And, you know, it's Saturday, happy hour, so
We totally understand.
Okay. So, once again, my name is Omar Solórzano. I saw a banner when I came this morning at the entrance of this room. And I quote, "Growth through immigration and diversity builds a strong community." Well, on 23rd Street, we do have people all over the world. We certainly have diversity, but as a new business, we cannot grow because we have limited business due to not to have enough parking spots. We have invested a lot of money opening Los Tios Grill in Arlington. But during this year, we have found that this location is not growing as we expected. And that's because our customers does not come to 23rd businesses due to, once again, limited of parking. And in some cases, customers don't come because no parking at all. So if you want to honor the banner at this entrance, I ask this committee to please provide the parking spaces needed to see our business and many others successfully grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solórzano. And I think now we're back on to number 10. Is that right, Ms. Jacobs?
We are at 11. I don't believe Chris Hernandez is here. Art Daughtry?
Excuse me,
Thank
Glenn?
you,
No,
board
Glenn?
members.
Glenn?
I'm speaking on behalf of,
I'm sorry, that's not allowed, Glenn.
I can't speak on behalf of Chris Hernandez?
No.
I can't?
No.
No.
You can bring me your speaker.
All
phone.
right.
Do you want to speak?
I'll give you the notes, then you can pass them out later, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Art?
Hey, good afternoon. It has been a long day. I was here this morning at 8 o'clock because I didn't understand the process or how we were going to do this today, but I have good partners and my friends at 23rd Street who have kept me informed. My name is Stacy Mickelson. I'm with Art Space Projects based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I live here in Washington, D.C. About 3 years ago, I was called to a meeting over on 23rd Street and met Georgia, Stratus, and Freddie, and all the other cool people over on 23rd Street. And we started thinking about an idea of how to put an art space project in Arlington. And going a little bit deeper, how do we put it on 23rd Street? Or how do we help the 23rd Street corridor stay vibrant, stay active, while bringing arts and cultural opportunities and offerings to that part of the county and providing affordable housing for the area's creative community. ArtSpace is the nation's leading real estate developer for the arts. We create affordable live workspace for artists and their families. We have 52 properties across the United States, a portfolio of 52 buildings that totals about 3,000 units of affordable space at 30 to 60% of area median income. And we've been working with staff to understand where we could do some of that work. Today, I'd like to just address a couple of things that maybe you could help influence staff to think about when they are looking at this site, and that is to make a developer or ask a developer to guarantee you that 100% of the units would be affordable, that they would work with the local community to offer parking not only for their residents, but how do you absorb some of the need along 23rd Street. And I think the other thing that would be really important for folks to know is that there is something really special along 23rd Street, and I know you guys get that. We get it too. We go to a lot of places across the United States. It's very rare that when a developer works with a local community and you both like each other and you both want to work with one another. And we think that this is going to be a really cool opportunity if we could partner with you guys to do that. So I know we've got a long ways to get to that place where someone is selected, but I want to voice that we are interested in partnering with the county and with the 23rd Street corridor to do something great at that corner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Georgia Papadopoulos, followed by Stratus Voutsas.
Thank you for letting me speak today. Please let me read this. We applaud the county and Roseland for the creative solution to address both affordable housing and parking for the Legacy area, also known as Historic Restaurant Row. We also support the Planning Commission recommendation for partnering with the adjoining landowners for a new site plan for Building 5 to address affordability and parking. We ask for a mixed-use affordable housing community comprised of first responders, teachers, as well as a community of local working artists, such as the communities developed by ArtSpace, a development partner of over 55 such communities nationally, and a great partner for the proposed Building 5 redesign, we think. With spaces for the artists to perform, teach, showcase their work, etc. This would draw more people into our merchants community to support the artists and the merchants while maximizing connectivity. And just to give you an example of how this 23rd Street impacts the immediate community, Jo Allen would have been here, but she couldn't. She is the youngster in a group of a bunch of very young 90-year-olds. She drives them every Monday for half-price burger night to the sports pub. Unfortunately, Jo says that she can't find parking at night. And so they've changed that from the burger evening to burger lunch. Now, Billy's can support it because Billy's Sports Pub, or the Crystal Sports Pub, has parking. They also go to Athena Palace. They have parking. They go to the diner. The diner has parking. Every restaurant on 23rd that has parking, coincidentally, has a good lunch. Parking is vital. Also, and the last thing, please, when planting trees, please consider how close to Restaurant Row these trees are going to be. Please, 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 we are 100% united in this request. No fruit, no berries. There are so many beautiful indigenous trees. We could host a festival in conjunction with the merchants. Please keep us in mind. We're going to get blamed if we attract the wrong hungry entities for whatever drops from the trees. Thank you so much. Thank you, really.
Thank you.
Stratus.
Good afternoon. It's been a long road. And we thank you all. I think we can get a solution. I think we can all win. We support the change in the ordinance to accommodate the restaurants. Motion 3 has something missing in it. It said work with the adjoining landowners to arrive to a solution on a new site plan. I didn't see that. And we are the adjoining landowner, and we'd like to see that on motion 3. Okay? Secondly, the Planning Commission said they want to maximize the impact of affordable housing. We want to maximize the impact of affordable housing on this lot, Lot 5, and also maximize opportunities. So there's lots of people looking for opportunities here. Art Space is looking for opportunity. Apple, which I'm a founder of, is probably looking for an opportunity. Lots of people. So maybe we should think about condominiumizing Lot 5. And any language that you pass should have some condominiumizing language in so everybody can get an opportunity out of Lot 5. I'm going to stress parking again because everybody stresses it. And, Freddie Lutz told us it was a place where generational memories are born and reside. I have a generational memory. Contrary to what Freddie says, our daughter took us there 10 years old. Somehow she got to Freddie's, and she was going to give her parents shock therapy at Freddie's. Now we frequent Freddie's, and she's a professor, and she's just dumbfounded. It's on her why we frequenting Freddie's. So we enjoy the place. Now, when we think of a solution here, just think of it just logically. You have this parking lot on Lot 5, Building 5, and you have our lot next door. Opening up, when you build Building 5, you open up one hole between the two lots. We join them together, and we build one hole. You'll get so many efficiencies from boundary setbacks, taking away entry and exit lanes from parking. We can do a lot. So our vision is no one needs the underground other than the parking. So we would like to join the two lots so we can get under. So I'd like the language to say, work with the adjoining landowners. That language has been left out, and it should be put in. Again, we want, we would love to see affordable housing. We'd love to see, if you condominiumize things, some people could own some of those affordable houses there on that lot. And I see my time's up, but, it's about affordable housing. It's about parking. And the only way to solve it is to join the two. We've got to come together. So anybody who works in this has got to work with the largest landowner in the lot.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Krista All, followed by Natasha Atkins.
Well, just like you, still here, Krista All, CCCRC. After talking about Met Park with enthusiasm this morning, it's now an anticlimax to be obliged to comment yet again on the frustrating process and outcome so far on Crystal Houses. At the outset of the Planning Commission meeting, I used the phrase, all is well that ends well, as a way of suggesting that with a few final improvements, this project could still be salvaged. But this did not happen on any of the 3 interrelated key issues that had been pursued by the community in the SPRC. When we have now observed an almost euphoric mood because the potential is there for many more affordable units than ever anticipated, then of course one must know that it did not happen by design or for positive reasons, but really by omission. But we now need speedy and firm action, and in the meantime, 47 units should be guaranteed in what remains of the Crystal House expansion. Apropos the issue of parking at Restaurant Row, possibly owners and tenants may have been somewhat late in pleading their cause. But what is really problematic is that the county did not focus on the parking issue from the outset. Going back to the sector plan process, 22nd Street was set as the natural plan border. But then the county specifically insisted on including Restaurant Row. This clearly creates an obligation, which now seems to have been forgotten. The Crystal House site is inherently an aberration under the sector plan, given its existing site design. It's hard to see that a truly great outcome could be achieved just by adding density. But the impression is then that the county and the landowner fell for the temptation to just get it done with, giving up far too easily on achieving an optimal result. Perhaps it's one thing if an owner does not show a vested interest in the attractiveness of our overall area, but then we obviously expect the county to be much more insistent. The site starts at the key intersection of 18th and East, just across from the metro station, so it's in fact a very central location. The block is also unique in that it's the real edge block between high density in Crystal City and the low one in the Aurora. There should be an incentive for achieving a nice transition rather than a stumbling block, both visually and for bike pedestrian penetration. Safe and convenient paths remain a general community concern, and for this site we insist on further improvements. Added vehicular traffic was never wanted within this crowded block, but amazingly we now see what I would call a fake effort to break up the block by pretending that driveways to garages are to be seen as streets. This in turn is used as an excuse for allowing prohibited surface parking. If one wants the huge density advantage from a Sea of Crystal City zoning, this obviously mandates adherence to the ordinance requirements for that zoning. But regrettably, owners, staff, even commission seem to have concluded that the easy way out is to ask you to use your power to ignore that fundamental principle. We insist that you must refuse. It's unwarranted, and it would be an insulting precedent, as often you or staff decline to entertain exceptions, even from mere guidance in the sector plan, like recently on beneficial height exceptions. Under the sector plan, due to the build-to-line guideline, residential buildings are often like gated communities, as open space can only exist in private locations. The anachronistic site design at Crystal Houses ironically has the advantage of potentially providing accessible open space for the public. But this opportunity is partly being missed. Staff brought still disputed ideas for the 22nd and Fern site, while the community focused more on necessary activation on the East Street side, only to find that the owner was already promised that no such efforts would be required, despite the now added density. Without adequate activation, very likely this space will now be utilized mostly by the tenants rather than taking on the nature of a park that really is attracting public use. So open space is the third item that must go back to the drawing board. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. All.
Natasha Atkins, followed by Robert Mando.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Natasha Atkins. I'm an officer of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. We have some recommendations that emphasize the community building aspect of what we are trying to achieve with our new livability goals. Compared to Amazon, this site may seem less consequential to you all, but locally it is plenty big to have a significant impact. First, we are pleased to have 2 parks on the site, but we believe the design can be improved. I echo Bill Ross's comments on the Central Park, and we urge collaboration with the Arts Commission to provide a visible, interactive feature to entice the public into the Eid Street Park. We're not quite sure how the community gardens that DPR had proposed for the corner park morphed unexpectedly into an urban orchard. We heard that DPR nixed its own idea because they said, well, we could only fit 20 plots. Well, that's 20 more in our neighborhood than the 0 that we have. Community gardens encourage neighbors to work together, to share information, to share produce, and planting fruit trees just is not a substitute for that. So we think that continual engagement on these 2 parks will ensure that they become the community assets they were meant to be. Second, pedestrian access through the sites. 2 of the 3 public routes that were shown are actually longer than just walking around the edge of the property. We think it's a little disingenuous to say that they are breaking up the super block by providing pedestrian access in this way. The pedestrian routes do include one through Building 3, which is near the Eads and 18th corner, where the Metro is. And right now, it's meant for residents only. We had pointed out that the passageway would provide the shortest diagonal route through the site between the neighborhood and the Metro, and we are here reiterating our request that that passageway be opened up to the public. It would be easily accomplished without compromising safety. Third, narrow sidewalks which go down 18th Street and meet the corner of Eads are problematic. The building will include a cafe at the corner, which we urged and which we welcome. However, we're concerned that this intersection has such high pedestrian volume, and we suggest that maybe a chamfered corner of the building, cutting off the corner, making it beveled, would be an attractive modification to the building that would provide more sidewalk space, better safety for pedestrians, and better visibility for the cafe. We also oppose retaining 62 surface parking spaces. The zoning requires parking to be underground. The applicant wants to retain a parking ratio of almost 0.7 spaces per unit. The site is less than 2 blocks from Metro, and according to Figure 1.6 in the county's parking guidelines, parking can go as low as 0.3 spaces per unit. The applicant gave 2 reasons for needing this much surface parking. First, their current tenants use a lot of parking, and second, maintaining such a high parking ratio would cost too much if parking had to go underground. We think those are terrible reasons to set this precedent. Also, I would note that in contrast to Amazon, in all of this parking, we never heard anything about electric vehicles. Fifth, we really are pleased that affordable housing is intended in the future, but it's a long way off. And so we request that the 47 affordable units be included in the other Crystal House buildings until the county delivers its affordable housing project. And finally, this pertains to all site plans. If the county wants input from diverse members of our community, then civic associations need to be able to engage the residents of multi-unit buildings. We ask for a site plan requirement here and elsewhere that would provide a contact person, as well as access via electronic or real bulletin boards for civic associations to post meeting materials. This should be routine in all residential site plans. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Robert Mando.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Crystal City Improvement District, and I'm here this afternoon to communicate the bid support for the approval of the proposed site plan and the associated rezonings. As proposed, the project fulfills key goals and objectives outlined in both the Crystal City Sector Plan and the BID's area-wide strategic plan. It transforms an outdated model of drivable suburban density through strategic infill development on existing surface parking. The buildings conform to the build-to lines of the Crystal City Sector Plan, serving to better define the street edge and improve the public realm. And the proposal includes the dedication of more public open space than envisioned in the sector plan, bringing the area closer to that county board goal of an additional 5 acres in the area. Perhaps most importantly, The plan provides a direct response to the region's housing supply and affordability crisis by adding over 800 additional units in one of the most transit-rich and employment-rich districts in the entire region. The plan originally included a sizable number of dedicated affordable units distributed within multiple buildings, a welcome means to weave affordability throughout the community. The recent decision to move all affordable units to Building 5 and convey the site's ownership to Arlington County, however, presents an exciting opportunity to add additional affordability while also meeting other key goals of the sector plan pertaining to the preservation of 23rd Street Restaurant Row. Specifically with the parcel and county control, the Crystal City bid looks forward to an ongoing discussion with county staff and 23rd Street stakeholders on how to improve parking availability and access to the restaurant row while delivering a creative housing solution that further enhances one of Crystal City's most important destinations. The bid would like to note that this project could be an attractive destination for the affordable housing contribution associated with the earlier approval for Metropolitan Parks 6, 7, and 8. And we've also been in conversations in the past with Art Place and Stacy, so we highly encourage some conversations there. Having closely followed the site plan review committee process over the last several months, the bid also wants to applaud the work and creativity of the committee, of the area stakeholders and businesses along 23rd Street, county staff, as well as the applicant in addressing community and business concerns regarding this project. Approval will serve to meet local and regional housing needs while supporting the vibrant corridor of businesses along Crystal City's 23rd Street Restaurant Row, and we ask that you take this next step towards realizing this outcome. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And it looks like that's the conclusion of our public speakers.
That's correct.
All right, the conversation is now with the county board. Colleagues, why don't we go through and see if there are any questions? There are probably fewer buckets that I would place issues compared to the first item that we had today. But why don't we start with open space, in which you can also include any questions about the orchard. Ms. Crystal?
I'm going to preface this line of questioning with an apology. It's been a long day and a lot of prep reading two pretty meaty site plans. And so I just want to confirm that the plan for the programming of these two sites is already concluded or is still ahead of us?
It has concluded.
It has concluded.
We had a planning process during the SPRC process that reached out to the wider community, and that's the design concepts came from that.
Okay, can you characterize that planning process a little bit more at length for me? How long did it go on? Was it entirely done by staff? Was it done in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Commission or other stakeholders?
It was entirely done by staff. For this site, we did the main portion of the process was the site plan review committee process. The design and programming for the two parks was discussed at two separate meetings. In between those two meetings, DPR staff went out and did a online forum where we received feedback. Out of that, we came up with a series of park concepts, which were presented at an open house and then further discussed at the second SPRC, or actually, I believe it was the third SPRC meeting. And so that was sort of the outline of the process.
Thank you so much. And I see Mr. McPartland has joined us, so I might direct this next question to him. This conversation has sufficiently jogged my memory of reading this plan, and I know it was mentioned in the board report that the idea of a community garden was ultimately jettisoned because of lack of space, right, to configure the different programming elements. Could you characterize a little bit more of that decision for us? I know one of the speakers, Ms. Atkinson, mentioned that it could result in as many as 20 plots. Can you just give us some more insight into how the idea of community garden plots were explored and why they ultimately were not included?
Sure. So as was previously stated, we created a small additional process with an open house and online engagement. And what we learned was that there was a very strong preference for casual use space, a small dog run, as well as an urban agricultural component, the community garden plots, and upon looking at all of these preferences holistically and working with our design team, it appeared that the community garden plots would have taken up approximately 2,000 square feet within the middle of this casual use space, thereby it would have been an amenity that would have taken up a significant amount of the small space. Additionally, the community garden plots are for an individual community garden user each, so they would not have had that flow-through interactive component to it. They would have been a little more specific to each individual user. Nevertheless, it was very clear during the open house, and it was very clear throughout the online questionnaire that there was a desire for an urban agricultural component, some vegetation that was food-bearing. So given that, our design team, working with urban forestry professionals, cooperative extension, our natural resource professionals, landscape architects, came up with the idea of 10 trees within the space that were food-bearing. And we do understand the concerns, so we are currently working so that those 10 trees would yield food that would be least attractive to any kind of undesired critter. And also, the 10 trees would have the shortest ripening period. In addition to that, there would be a memorandum of agreement per the condition that the developer or ensuing owner would be responsible for continuous maintenance of this area. So I guess that's the long answer. The short answer is that the community garden was more prohibitive in light and comparison and context to the other goals.
That long answer actually intuited my next question, so that's very helpful.
Before we leave this,
Can I ask one more about the fruit trees, and then I'll yield. Very helpful to know about the plans for maintenance. That was one of my questions. And then I know you've described, and it sounds like the idea was developed in partnership with the cooperative extension, which is fantastic. That there is sort of this goal for it to be, and I think the applicant's landscape architect referenced this, a teaching site. There's something educational about these fruit trees. And so can you share a little more with us about plans for signage, programming, and so forth?
Sure, I'm going to ask Diane.
Thank you. Excuse me, what was the last part about signage?
Plans for maximizing the educational nature of these programming, signage, and other forms of community education about what these trees are and what they do.
Sure, yes. This is a site that would be used by the groups that Scott just mentioned, the Extension Agency, Parks and Natural Resource staff, as a teaching demonstration area for, how to manage healthy fruit trees, how to pick them, the fruit. It's a spot that would be unique and in the county, to bring people here and to actually have programming that we don't have, that I'm not aware of that we have already. So, it'll be a good spot. It's easy to reach. So that's why we think it's a good idea to have it here.
And so the programming would be done by natural resources staff and the cooperative extension. Do you anticipate there being any signage there to educate a passerby?
Sure, and interpretive signage. It's a good opportunity. It could be used in many ways. It would be unique, and I think that's why we wanted to have it here.
Okay, thank you.
Before we leave the orchard, just to ask, and I don't mean to be flip. I think it's going to sound flip mostly because of the lateness of the day and not my intent. But 10 trees is not it's not a big number that's difficult to manage. And given that fruit-bearing trees yield edibles, and considering the proximity to restaurants, I'm wondering maybe if there's magic solution here where the output could actually go to serve the surrounding establishments to mitigate the concerns about this stuff, dropping and becoming food for rodents. While they are at peak ripeness, they could become food for all of us and actually help people have those conversations taking place. I guess not. Okay, all right.
I'll add to your glib comments if you want.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to be glib. I'm actually quite
No, no.
serious.
I think you are too, and I'm sort of semi-serious too. I mean, if we have, I keep, you know, they have these groups that have goats. You bring in the goats and they eat things up and you take them away again. I mean, that would be, if you need help cleaning that up real quick. No, it's a little bit silly, but actually, depending at some point, if we really want to get into education and things, doesn't sound like such a bad idea to me. I did have a more serious question though.
Sure.
That's all right.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I do understand the desire for community gardens in that area. And I assume with the PDSP that could be included in that sort of study as well that they're doing for the Pentagon City area, or is it just not, there's no chance of doing it there? You know, some of the overall planning we're doing in the area, yeah.
Yeah, I think the scope of that study has yet to be decided, so that's certainly something we could consider.
Yeah, so because I think there's a real desire, and if there's not anything in that area, like it's reasonable. So, thank you.
All right, Mr. DiFerranti.
So my question is actually on this same issue, having parked in that back lot and had a number of large visitors right outside the door. I'm worried about this orchard, and I read the staff report. I'm trying to see the conditions, because the conditions are referred to, and I haven't yet been able to flip to it, but I would imagine that you'd want some ownership by the developer or the owner of the building for maintenance there, but sufficient flexibility to allow for this, you know, I don't know what types of fruits rats don't like, but, you know, so can you point me to the condition, or is it drafted broadly enough that it can provide the flexibility that Mr. Dorsey wanted and also kind of protect you with respect to this, or is there no such condition? Because I was looking at the staff report on 46 or 47, and it mentioned it.
So, board member, there is a condition. If you look to page 125 of the staff report, you can see the maintenance plan there. There is specific mention. It's sub-bullet III, and it mentions urban orchard, fruit or nut trees, and there is specific mention for rodent control and ground cleanup and harvesting. So that was contemplated. It is part of the conditions. It will be part of the maintenance agreement that the eventual owner and operator of the residential buildings will be responsible for. And in addition to that, you know, as Scott previously mentioned, you know, during the landscape plan process, our parks professionals will be working on species selection for the trees that will be as minimally attractive to rodents as possible.
Great, as long as you got the flexibility in that not to come back to us when you, at least in my view, then I'm good.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll just say for my own perspective to close this conversation, in addition to whatever minimally attractive to rodents would be, if it's maximally attractive to people to consume, I think we might be able to deal with this issue just by providing an outlet for people to take the bounty of whatever is produced. And, you know, this is such a peak Arlington conversation. I love it.
If I could, Mr.
absolutely
Chair, I
love it.
just wanted to say that rodent-resistant fruit trees is my favorite site plan condition of 2019. So thank you to staff for getting that.
And if I could add, of all the problems we have, this is the low-hanging fruit.
There we go, there we go. And here come the puns. Stay tuned, everybody.
Jeez.
All right. Why don't we move to another conversation before people get really concerned about us? So public circulation and public access and pedestrian connectivity, some concerns through the site. Anybody have any questions about what is proposed, what is planned? Ms. Crystal?
I wondered if staff could walk us through a little bit, and then it may make sense to ask the applicant and their architect to share, but the way the site is going to evolve from its current state to what has been proposed, I know there's been a desire to sort of see that, sorry, pun not intended, the desire path that is existent, formalized. Could staff maybe tell us a little bit about, as the SPRC evolved, how you came to the recommendation you did, and then we can hear from the applicant about why that may no longer be a desired path in the ultimate state of this project when built out, if built out per the conditions of the proposals of the site plan.
Sure, thank you, board member. Right now, the site on which Crystal House 3 will be built is a parking lot, so it affords direct line access from somebody walking from the west to the corner of 18th and Eads, which is a block away from the metro, which is how you'd walk to get to the metro. When the site is developed, there will be a building there. So for somebody to walk down that path, it's not going to be an open parking lot the way it is today. It's going to be an area in between the buildings, an 11-story and 12-story building that's going to contain the parking access and the loading access for both buildings. It's not a great desire line for people to walk through. That being said, the sector plan calls for a mid-block pedestrian walkway, which the applicant is providing. That's going to be a public walkway. The applicant is going to be providing a public easement for that walkway and is going to be designing it as a public pathway. So really, that's the way we want people to walk. We don't want people to walk in between these buildings where there's essentially going to be a service alley.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions in this bucket? About the buildings, their design, their placement, their architecture? Mr. Gutschall? Sure, that works.
So I really, I guess I just wanted to understand the density that is, when we split this parcel off from Site Plan 13, and I think I've been reading through, while you guys are talking about rats and fruit, I've been trying to figure out how the density, and I think I get it for the new site plan for 451, how the density is calculated with CO Crystal City. But for site plan 13, what's left? So is there any, will there be any density left on that site? And how do we know that, because it's not, I didn't see details in the staff report, so just, it's a wonky question, and you can give me sort of the shorter answer if you like on just how it was split and what's left on site plan 13.
Sure, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Site Plan 13, what will be remaining is essentially the Crystal Towers block minus the post office site. So that will be the what is left of Site Plan 13. That site is essentially developed already, and it's under the RA 4.8 zoning. So any additional density has to be evaluated kind of on its own merits based on what's existing on the site. The 2006 and 2017 site plan for the Crystal House 3 building, which is actually part of the proposal, which is now Site Plan 451, actually reallocated at density from the Crystal Towers block to the Crystal Houses block. So whatever that is, that could be remaining at that site.
Okay. So they do have some density left, and they could also come in, Site Plan 13 could come in for a new site plan and perhaps a rezoning to CO Crystal City?
Correct, and we would evaluate it on its own merits.
Got it. But it doesn't affect what density is available on this site, and in particular, then I want to just pivot to the density that is potentially still available, and this gets to the Planning Commission recommendation, the density that is potentially available for the Crystal Houses 5 site that is being conveyed to the county. Is all density, other than what is being approved for Crystal House 5, is all density that would be associated with that parcel, that part of the site on the Restaurant Row block, available to Crystal House 5, to that site? There's no part of the density from that site that's been transferred to what's not being conveyed?
Correct, it has not been transferred. The way the CO Crystal City zoning district works is that it's not that there is density that has been earned that's not being used. It's that there is no cap on density within CO Crystal City, right? So density is controlled through sort of form-based regulations, including height and building placement and tower coverage and things of that nature. There is a provision of the sector plan that would allow for some additional height on the Crystal House 5 site. However, if that were to be pursued, then the site plan could be amended to take advantage of that additional height.
And I guess the fact that you have to earn, though, that additional density with community benefits, since it's being conveyed to the county, is kind of a wash. It doesn't really...
That would be something...
It doesn't affect the future any potential for future density on the Crystal Houses 5 site. Okay, so I appreciate those answers. Thank you. That's all I got on that.
Okay. Anybody else with anything relating to the buildings? Okay. The Planning Commission had a number of items that they recommended to us for amendment. Anybody have any questions about those? Need to explore them?
I'd like to.
Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'd like to explore the surface lot issue, whether that's in the context of the Planning Commission's recommendation specifically or not. I wanted to ask a little bit about, obviously, this is being proposed in contravention or at least over the guidance of this sector plan. And so I think it's really worth exploring why that is. The staff report did a nice job of explaining why staff at least did not believe that this surface parking would have negative consequences for urban design, which was very helpful. But my understanding is that there are a lot of reasons to not want surface parking beyond just poor urban design. Porosity and stormwater management, although I recognize that here it's going to be done through grasscrete, et cetera. But I suppose my question first for staff is, are there really no other downsides or concerns that we have with regard to surface parking beyond just the impacts on urban design?
No, I think, in order to really look at this question, I think we have to go back and look at the history of the site plan. So when this was first submitted, the applicant came in with somewhere north of 250 surface parking spaces proposed. Through the evolution of the site plan, each iteration of it reduced that surface parking to some extent. Concerns were expressed during SPRC. Staff had a great number of concerns about the amount of surface parking proposed for the site. But at the current iteration that we're at, we think we have struck the appropriate balance to where the surface parking does not detract or result in an adverse impact to the site's urban design. And we think that, to the extent possible, they are mitigating some of the environmental impacts with surface
So
parking.
help me understand, though. I mean, there was a lot more room to push, and I'm going to ask the applicant to respond to this as well. I think this is parked at something like a 0.71 ratio, and they could have gone down to 0.4. So not to be too blunt about it, but why stop where you did? I'm delighted that this did not come in parked twice as high. But given that the best way to resolve the surface parking here would have been to say, terrific, no need to build more underground parking, just build less parking, period, and be in compliance with what the sector plan guides us to say or to do with regard to surface parking. So why stop, right, instead of driving down further for a site so close to Metro?
So I think what you're referencing are the residential parking guidelines.
Right.
Now, the guidelines give various tiers for parking. This site could go as low as 0.4 spaces per unit, but it's not a requirement, right? So we don't come in and we say, you're required to do this to be compliant, because it's not policy per se. They're just guidelines that say you are eligible to do this.
Right,
So
but they're not compliant with the sector plan vis-a-vis the surface parking.
I would respectfully disagree a little bit with that, because I think what the sector plan is speaking to specifically is the creation of surface parking lots. And this is not doing that. This is creating surface parking that is located in between buildings or along internal private drives that actually enhances the look and feel of those driveways. So it's not visible from the public right-of-way. We don't think it results in an impact to urban design. And so, again, I would say given where they started and where they ended up, we think they've struck the appropriate balance.
Okay, so before I yield, I would be interested in the applicant's answer, knowing that you would have had room to park this building at a considerably lower ratio without, and therefore been able to reduce the amount of parking without having to go underground. Tell us why this is important to have these surface spaces.
Understood, thank you. We have the opportunity to actually have real experience because we have 828 apartments there today. So those park today at 0.82. Originally they parked, we bought the buildings 5 years ago and began the remodel of them, and we understood at that point they parked at a little bit higher ratio, about 0.86. But it's down to 0.82, and I'm sure over the coming years it'll continue to decline, but that's what it parks today for 828 residences. So well, I understand there's a possible guideline to take it even lower, and we assume over time it will go lower, but today we would not, or next year, the year after that, we would not be able to accommodate the residents that are already living there at those ratios. So we've compressed the ratio for the rental buildings to 0.69, and we've taken what was 600 surface spaces and taken down to 62. the surface spaces, as was mentioned by staff, it's not a parking lot. It's really urban, it's street parking. It's the same street parking you see anywhere else in the county. And street parking is an important part of urban living. So, we have, when this is built out, there'll be 1,500 apartments. That's 2,500 residents. They have friends, they have visitors that come for an hour or two, and that's what street parking is about. Also, it's a rental community. You'll probably be reletting 400 to 500 apartments a year, 40% turnover. That means over 2,000 people will be coming year-round to look at apartments. So street parking in any urban setting it's vital. Our site is surrounded by street parking. And so we think it's 62 parallel street parking spaces. They're a vital part of how any urban location anywhere here in the county as well works. And we think it's an appropriate measure.
Thank you. I actually really appreciate that answer.
You bet.
All right, Ms. Garvey, and then Mr. Gutschall.
Yeah, different topic, is that okay?
Of course.
Yes, all right, thank you. And it's just, I realize I'm not sure the size of apartments that you're planning to have in there, efficiency, bedroom, 2, 3, what? I forget.
It's a mix. It starts with studios, 1s and 2s, and some 2 dens, but mostly a mix of 1s and studios and 2s.
And how many of the larger ones will you have?
Historically, a larger meaning larger than 2-bedroom?
Yeah, like 2 bedrooms.
The 2-bedroom apartments, I think the mix we have right now is about 30% 2-bedroom.
Okay.
We'd
Thank
be
you. I'm just
remiss too if we didn't mention that Crystal houses 7 and 8, obviously far larger than your average unit. They're 2 stories.
Right, because it's
They're
older.
townhomes.
Yeah, townhomes,
Yeah, and you've got the
essentially.
townhomes, yeah. I mean, because that's sort of, family housing is kind of a missing section for us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gutschall.
Can we talk about the commercial parking now?
Sure.
Okay, I wasn't sure. And the question, I think it's been talked about quite a bit throughout this process, and I think everybody gets exactly where we want to go. So there's just one point that I want to make really clear of, which was on page 45 of the staff report. I think there's a nice little summary of staff is currently working on the scope of such a study, which could include data collection for on-street parking, curb space management and occupancy data, inventory and occupancy data for off-street parking, retail mode split analysis. The outcome of such a study could consider several potential tools to address public parking needs in the vicinity. That is working on the scope of such a study, but that's not the definitive scope. So you guys are still going to continue to work on that. And the question that I have is, one, should the community expect that there's going to be direct outreach before you finalize the scope of the study, sort of bouncing that scope off of whether it's the surrounding neighborhoods, whether it's through the bid, and certainly to include the commercial operators there on Restaurant Row. So what level of civic engagement, and again, this is to define the scope, and should we expect that, will that come back to the board, Mr. Manager? Would you expect that that's going to come back to us?
Hi. We would expect during the scoping process to likely work with the bid in determining the scope. Obviously, the study itself would be in very close working relationships with the retail establishments, especially those along the 23rd Street Restaurant Row area, and most certainly for the mode split analysis portion of that study. The results and analysis of this study would likely come with any future development plans for Crystal Houses 5, since they're tied so closely together. So if that project is to come in for a site plan amendment, to go through an SPRC process, that would be the time for the public to really hear what we found in terms of the study and to be able to speak to the results. And that's likely when, in conjunction with Crystal Houses 5, would be when it would likely be with the board.
Yeah, I would love if my colleagues have particular thoughts on this. I mean, my druthers would be that there was direct outreach to the restaurant operators on Restaurant Row. I think I'm probably okay with if it's at least through the bid, because I assume, Freddie, you have a good relationship with the bid, right? You guys are active participants, and Mr. Mandel, you could help to coordinate that. So I'm seeing head nods. So it sounds like at least through the bid, but I would like to know that that is the expectation that we have.
And if I could add, I think that we will reach out to the bid. We're going to reach out to the restaurant owners. They've reached out to us, and I think it's only fair that the acquisition of this parcel, which I think is a great opportunity, we need to have as much buy-in as we can from not just the bid, but from all the restaurant owners and actually the residents nearby. So we will be sure to include that up front. And as was mentioned by Ms. Kim, as we go through the SPRC process, we will lay out what our recommendations are, and they hopefully will agree with what the neighbors say. They may not. And then we'll bring it to you for a Solomonic decision.
All right, thank you.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for that. I think that's the appropriate course of action, but I do want to emphasize that it's important that the bid be primarily engaged because, as we all know, when we are reaching out to a broad group, there still may be some people who are not directly touched by that, and knowing that the bid is centrally involved as a convener and a source of information, I think is going to be important for all stakeholders. So thank you, Mr. Mandel, for taking that on. Anything else about commercial parking, 23rd Street? Okay, why don't we move to other features of this, including community benefits, affordable housing. Ms. Crystal?
Thanks. I wanted to follow up a little bit to make sure, again, at this rather late, fuzzy-headed hour, that I was understanding, first let me go to Ms. Giacomini, that I was understanding the Planning Commission's recommendation. So I think the actual motion that you all made, and this is with regard to bringing forward Crystal House 5 for a new entitlement that would maximize the density. Let me first begin by saying I strongly associate myself with that desire. I'm hoping that the end result of this site takes a great deal more advantage of the potential density, because that density in this case will translate into committed affordable units. So I think my question is just one of process. So the way you phrased it was, I think, rather begin a new SPRC process to take full advantage. Was the thinking there that the county would sort of we'd be our own applicant and try to get it re-entitled, or would it be consistent with the spirit of your recommendation if at such time as the county engaged a partner to develop this site into affordable housing, then it would then come forward as an SPRC?
I think we were agnostic as to when it would happen.
Okay.
I think it was the notion that it would happen, that we wouldn't simply take the entitlement that we have now and go forward with it exactly as it is, because that was something that was represented to us at Planning Commission as an option. In fact, the SPRC aspect was downplayed a little bit, saying, you know, we already have it entitled, we wouldn't have to spend that money. But also it was early days. The condition had not yet been written, so I think that thinking continued to evolve. Because I have heard staff and the county manager, who's a peach of a guy, say, I know, I couldn't resist, mentioned SPRC process a couple of times right here. Okay. So I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe there will be an opportunity.
Thank you. That is really helpful. And I don't know, let me leave this open-ended and our manager can speak towards this if he feels like there's an appropriate time, or it may come at a later date. I think there are a lot of unknown questions about how this site will be transformed from a site that will be accompanied by an entitlement to its end state, which I think we are, or I at least, and I believe my colleagues are very much hoping for, which maximizes the affordability, or the number rather, of committed affordable units developed. I don't know if the manager feels like there's anything you can share at this time about what that process might look like.
Well, I appreciate the description of me as a fruit, which seems apropos. The main focus of the conversations we're going to have if the board approves this actually will be less focused on whether there's an SPRC process and much more focused on how we would go about, since the county will be essentially in possession of a piece of property, and which will have to be developed with affordable housing, how we go out and solicit proposals for that and how that works. I'm hoping to get back to you by, sometime in the first quarter with a proposal on that. And whether that proposal then goes out for bid or we get bids back, at some point it's possible that there could be someone besides the county who is the applicant coming through the process. So at this point, however that ends up and whoever the applicant is, I think there will be sufficient process, and we would at a minimum welcome the input of the community through some process, and the SPRC seems to be a reasonable construct that we're comfortable with. So, but that's not a commitment to do anything. We're actually going to have to take our lead from you all about after we submit a proposal.
Okay, thanks very much. And I think that also is probably relevant interest to Mr. Mickelson, who maybe is still with us. Yes. I'll just editorialize very briefly because I know we're trying to get to a motion. I am really excited about this form of a community benefit. I think it is clear just from some of the comments we got that it really has touched off a lot of creative thinking and excitement. I loved, hearing Mr. Hightower's vision for this site, serving the LGBT community, given its history here. And we know that LGBT youth, for example, are one of our most vulnerable population for housing instability. There is so much potential of what this could look like. So I know we as the board are going to be really interested. The community is going to be interested in watching. The Planning Commission is going to be interested in watching about what those next steps are. So, Mr. Manager, I'm glad that you can share with us now that we'll hear from you ideally first quarter of next year about how we're going to get from here at the point of entitlement of the rest of Crystal houses to there, which is to say, hopefully engaging a partner or some other process to realize these goals.
Mr. DeFerranti.
The value of this land that is being conveyed is huge. I just think that it's a unique and important opportunity. I guess I wanted to see if staff had any comments on Ms. Adkins' mention of temporary units. Is there a precedent that we know of for temporary units? I'm mindful that the overall benefit of the land is fairly unique and extraordinary, but I just wondered if that has ever been something we've done in the past.
No, I'm not aware of any specific opportunities that have arisen whereby units are provided in an interim condition until ultimately they're done, because the way that affordable housing is typically provided with a site plan project, especially something that may be multi-building, it's phased in over time. So instead, the proposal in front of you is to acquire that parcel to build out, and that was the negotiated element of achieving the Crystal City Sector Plan goal.
Great, thanks. I appreciate your answering that 415 sort of question.
All right. I'm going to look to Ms. Crystal to make a motion if she's ready.
I am ready. All right, colleagues. I'm going to move, and the following is designed to move the county manager's recommendation, so I'll be clear about that. I'm going to move that we adopt the ordinance, which is attached to the staff report, to approve the subject rezoning from RA 615 to CO Crystal City, that we adopt the ordinance to approve a site plan amendment to SP 13 to remove the site area from that site plan, subject to all previously approved conditions, that we adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report for 4 new multifamily buildings and 3 sticks of townhouse-style multifamily units, with a retention of 2 existing residential buildings. That is new site plan 451. And that we further enact the ordinances of vacation for sanitary and storm sewer easements.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I will, actually, insofar as sort of making some concluding comments here. I think this was, there was a lot of process that happened concurrent to the site plan, and a lot of more process that will happen with regard to the affordable housing opportunity here. And so I know we had some comments about thoughts about processes along the way, right? What that parks planning yielded with regard to the urban orchard and its programming and execution and protection against unwelcome eaters in the 23rd Street Restaurant Row area, as well as a lot of questions and hopes and aspirations for processes yet to come with regard to affordable housing. That said, with the plan that is before us, I think that this is a strong one. Above all, this delivers more housing to a part of the community that it is, in which it is greatly needed. It is done in ways that are largely respectful of the Crystal City Sector Plan. And delivers pieces that will improve the urban design, or components rather, that will improve the urban design of this site, as I think has been described either by the applicant or our staff, moving it forward from that more suburban style development to a great urban place. So I am very pleased to support it. Appreciate the comments from a number of the civic associations that it does not go so far as they might have hoped, or in fact that they were disappointed with the process along the way. But I think that the balance of the plan before us is a positive one. And as I indicated before, I am really excited about this new model for community benefit and look forward to realizing it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Garvey.
Sure, I think this is exciting, and actually, somebody said that seems small next to Amazon, but actually it is kind of a big deal, and it brings together a lot of different things. You know, Ms. Atkins mentioned it's not in here, so I didn't want to push on it too much, but maybe as you build this building, you'll think about the electric vehicles, some charging for electric vehicles. I think, look forward, I think that'll just make good sense. Did you want to say something? Sure.
Yes, we're very much supportive of the county's activity in moving forward with electric charging vehicles. We're doing that in all of our properties throughout the country now. It's pretty clear by 2025 that at least 50% of all cars produced are going to be electric. So I was listening to the Amazon discussion, and we're doing the exact same thing. We're installing conduit in garages so that over time we can continue adding stations. We're being told the station chargers are going to be going from 4 chargers per podium from the 2 they are today. And so we're assuming over the next 10 years that probably at least 25% of every car parked is going to require them. And to not have them will be impossible to operate a garage. So we have the same strategy.
That's good to hear. That's excellent. Thank you. And her suggestion about placing and posting signs, I assume most buildings do that. I'm not going to tell you how to organize, but that seems to make good sense. On the affordable housing, this isn't on your, this is on us. I mean, I found myself, talking about who's going to go in this housing and restaurant row. We could have some housing for waitresses and busboys and folks that make the restaurants run. That might be a good thing. So I'd love to have us consider that. The gardens, I do like the idea Mr. Dorsey had about, connecting with the restaurants with these trees, and the whole fact that it's kind of a demonstration. I do think as we move forward, we were talking about climate change earlier. California at some point might go dry, and that's where most of our fruits and vegetables come. And if we're going to have fruits and vegetables, we're going to have to maybe grow a lot of them here, a lot more than we usually do, and kind of just getting a start on that, I think is a great idea. And at the same time we're doing all of this, I think we're coming up finally with a solution for some of our legacy businesses down on Restaurant Row, which is really, really important. And I'm just delighted with that. And I don't know, you want to call Restaurant Row Rainbow Row, Freddie? Maybe. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a good project. Thank you.
Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief here, which is to say that it's really, I think, very nice to be able to support this project. I think that this, to me, together combined with the project at Met Park that we approved earlier today, really show, I think, what is the next step forward in the kinds of projects that we're going to be approving. This is, I think, very creative application of how to get more housing where we need it, how to be creative in terms of delivering a form of an affordable housing contribution that is not something that we have seen in the past. I think looking at that, we're getting twice the public park space than what was called for and recommended by the sector plan. Should not go unnoticed. Just really, you go down the list and you check the boxes in terms of community benefits delivered, quality development, and I'm very pleased to support it. I will say, just to squeeze a little more juice from the fruit, if you will, on the orchards, as Ms. Garvey just said, it shouldn't be lost in all of the puns and the joking around that this actually is going to be important to our movement towards a biophilic city, and to understand the role of urban agriculture and how that fits in with our community. And just a little note that rats are absolutely endemic to this area, and it has no difference really. The rats will come and eat what's there, but it doesn't mean that they're not there, whether or not you have rats or not. So this is just about managing the site as you would any site. Everyone's seen the video of the rat carrying the pizza down there's a whole lot more trash around than there are fruit on the ground. Thank you.
Uplifting. Thank you. So
Mr.
Look, it's all been said, and this is only anyone who would consider this action, this plan before us, not a big deal. It's only because of the ubiquity of Amazon in everyone's consciousness. But in terms of size, scope, change, this is a very big deal, and it's a very important step forward, and it's bringing for us something that we usually have in short supply, and that's options with affordable housing in a very cost-effective way with the conveyance of a parcel without exchange of any other funds which will allow us a level of density that will be sufficient to do a viable project that can house affordable units with the possibility that we go even higher, and the ability also at the same time to solve what have been longstanding issues with right-sizing parking for the commercial business establishments. That's just extremely exciting. And while we've had a number of suggestions for things that we could do to maybe tweak our site plan conditions, I don't really think any of them are necessary at this point in time. I appreciate the sentiments that have been raised by the Planning Commission, most notably with making sure there's community review for Crystal House 5 when it comes to pass. That will happen in whatever form makes sense, depending on what partnership arrangement we have. And I think the other amendments will largely be taken care of in other ways. Ms. Atkins, you brought to us a number of interesting ideas, ones that I'm going to chew over a little bit more, but none that are necessary to ingrain in the site plan conditions at this time to ensure that we work on. So with all of that, this is pretty clean as far as I sit. It's a good proposal that makes a much more efficient use of the site. I realize that there was some concerns about the number of surface parking spots. I do tend to associate myself with the applicant that when you think about the size of the site and the necessity for short-term visitors, delivery, ride sharing, delivery, and all that sort of stuff, funneling all of that to an underground network is really not the most efficacious way to think about this particular site and the way urban jurisdiction or urban areas work. So I think the number of 62 across the size of this site is acceptable, and I'm certainly willing to see how that can add to an urban quality of life. So I won't belabor the obvious. I support this project and this program and applaud everyone, particularly the community, that very carefully proposed thoughtful suggestions to improve it over its several iterations. Great job, everyone. Mr. DeFerranti for the last word.
Sure. Very briefly, the county manager's mention of parking and the bid's role was my biggest question, and so I just want to reiterate that. It's very important. I really appreciate Ms. Kim and the business owners on that one. That's very, very important to me. And then I just noted with respect to Ms. Adkins, the 43 units, I do think some of our other actions in terms of getting resources and the budget guidance from this past, we are fully thinking about the urgency of affordable housing sooner than later as there are changes in the neighborhood. And then, Freddie's, every time you say straight friendly, it makes me smile. And I now remember and will always think about the kids saying, that's the rainbow place. And I'm certainly, for me, the rainbow place means enough affordable housing. And this land is a huge piece of that. So with the housing, I think that this project will help us stay the rainbow place.
All right, we're now ready for a vote. Is moved by Ms. Crystal. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Congratulations. Thanks to all who are not being paid to be here for sticking with us all day. We very much appreciate it. Mr. Cummings, you don't get to bask in that. You don't get to bask in that.
Just to leave what's on there.
Where'd Katie go?
She can hear. That's okay.
Okay, we're ready for the clerk to call our next item, please.
Item 43, adoption of the 2020 General Assembly Session legislative proposals.
Okay, ready for a report from Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, Pat Carroll has been staged back in that room there since 6 a.m. waiting to go, and here she is.
good to see you looking so refreshed.
Good afternoon. Nice to see all of you. In November, the County Board held a public hearing on the 2020 General Assembly session legislative proposals. At the time you closed the public hearing, since that time, we've added 3 more items to the package, and they are transient occupancy tax dedicated to travel and tourism promotion, and this is to remove the sunset on our 0.25% transient occupancy tax on hotel rooms that fund travel and tourism promotion in Arlington. Second item is housing choice vouchers, providing an income tax credit for landlords in certain Arlington census tracts who participate in the housing choice voucher program. And number 3 is to support an increase in the state minimum wage. The revised package is before you for your consideration, and I hope your adoption.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carroll, for not only your presentation of what has changed since we last saw it, but for your tireless work in convening all of the input that goes into our annual legislative package. So the public hearing on this, colleagues, has concluded, so the discussion is now with the board. And how about we get a motion on the table from our legislative liaison, Mr. Eric Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move that we adopt our legislative package for the 2020 General Assembly session as attached to the supplemental staff report dated December 12th, 2019.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Any discussion? Mr. Gutschall.
Actually, I'll just say that I'm prepared to support this. I don't have any particular issues to raise further this, other than I want to thank Ms. Carroll for, she does really a fantastic job, I think, of keeping in touch with just about everybody on this board and staff, all of the stakeholders around, literally around the Commonwealth, actually. She knows everything about each and every one of these items that is on this, and I feel that we are in great, capable hands with her.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thanks to Ms. Carroll and to colleagues, particularly for the addition of the minimum wage. Really appreciate that. And then I would just, maybe Ms. Carroll, after this, I don't think that this is something that's appropriate for action, but also given, Mr. Chair, the specificity of what you said on repeal right to work, I'd love to have a conversation to get a little bit more educated on that. I don't think that, unless one of you feels strongly that action at this point, since it's a broad area, seems appropriate, but I certainly would love to be educated and learn more about it.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Carroll as well, working with us, and I think you can really tell, I think that the situation in Richmond has changed just a little bit, and we're being just a little bit more, putting a little bit more in here, and we don't want to go crazy, because we want to be gentle about how we work some of these changes, but a lot of these are common sense things that should have been around for a long time, and it's really nice to be able to now have them in our package and think that they might actually get somewhere. Thank you. No overreach, no, but
Thank you.
This is great.
Ms. Crystal.
I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to overreach next year. No, I'm only half joking, actually. To me, I think the reason to be somewhat circumspect in this adoption is just that this takes a while, right? And so I think, as Mr. Gutschall will put, Ms. Carroll's in touch with our commissions, our many stakeholders, in the formulation of an agenda that actually reflects a lot of community input. So I think to the extent that this looks not fully inclusive of all of our desires for the new majority in both houses of the General Assembly, it is a reflection of the fact that we do our work, thanks to Ms. Carroll, pretty deliberatively. And so I, anyway, anticipate that next year's package is going to maybe include a few more items, or perhaps with a little hope the General Assembly might even preempt us and pass a couple of pieces of long-held and aspired goals, such as right to work, that have not yet made their way into our package. But that said, I am prepared and, in fact, pleased to support.
Thank you. I'll say from my perspective, I have struggled for the last couple of years to figure out what's the right way to approach our annual legislative package. Should it be everything that we want to see, everything that we think we can get? Should it be something that has a broader strategic perspective? And I'm not sure that even after 4 years, I have any greater bearing on it. But the way I look at the way I look at it at the present time is that it's really got to be a combination of all of those things. But one of the primary areas where I think caution is wise is in recognizing that this package should reflect what we as board members believe would have the broad consensus in our community. This is not our legislative package as a board. It's Arlington's legislative package as a community. So when I think about some of the particular policy areas that I'm interested in, this is always a great reminder that if I want to see them in the legislative package, I've got to get to work in getting a sense of where our community is with that so that we can feel confident that what we send Ms. Carroll down to Richmond with reflects not just our desires, but has the full weight of the 240,000 or so Arlingtonians who she represents down in Richmond, or that she works for down in Richmond. So thank you, Ms. Carroll, again for all the great work. And colleagues, I think we're ready to bring this to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0. With that, Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other items before us today?
No, we do not.
In which case, the board is in recess until Tuesday.